All right, we're here at round one of the New South Wales State Championships at Lake Macquarie. About to get underway with the first practice. Great overhead drone shot of the racetrack. You can see how much work the club's put in, and the track looks fantastic at the moment. Let's hope we keep this overcast weather today, and that'll keep the dust down. So in the booth, we've got myself, Mikel Constantino, David Hogan's with me. David, what do you think of the track preparation and the club? Have you been to Lake Macquarie Club before yourself?
Yeah, I have, Mikel. I've raced here a little bit myself. Very small amount myself, but I've been here plenty of times with the kids and the wife and brother-in-law doing some national championships here as well. Track today itself looks really good. They've done, obviously today we've got juniors mostly on track, or all today, so the track is prepared probably a little bit differently than it might be for the seniors tomorrow. It's a bit more, not as ripped as much, but and not as overly watered as you might see sometimes for a practice morning when you might come back a little bit sloppy from the first practice ride out on the track. But no, track is looking really good. Obviously, we've had decent weather in the area too. We've got some plenty nice green grass around the edges of the track as well. So we're in for a good day, I think. Yeah,
I was having a chat to Adam Morgan, and he was saying that they could only get on. They only had 2 days preparation to get the track ready with the amount of rain that they've had in the last week or so. But I actually think it's good. It's good they got that rain. It's able to soak in. The moisture should stay in the ground longer. So up on the line, just waiting to get the go-ahead is the 85s, 12 to 14s. And this is the MXGP class, which means that these are the kids that are going to try and qualify at the New South Wales State Titles. They'll take a certain number of these riders. I actually need to double check on what that number is, on how many actually qualify, but they get to go to Darwin and race in the MXGP with all riders from all over the world that race MXGP, mostly in Europe, but that's a great opportunity for these kids to go and do something like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique opportunity, obviously, with the MXGP coming back to Australia for the first time in, 20 years, I think it is now, isn't it? 21, 22, something like that. It's been a while, but these kids have this opportunity to be a part of that. It's a pretty amazing opportunity, really, when you're, we said 12 to 14 years old, to be on the world stage in your home country, nonetheless. That's amazing, really.
Yeah, look, it's a great opportunity that a lot of countries don't have, where their kids actually have to travel overseas to do something like this. So, but as we watch the kids just warming up, this is just their warm-up lap. There's no jumping on the first lap under yellow flag.
Track is completely fresh at this point, obviously no lines, and everybody's going to have to work the track in a bit this morning in practice, get to know where things are going to be on the track, and obviously learn the jumps and the pace, and a couple of little puddles there from the guys who fought earlier on in the day. But yeah, look, the track is looking really, really good at this point in time in terms of just the facility and how we all are presenting here. So awesome to be part of the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles this year.
Well, just looking at a couple of riders in this class, especially some of our front runners like Blake Bohannon on the Yamaha junior team, number 262. He's the one in shot there. And the rider just behind him, Seth Thomas, on the Gas KTM, is Bohannon just has a quick look over his shoulder. That's probably because he wants to know who's behind him, and he doesn't maybe want to give too much away in practice. So, but these two riders getting out front early for a couple of reasons. One, you stay nice and clean, but two, to try and get a clear lap so that when these riders are they're getting their lap times for gate pick for their first race. So, this first lap's under yellow. They can't really get a good time on that first lap under yellow flag. But now this second lap, they're going to be putting the hammer down and get that good lap to get that gate pick. As you know, the start is probably the most crucial part of the race. That's whereas if you kind of go off in the mid-pack at the start of practice, you might have riders in front of you that slow you down. You can't get your best lap in.
No, and look, the two guys that you just mentioned there, Blake Bohannon and Seth Thomas, they were the two that I earmarked for this class. I've got a little cheat sheet here, and I've highlighted a couple of names throughout each class. And those two are the guys, and they've come straight out on the track, out in front to make sure they get plenty of clean exposure. One on the TV, because they're out in front as the first guys out on track, but they're also getting a clear view of the track to learn what's going on. And like I said, put in a quick lap time. They've got plenty of chance to do that with nobody in front of them, and there's no chance that they're going to catch up to the back side of the later half of the field, because they're going to be out. They're only out here for a couple of minutes, isn't it? I think it's like 7 minutes for practice this morning.
Yeah, and Blake giving a quick look over his shoulder again, wanting to know if Seth's still there, and I think he is. Now, Blake, he's just moved into this class. This is his first year in this 12 to 14. He's raced a few open events, some club days, and he's been winning his first year in. And Seth Thomas, he moved up to this class a year early. So last year was actually Seth's first year in this class, and where he could have stayed in the younger 9 to 11s for another year, he moved up a year early, and Blake was already right there with him, challenging for wins.
You look at Seth, but you can see that in his height that the reason he probably moved up a bit earlier is probably a little bit big on the 65. So
yeah, look, I think it was for him. It was a competition thing. I think if he had stayed down, he had no competition. Without taking anything, with all respect to all the other riders in that class,
he was just a little bit better.
He was just a league ahead of everybody, and he wanted that extra competition. And I think that's why he moved up to the bigger class. And you've seen that with Liam Millard. He's on the 601 Husqvarna. Mm-hmm. And Liam also could have ridden in the 9 to 12 this year, just on the 85. But he chose to move up to the 12 to 14s, step up, chase that extra competition. Also, this is the class that gets to go to MXGP. So,
well, that's a little carrot there, isn't it, for these guys to make that step up a little bit earlier, because it's a bit more. There's something beyond just the racing on the today. There's something that they actually can work towards as well and get a little bit more exposure. And maybe you never know. You go to MXGP. There's all these European teams there. Maybe they end up on an EMX ride or something somewhere down the line. So it's a chance to impress, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Blake did that last year. He went and raced at. It was the Yamaha Cup in Europe and won that class at that event on the 65, and he dominated. It wasn't even a contest. So he's already sort of getting his name out there on the world stage. I'm sure that Seth will be wanting to do the same thing. Seth went over and raced the World Juniors, it's a learning experience. I think the World Juniors, I think the last one he went to, he actually didn't get to the dummy grid on time, and they wouldn't let him race his first race. So he went all the way to Europe to do one race.
Disappointing, isn't it?
Just in one race, but still, it is an experience.
Well, that's a lesson learned, but right? Like, those are the little things that you've got to know about that are done maybe differently and are enforced differently when you go to different countries and have different governing bodies running these things. So it's not, bad that he went that long way to travel and do one moto, but he learned something very valuable in the process.
Yeah, and I think also for these kids at any age, doing some really big races like that overseas, when they come back and race locally, even at a state title, they feel like this is just like the pressure is so much less, and they can deal with it a lot easier. So just watching these two in the practice, and I actually think that Seth is quite happy to just sit behind Blake and follow him around. I think he knows that them two are the guys that are going to be racing a bar-to-bar in this class, and he just sort of hung back behind the roost and just sort of sussed him out. Okay, those are Blake's lines, that's where he's going, that's the pace that he's running, and Seth may be feeling like, you know what, I've actually got a bit more in the tank. I wasn't actually pushing as hard as I could. That'll give him some confidence, or maybe he was and they were running the same pace, and at least he knows, okay, that's Blake's pace. And at the same time, he didn't show him anything either. Whether or not Blake was taking all the lines he wanted to take because he knew that Seth was behind him the whole time, we'll find out in the race.
Yeah, no, look, there's not much separating than that whole practice session there. So it's going to be interesting when we first get that gate drop happening out there. We just had Liam Miller across the finish line there as well. He just went past us here. So yeah, look, first session's on the track's underway. The track will start getting a bit more cut in now. Who have we got up next here on the track? We're going to go to
17 125.
Yeah, so this is our only big bike class really for the Saturday program, isn't it? We're the only one with the full size wheels, let's say, for this one.
Yeah.
Not necessarily full size motor with 125 of this.
No, that's right. It's a new class.
It is.
Last year, up until last year, 15 years was the oldest you could ride a 125. Obviously, a few years ago, they brought out the MX3 class, which gave juniors the opportunity to go and race at nationals as young as 14 years of age, competing against kids. When I say kids, I mean we're old, so they're all kids.
Talk yourself,
yeah, okay. They're all kids to me, and at 18 years of age, there's a massive difference between 18 and 14.
Oh, so definitely in the development side of things, yeah.
So for those younger kids, they've actually got everything to gain by trying to race against those older kids, and I think that's what MA is trying to do with this 15 to 17 class, which is they're actually following what they're doing at the FIM in Europe with this class, and it's very similar to MX3, 1 year younger, obviously 17, not 18. But some kids that have gone senior already that are now are able to enter this class and race in it as, not so much as a junior, but more so as one of the older kids with more of a chance to actually take out this class because of their age and their experience.
Well, it gives a bit of an opportunity too, because obviously the step from an 85cc bike up to a 254 stroke is a big step for some kids, and some that aren't maybe necessarily developed as much as the others, like we were saying about the big gap from 14 to 18 in terms of development and strength. So it gives them an opportunity to just sort of still learn a big bike, learn the competition, be out there, maybe get to that front, and like you said, get some other gate drops and some race pace out the front before they make those next steps up. But it's a good opportunity. There's plenty of, obviously the 125, there's plenty of high-pitched revs going on here, so a bit of a different sound today. There's going to be a lot of two-stroke side of things going around on track. Well, a bit of a moment there for the number 26 as he sort of just cased that tabletop there.
Yeah, that's Jake Taplin, and he's done exactly what I think most riders want to do, and that's get out front early in practice, clean track. Riley Burgess is sitting there in second. I know it's only practice, and I'm saying second as if it's a race, but it is a race to these guys. Yeah, practice is a race, and Jake just wants to get that clear track. Riley did try to make a move on him early for that reason, but now you can see he's sort of, I'll just sit back a bit and stay out of the roost and get some clean laps in.
It's a big thing to stay clean in these early practice sessions, to make sure that you're not muddying up the bike too much, you're not making it too hard on your crew that's with you for the day, making sure you stay nice and tidy with your gear as well. You don't have to change gears 3 times throughout the day. So it is nice to get a little gap in these practice sessions and just sit back and do your laps, but watch your competitors as well, and just gauge them from a distance, not be right up behind them covering yourself in a lot of roost.
Yeah, well, the rider in third place, Kobe Reed, that's one of Chad Reed's cousins.
Yep.
And he's a very fast local on this track, so expect him to be up near the front.
Is this his first, do you know, with Kobe, because I know that he was in the 85cc for the CR22 Cup 2 years ago. Is this his second year or first year on the 125 class?
No,
it's got to be close.
He's been on the 125.
He has been on it?
Yeah, because remember, this is the older age group. This is 15 to 17. So the 13 to 15, he would have already started riding in that class. But you've got other riders who obviously we talk about these couple up the front, but some of your main contenders in this class, like the 299 on the Husky, Ryan Jones. Ryan is expect him to be one of the riders up the front. He obviously hasn't decided to go out first in this one, but I expect to see him up near the pointy end once we get into racing. And
I had down like Corey Eisel as a number 23.
He's not here today.
Oh, he's gone up
to run. He's decided to go and race Sunny States in Queensland, which is disappointing. It would have been good to see him out here. And Deacon Do on the 234, another quick rider on the Yamaha, just gone over the finish jump. Richie Lawler on 27. I didn't recognise Richie. I seen him race the other day at a club day. I'm like, he was out front, with a big lead, and I didn't know who it was, and then I've seen the back of his jersey, Lawler. So if Richie gets a hole shot, he's one of those riders that rides very well under pressure. If he gets out in front, look out, he's going to be hard to beat. So depth of competition in this class is, there's probably 5 or 6 guys that can win.
It's always interesting, those first rounds of the season, but too, trying to pick out new gear, new bike, new sticker colours, all that sort of stuff. So it can be a bit deceiving. You might know the person super well, but that first time out on track, you're like, is that the same guy? Or they might have, in this case, they might have grown 2 or 3 inches.
So it talks about the riders that try and get out first, get clear track. I've just seen Ryan Jones go past the finish line, and what he did is he let everybody go. And that's I think, for me, that's the preference. You either go out, try and be first out, or hang back, let everybody go, and then you get clear track anyway. You might have a few slower guys or lappers, as you'd call it in the race, that you might have to go past, but those are the 2 options. The great option about letting everybody go is that you're not going to show anyone anything. So we saw in the previous practice where Blake Bohannon went out first, Seth Thomas went out right behind him, and Seth pretty much just mirrored what Blake was doing and could see all his lines. What Ryan has done, he's going to have some riders he's going to have to come through the field and pass, but he's not showing anybody any lines. He's just doing his own thing. He's confident in his own pace that he doesn't need to gauge his pace against any of the other riders. But again, the proof will be race 1 when they come out.
Did you have a preference, Mikel, when you were your race days of what you did on track for practice?
If I rolled up to the line and I got there first, I would park first and try and get out first. It depends on how fast the guys were. If I felt like I had everybody covered for a day, I'm talking about club days now, mostly, but
there's context in terms of the event you're at as well, yeah?
If it was nationals, I used to just like to hang back, let everybody go, and just do my own thing. Not show anybody anything.
Yeah.
Put my laps in, put in a good lap time for a gate pick, and back when I raced nationals, you had like a 10 to 15 minute practice and then 10 to 15 minutes of qualifying.
Yeah, so you had plenty of opportunity on track. It wasn't like you were going to miss out if you waited a little bit at the back. You weren't going to miss a lap or anything.
No, and then you had, we were doing 2 half-hour motos as well.
Yeah.
Or they did the split motos where you did one half-hour moto and then 2 15s. So what I used to do for the start of the day is I wouldn't go out for the first practice. I would actually just go out for qualifying, because 15 minutes was long enough for me to learn the track, put in some good laps, and even then, if I felt like I had the track dialed and I'd only done 6 or 7 minutes, I'd just come in and conserve my energy.
Managing the body for the day. Yeah, it's not a bad move. I used to miss the first practice occasionally for just purely on the fact that it was too muddy. If it was too muddy, I figured that you weren't going to learn anything because the track was going to dry out so much. Now, that's not the case here today. The track's actually probably primo right now in terms of the watering level. But in some cases, you'd get to the track and it'd be almost, in some areas, underwater. You didn't want to go out. So I would sit back in that sense and miss that first practice. But I was always one of those guys that would sort of let people go. But if it was a short track, if you know, stadium cross sort of things, I've done some off-road things, enduro cross side of things, I would go out first then because I didn't want to then have anybody blocking me and slowing me down or getting caught on an obstacle. So that, it was contextual in terms of what the track was, what the conditions were. But if I had my choice in most scenarios, I'd be the one sitting back, letting them people go and just do my own thing.
Yeah.
So those guys have wrapped up their practice session there for that 15 to 17 125 class. We're going to move on to now, it should be the 85cc 9 to 12-year-olds out on track next.
Yes, another hotly contested class, almost a full grid in this one. I think one gate shy. I'd hate to be the rider on gate 1, right on that inside, heading into the first turn.
Yeah, it is a little bit skewed more from the centre of the field, like right side of the box to the outside for the start positions. There is a bit of the track sort of comes over there at the point from one of the berms there, doesn't it, for the inside gate? So it makes it a bit difficult, but.
I like probably about 5 gates to the right of the box.
Yeah.
For me, that gives you a wide sweep into the first corner. Also, if you don't get there first, you don't get boxed in.
Now on track at 12 too with this starting out. We've got number 29 on track here. Maxie Harris is out front.
Maxie Harris on the Husky. Changed his number, what we were talking about earlier, when you think you know the riders and then they change their gear. I've had riders change their gear through the day where you recognise them by the gear. And then second moto, he's got blue gear on or red gear, and you go, who's that again? And you've got to go look back at the program.
It's all part of the fun, trying to figure out what's going on for the day. They just like to confuse us here in the commentary box, Mikel.
Yeah.
There's plenty of kids out on track in this class. Like you said, it's nearly full grid. We've actually, from looking at the entry list generally across it, we've got pretty big classes all around. So it's well supported in terms of rider entrance for this round.
It is, yes. And you're always going to get that at round one anyway. But looking at the numbers last year to this year, there is definitely been an increase in numbers from, I think it was around about 360 entries last year, and we're over 400 today. So
that's nice improvement there in terms of that.
It is, yeah. So it just shows that people have really, like I guess the standard, could you say, is improved and in the event, and people have seen that and they want to come and race.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Maxie Harris has just gone past our commentary box. He's definitely left the field for this practice session. He's gone way out in front. He's doing his own thing from the front, like we were just talking about, relaxing in the back. He's just decided, I'm out here, I'm going for it.
Yeah, well, you got Ollie Cowell on the 282. He's one of our contenders. Kai Sproul's just gone by on the 280 on the Yamaha, and he will be racing for that number one top step as well. So you've also got a lot of young kids that are just moved up to 85s and are just there for experience.
You get such a wide variety of heights at this age group with the 9 to 12-year-olds, because you've got some of the younger ones in that 9 range that haven't really grown too much. A couple of them went past and they looked like they were standing up, but they were just off the seat. But then you've got some of the 12-year-olds that are obviously starting to get that early puberty side of things coming in, and they're a lot taller. So wide variety of body types in this one.
That's right.
So you can see on track, Maxie's going around at the moment. The lines are starting to develop a little bit. We're up to third practice now, so the track's starting to groove up a little bit. But it still looks really good out there, track condition-wise.
Well, you were talking earlier about nationals, and the national rip or prep is very deep and a lot of water into it, Boggy. And again, you mentioned that that's also one of the reasons why I chose never to do the first practice, because it was just a good way to get dirty and possibly crash, and then nothing worse than having mud on your hands, mud on your grips, you know, your front wheels skew.
You spend the next hour before your first motor just washing the bike and trying to change clothes. It's not the way you want to start your day out.
But also the lines haven't formed yet.
Well,
and
I feel like here today for the juniors, they've done a really nice prep where it's not going to be super deep for these kids on the smaller bikes. I think they've done a good job in terms of adjusting, and I don't know what they're planning to do for tomorrow at this stage, but the track looks really good for these guys on these bike sides at this point in the day.
Well, Seth Cherubim on the 411, he's another one of our contenders in this class, and he's just made a pass just to try and, again, get some clear track. Blade Regan on the 103 is the rider that he went around, and Blade's no slouch, but that just shows you how quick that's his older brother, Duke Cherubim. Sorry, Dookie. And then behind that you got Archie Black on the 86, and he's also one of the contenders. So you'll see one or all of those kids up around the top 3, top 5 when we get to the first race, including Maxie Harris, of course. This morning we had the overcast weather, and I was hoping that was going to hang around because the track with the moisture would then stay in the ground, but the sun's come out early.
Blue sky's starting to show through, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
we could be in for a warm day here.
I think it's going to be warm, but also it's more losing the track. Like at the moment, the track's grippy because there is that little bit of moisture in it. As soon as that moisture goes, it'll turn hard pack straight away. And what that does is it makes it very, very fast. And when the track's very fast, with only a couple lines, like maybe one inside rut and an outside line, makes it very hard to pass when the track is fast like that, because everybody's going fast.
Everybody's capable at that point, aren't they?
Absolutely. Like when the track is rough and rutted with, you know, six ruts in every corner, that's where, and bumpy going in, bumpy through the ruts, out of the turns, that's where
it makes more chance for those mistakes at that point as well, for when there's multiple lines and you don't know which one to take, and you might catch a foot peg, or you might, you know, drag something that just slows you down and loses momentum in one of those multiple ruts, and it gives the guy that doesn't follow the opportunity to make a move because of the mistake that's made as well, because the track's got different features at that point.
But that's where your top riders shine through. It's when the track gets difficult, when it gets rough and rutted. That's when you see a big gap between the kids at the top, the kids in the middle, and then the kids at the back.
Yeah, the separation shows through.
But as I said, when the track is easy and fast, everybody's going fast, and so that's where the start is even more important, because everybody's going fast. If you get a bad start and your opposition get a lead, you can be a couple seconds quicker than them, but you're not going to catch them because of the just the position that you're in off the start. So it's just these practices are actually flying by.
They are going very quickly. Max Harris has just finished off there. He's got the finish line flag there. Come in super clean, and he's had a really good session. He was out there flying around, so look for him in the races later today. Those are the guys that are just coming off the track. We just had Ryder
Matafiglia.
Thank you. I just got stuck on that one.
Yeah.
We're going to have a few of those throughout the day, so I apologise for any incorrect pronunciations of some surnames. If you catch me, come up and tell me how to do it properly later on.
Yeah. No, Birchall just come through, as did Kai Sproul, and then one of the Queensland riders as well.
Ollie Cale's just come through on the 282.
Yeah, he'll be again also.
He'll be up there as well.
He'll be in the top 5.
Yeah.
If he wins, I'll be impressed. Just because it's his, he's one of the younger ones in the group. You know, I expect one of the older kids to be winning this class. You know, either
it's not his time this year. It might be next year.
Duke Sheridan, Kai Sproul, Archie Black.
224 of Cooper Gronos has gone through the line here as well. Yeah, sorry, Mikel.
Maxie Harris. You know, one of them is you'd expect them to be winning, because this is their. This is their last year in this class before they move up.
All right, so that's our 9 to 12 85cc practice session done. We are moving down to the 85cc 14 to 16 years, so we get the same bike size here. Oh, we missed one, sorry.
No, we got the 50s, I think, coming up next, unless they've changed the program on us, which wouldn't surprise me. But,
look, we'll see what's sitting down there. Might stand up from the seat here in the commentary box and have a look down. No, I definitely think we got the 50cc up on the line.
Yeah.
Approaching the finishing line right now, and they're through.
Well, these kids, they actually, it depends on the track, depends on the event, but they will sometimes do a shorter track, but then, like I said, depending on the event, sometimes they'll actually allow the kids to do the whole track. So normally these kids will, when they get to the middle here by the centre tabletop, they'll go around that tabletop.
Yeah, won't go all the way up the hill.
No, and then they'll hang a left here just over the finish line. So we'll see what the officials have decided to do with them. But as far as the development class, it doesn't get any more development than this. You know, kids as young as 6 years of age, because they changed the rules this year, dropped the age group by 1 year. And I think that's just because kids are just becoming more and more competitive at a much younger age. So in that nipper class or demo class, which is really for beginners, you had kids flying around at 10 times the speed of some of the other riders, which are actually quite dangerous. And they were eager to race. So by dropping it a year, it gives those kids a chance to move up, but then also makes the
nipper class much safer as well.
A bit safer. Although the Div 2 riders are allowed to ride in the nipper class as well. Not something I agree with, but that's the rules. Because I think it would be safer for those kids if that wasn't the case. But now, look, they are.
Going
So what I
all the
was
way.
saying, they are going all the way. That's what I was saying. It would be interesting to see what the officials have decided, whether they're doing the short track or full track. But they're letting them do the full track, which is great for these kids. And I think it's also depends on the conditions of the track. Like if we had a muddy day, or if it was a deep rip where the track was boggy, a lot of these kids would not get up that last hill before they come down to the finish line. And you can see there's a couple of kids that dropped their bikes, yellow flag out.
Number 2 on screen at the moment is Archie Blanchard.
Yeah, Blanchett. Yep.
Blanchett.
Yep. Yeah, he will definitely be one of the contenders for the win. I wasn't sure if he was going to be here today because they live up near Cox. And, and so they do a lot of the Queensland stuff as well as the New South Wales. So he had to choose between going to race Queensland Sunny States today or racing New South Wales State Tiles. I'm glad he made the choice he made and that he's here today with us.
It's a good choice from that side of things.
It is a good choice. I mean, he is a New South Wales rider, so we'd prefer him to stay down here. And again, he is a contender for the title.
Getting some good shots here from the crew here at Motorcycle New South Wales and the Inside Sports guys. You can see some little overhead drone shots popping up at times there. Archie's also on screen again, going through one of the Kennards high corners here, coming through our roller section. So the track, there's plenty of different obstacles across this track as well. Mikel, we've got some nice big berms here today that have rolled up, but we've got a lot of different sections, some step-ups, some tabletops. The track has got a lot of variety here, and we are on the side of the hill here underneath the power lines on Lake Macquarie.
I was just scanning through the rider list, and there's a lot of new names, obviously, because it is that 6 to 9
age group, isn't it?
where there's new kids coming in. And I'm just sort of spotting a few notables that I think will be up in the top 5 today. Jackson Merchant, I'm sure will be up there. Deegan Mumby, Zio Kirchen. So I expect to see some of those names up near the front. Archie, at the moment, he's doing what a lot of the other kids have done in the other races. So yeah, just talking about a few of the notable riders in this class. Coming back to, you were mentioning the drone shot, the overhead, and the venue itself. You know, a motocross venue is not just the track. It's not just about the track. It's a location within the country, never mind the state. But and the Hunter region is by far the largest concentration of motorcycle riders in the country, I believe. That's why I think you see such big numbers at not just state titles, but any club day, open day, interclub, numbers are just over that 300 mark, 400 mark every single time. So a great choice as far as a track choice for round 1 of the state titles with that large group. And the Lake Macquarie Council has come on board to support the New South Wales State Championships along with Dantia. And it's, you know, for a sport that's such a big sport, but it's not mainstream, it's great to have those eyes on the sport. And that's what's so awesome about this live stream as well, to see Archie clearing that
was a nice jump there.
On the 50. He not only cleared the jump, but jumped over the head of the other rider.
I think that's what caught both their eyes there. It was the rider underneath that he was going over the top of. So.
It didn't even faze him, you know, where a lot of the kids will sort of hesitate when there's a rider in front. But Archie's like, no, stop talking. We want to talk more about me when I'm riding.
Just bringing the conversation back around. But
yeah. But no, look, it's, as I said, great to have the support of the Lake Macquarie Council and Dantia and like I said, the venue itself, where it's situated. We will come back to the Hunter region for the 3rd round later on this year.
Whoa, we've just had a rider go down just in front of our commentary box here as well. Sorry to cut you off, Mikel, but that was actually Archie going down there. Oh, and they're up and away. That's all good. We're good. Just a precarious moment there right in front of us.
Yeah.
Caught the back of another rider as he was coming over the jump there.
Yeah, commentators cursing, talking about him too much. I don't know how he actually... That's what I find with the 50s. They find... They crash in some of the most unexpected spots.
Well, I think the fact for that one was that the rider in front of him was a little bit slower. You're probably going to get a little bit of a difference in levels here, as some of them are a bit newer to the sport, maybe not as fast. And Archie's obviously going quite quick there. Just caught up to him a lot quicker than he expected to, and yeah, just like you said, in an awkward spot, and it's probably not a spot that anyone's probably crashed before.
Well, he probably just grabbed the front brake and tucked the front. But it's a dangerous spot from the point that it's a complete blind, and fortunately most of these kids aren't clearing that tabletop, so I don't think he was in danger of being landed on, but a lot of the kids ride with their heads down and don't look far enough ahead, and by the time they realise
they're already on top of each other.
They're already on top of it. That's right. So, I'd really like to go back and finish what we were trying to speak about the venue. As I said, I spoke to Adam Morgan this morning briefly, and Henry as well, just about the preparation, and you can see how much work has been put in, including from Motorcycling in New South Wales. I mean, the banners around the track, it's been dressed up, it looks great, and then on top of that, you add some good racing, and we have some exciting TV footage for everybody to watch over the weekend. The
venue itself is looking pristine at the moment. All the banners. It's amazing how you come here for a club day. It can still look really good in terms of how the club looks after the venue and presents it here at Lake Macquarie. But you throw a couple of banners on it, it feels like you're at a national event real quick, and obviously the TVs just makes it even more impressive. We've got our scissor lift here with our vantage point down there in the first corner area. Just changes the vibe of the event for everybody. The fact that we're broadcasting live on the Motorcycle New South Wales YouTube channel and the Inside Sports website as well. So just brings a bit more attention to it, and like I said, with the support of the Lake Macquarie Council as well. That's awesome that they're going to be a part of it, and we're probably going to get to talk to the Mayor later in the weekend as well. So
yeah, as well as the CEO, Daniel Rushworth, they'll both be stopping in. Royalty coming into the booth. Hopefully we got some decent chairs for them to sit on.
Well, better than the ones we're sitting on,
no,
but anyway.
That's good. I actually like it. It's good back support. I need my back these days doesn't do me many favours.
Want too many crashes? Or
a combination of that and maybe being a little bit out of shape. But anyway, so back on next practice is our 14 to 16 85s, and this is also part of that MXGP qualifying with the 85s. So they also get the opportunity to go to Darwin later this year for the MXGP, because it's a 12 to 16 class there. Where
big range.
Well, we're going to go into an ad break, and we'll be back with you shortly. So
it's our 14 to 16 85cc on class at the moment for their practice session. And I believe we've got Cooper Spruill out front on the 208 on the KTM there.
Yeah, Cooper Spruill. It's actually Sproul. We call him Sprowly. That's his nickname. So, and these are the older kids that are still, I'd like to say small enough to ride an 85, but...
Some of them, maybe not so much.
No, some of them are as tall as me.
But they're in that transition point, right? Like they're at that point where they still can eligible for ride this class. Maybe they're sticking around because of that MXGP side of things. Maybe they haven't decided, or they're not comfortable with the big bike move just yet. But they'll be making it fairly soon.
Well, a lot of them are riding the bigger bike, the 125 already, but they're still opting to do 85 125 rather than 125 and 250. Plus, also, some of your kids are not racing this 85 class anymore, so it gives some of these kids a chance to win a championship. I don't want to say it's not as competitive, because again, that's with respect to the riders that are actually in this class, it is going to be a competitive class for the kids that are in there, but not a very big class. I think there's only 12 or 13 kids in there at the moment.
And look, some of these kids, you're saying they're already riding the big bike. They might be in both classes as well, so they might be doing 2 classes for the day.
Well, at this age, they can actually ride 85, 125, 250, and MX3 over the weekend. Like,
if you really wanted to have a massive weekend, that's how you could do it.
A massive weekend, and if you got, but then you got 3 or 4 bikes at least to be able to do that. And, so it's not always achievable for every parent to go, yep, my kid's going to ride 4 classes. Throw on the entry fee. On top of
a lot of drills being done at home for the kids to make up for mum and dad paying all these entry fees. So they're getting through. Now we're just getting a few riders coming past the box here. The number 187 of Drew Cochran just went past. The number 426 of Jack Burgess has gone past on the Yamaha as well.
Yeah, I expect Scrowley to be one of the contenders in this class. Buddy Brown, Josh McCloskey, Jake Doyle, Tyson Williams. There's some of the names that I don't normally see around. But again, that's where you have your first race of the day. You can always have your picks. It's almost like with Supercross, you go, these are my picks for the weekend, and your fantasy picks in that competition, and you only really know once the weekend's been done, especially with your first round.
Yeah, no, look, there's a bit to be sorted out just yet, but Cooper does look good out in the front. He's clearing out, coming past us here in the commentary box, going down over the start straight. He looks rather smooth and rather comfortable on his bike this morning, so he's probably looking for a big day here.
See a shot of the riders going down. I'm going to call it the Lake Macquarie Straight, because that's where they got the Lake Macquarie banners for council, and they're in the bottom section of track. I actually think that's the best spot for passing, is that bottom section, because it's a slower section of the track and there's a few obstacles and it's technical. I also like these 180 switchbacks where your outside becomes your inside becomes your outside. They just ring around the New South Wales mining corner, then into that 10-odds right-hander through the rollers. And it's handy having the banners. It gives us something to name a section around the whole shot graphics corner there, that left-hander down the hill over the jumps.
It's handy for reference points for the viewers listening at home. When we say where they are on the track, you might actually, if you've been here before, you'll actually pick that up as well, so you get a good point of reference.
There's riders just going through the NMA, that's the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and then Motorcycling New South Wales, the promoter of the event, the New South Wales State Championships, the big right-hander. Up on the hill, that's a great shot, and a good spot to throw some banners.
Got a good little tussle with riders here going on in this practice session. There's about 4 or 5 of them having a good go at each other here.
Well, besides trying to put in a good lap time for your race start, these kids are trying to suss out the track. Where can you make passes? I mean, obviously the goal is to get a whole shot. If you get a whole shot, clear track.
Makes the whole process easy, doesn't it?
You don't have to worry about passing, but it's one of the things that you can do in a bunch like that is you can go, okay, what happens if I don't get the start? We've just seen someone with a streamer.
Regular goggle malfunction going on there. The roll-off just dangling out the backside there.
Yes, that's right. It's I think it's actually more off-putting for the rider behind you than it is for you.
As it catches the light and just shines everywhere.
It's just like flapping in the wind, and you're not actually sure whether they actually go past the rider or not. But it is distracting for you too, because it's flapping around and it's annoying.
The noise out the side of the head there is always off-putting. It's only happened a few times for myself, but it's not something you want to have happen. At least it's practice and not a moto here that it's happening in.
Yeah, that's right.
But this session is coming to a close, so that was the 14 to 16 85cc session.
Yeah. So we've got our 85 12 to 16 girls up next, and that's an all-girls class. It's 5 6 girls. So it's great that they get their own race. And
this is a fairly well supported class as well. We've got a reasonable amount of entries here for a girls class, a girls only class.
Yeah, girls from all over the state and interstate. So Sienna Cyprian has decided, like, she could be racing at home with just a few hours drive, but decided to make the trip down. I seen them a few weeks ago down at Bega. We had a round of our series down there, and that's a long way to go for someone from Queensland. But it was just one round that they had to get to, and they don't mind the travel. They've come to, and they obviously see more prestige in coming to race the New South Wales State Championships.
Maybe they just like Lake Macquarie track as well. It's a nice place to be on the Central Coast sort of thing. So
absolutely.
Maybe they're going to the beach tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah. And it wouldn't actually be a huge drive for them, the Hunter. Like, it's still, driving from Queensland, but it's not like they're driving south of Sydney or
you're not getting all those tolls and stuff through Sydney as well, so it's probably a little bit cheaper on that side of things on that aspect. Still a lot of fuel to get down, but they've got a nice setup too. I walked past them in the pits this morning. They've got their little their teed up race line performance set up down there, all bannered up. Looks very professional down there for them. Yeah,
Todd Waters is he's a bit of a local legend in Australia. One of the most friendly, easy to talk to, down-to-earth guys, no ego attached, and he's still a factory rider himself. He hasn't given away yet, but he's managing that team, and he's promoting Husqvarna as well as all his other sponsors, and the whole T-Dub idea and team is to bring riders in, not just your top riders in the class, but also riders that are that just want to be a part of it. That are able to apply to join that team. Emma Backway is one of those kids in this class on the 28 Husqvarna that's part of that T-Dub setup.
You can see them standing out there on track too when you get to them on screen, which they've just disappeared off of, but actually just coming into the bottom is one of their riders. You can tell with that gear set of the T-Dub, it stands out very well there. So they've got a unique look, and it helps obviously pick them out on track as well.
Yeah, as long as they keep the same colour.
They'll probably change throughout the day as well.
So Eliza Dennis, she's probably the favourite, I would say, winning this class. She switched to Yamaha this year and picked up that Yamaha ride. So I expect her to be taking out this class. Ada Harris, the sister of Maxie Harris. You saw Maxie earlier in the 9 to 12 class, and Ada is also, she's sort of following Eliza around and trying to keep pace with her. You see Eliza sort of getting away a tiny bit, but Ada's definitely picked up the pace, and I dare say she'll be one of the front runners. Mia Cameron is another one on the 288. She was top 3 in state titles last year, and of course, as I said, the Queensland rider Sienna Cyprian. So not all of them have decided to get out front early. They're again separated. Fortunately, because there's only 10 in this 9 or 10 in this class, they're able to do that. They're able to just go, you know what, I'll just separate, do my own thing.
A bit more track space, isn't there, to do that? So they can actually just take their time in this sort of format because of the class entry numbers. But it's awesome to see the girls' class being well supported, generally speaking. Like they're out here, they're all looking the part too. They're into it. So we're going to see some good racing from this class later on, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting their own class, I think, is crucial. It can be quite intimidating, them riding with the boys. Although I still actually think that's a positive, because when they ride in a combined male and female class, there's more competition for them. It pushes them to ride harder and be more aggressive as well. I actually find that when that the boy riders or male riders are actually more aggressive, whether it's in juniors or seniors, more aggressive with the female riders than they are with their own male counterparts. And why that is, only thing I can think of is they don't want to get beaten by a girl, but don't want to sound chauvinistic. It's just what I think it is. And but you look at past top female riders in the sport in Australia, Meg Rutledge.
Yep.
Back in the day, she enjoyed riding with the boys. She even said in interviews that made her faster, made her more aggressive, and she preferred to ride with the boys than just a girls-only class because it made her a better rider. She went on to finish second in the World Championships back in the day. Mm-hmm. Never got that win in World Championships, but second.
There's nothing to sneeze at.
If I come second in the world, that's a win for me, So
I'd just still be telling everybody that would listen for 5 seconds.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
But like in the women's side of things too, like you just this week down in Melbourne for the Formula One, they had the Motorcycling Australia. They inducted some people into the Hall of Fame for Motorcycling Australia, and of which was the 3 girls, Gemma Wilson, Taylor Jones, Jessica Gardner, who are the Australian off-road champs that have won the 6 days, I think it's 5 times for those 3 specifically. And they've all done this sort of racing as well, the motocross side of things. And, like you said, raced guys throughout their series and their time. But I think they would have loved to be in a part of a girls-only class, on a track day like this as well. So it has its benefits and negatives, but I'm pretty sure these girls are going to be racing across other, the guys at different points in different club days as well, so they're going to get the experience on both sides of things.
Well, some of these girls will be in the 12 to 14 boys.
I was just trying to look at that before, actually.
Main class, and some of them will be in the 14 to 16 boys, as well as when they get to the junior lights girls, and possibly junior lights boys as well. But a lot of talent has come out of Australia over the years, in past, but also present. You're talking about Jess Gardner, Taylor Jones, Danielle MacDonald. She's over in America at the moment. I was having a chat to Lindsay Rankmore. His son Aaron Rankmore is actually going to go over there on Monday next week. He got the call to come give her a hand, and he's like, I can't. I've got to be at state titles. I've got to be at New South Wales state titles, and then I'm going to go next week. So he's going to jump on a plane on Monday. I did have a chat to his dad, said get to try and get Aaron in the booth with us at some point today, so hopefully he takes up the offer. Aaron's a great guy, and then again, talking about the talent out of Australia, we mentioned the girls, and then obviously the boys, the Lawrence brothers, over in America. They're having a bit of a tough time at the moment with injury, so not representing at the moment, but certainly paving the way for Australian riders to be able to go overseas and pick up sponsorship a lot easier because those guys have already done it.
And that was Eliza Dennis just coming across the finish line to finish off his practice for the girls, 12 to 16.
Yeah, well, we're coming sort of to the tail end of our practices now. We've got the 65s, 10 to 12s, or the 265 classes. That'll be followed by the 65, 7 to 10s, and then we're into our first race of the day. And then we'll actually, instead of just talking, telling stories and just talking in general, we'll actually be able to call some exciting racing.
We'll have the action ready to go very shortly.
We will. Looking at the size of these classes, like the 7 to 10s is normally close to a full grid or a full grid, which it is for this weekend. The 10 to 12 65s, you're lucky to get 25 in this class. And we've got...
Not today.
Not today. We've got about 5 riders off of a full grid. So, and the reason that's impressive is because 10 to 12 65s. A lot of kids, by the time they get to 11 years old, they're too tall for a 65.
Yeah.
So then they just go to 85 only. So you will see some of these kids, they'll look like daddy long-leg spiders on the bike when they're going around. But
they might be the ones too that are crossing over. They might be in both classes here. They might have an 85cc out there as well.
They will for sure. They definitely have one. But they still want to stay down on that 65 and race it. And then you'll get some kids that are just, really short in stature that are able to stay on the 65. One of the riders.
That was a close moment. They're already in the first corner.
Yeah, just clipped the back end of the other kid. And hopefully no one does this, but the way the riders are going out for practice, they're turning right for practice. But in the race, the first corner goes to the left.
We've actually got a very long open start section here for the Lake Macquarie track, don't we? Like, it's that first sweeping left. It's not really a corner as such. You're pretty much on the gas all the way up to basically this corner they're coming to now at the New South Wales mining corner here for the berm. That is essentially turn one on lap one after the gate drop.
Yeah, that's right. And you can recognise a lot of these riders without even looking at the paperwork. You got Maxie Harris, Archie Black on 86 there.
1 second.
Behind him. I saw Mark Burrell, 280. Right at Figlio, also on 23 there. Behind Archie Black. Right at non-English class, the 85. Tim Sherritt, the Aussie riders, right at 85 over. It's height. All this kind of focus on that one bike. So that's another reason some of these riders are playing with all these bikes are two on two. They want to race these riders today. They don't just want to go around and race on the road. Then you got his goggles cleaned there by the people doing a bit of water.
But he got a little bit high in that one.
Well, I'm not going to joke. I've got the rider to the hose because I run around not to wet the guy in front of me and I wet the guy behind me, and luckily it was the last lap of the race, so I apologise. I felt really bad, and the very next race I waited for him to come up on the start line. I walked down to him and I shook his hand and I said, "I'm really sorry for doing that," and he's like, "No, it's fine, mate, don't worry about it."
Depending on the weather conditions, he might have liked it. It might have been too hot. It would have been a good cool-off on some days. Maybe later today would be the move, but generally you wanted away from the goggles.
Well, just not on the goggles, because it's the worst thing about getting water on your goggles is you could take a tear-off off, but if that water gets behind the lens or behind the tear-offs or the roll-offs, it blurs vision. You've got to take your goggles off. So these kids are already starting to size each other up. Archie Black there, looking at where he could possibly make a pass and not trying to make that pass, just setting it up as we have a shot there. The rider's going through the NMA corner. That was Ryder Matafiglio and Kai Sproul on the 280 Yamaha junior team.
It's early still, but we're talking about the track conditions and the making passes and like obviously saying about having some more lines in corners. The track, we're getting towards the end of practice, and I'm looking down in this NMA, National Motorcycle Alliance corner, from where we're sitting here in the booth. There's not really a rut forming. It's still very smooth in the corner, so it's going to make that passing, what we're talking about, a bit difficult later on today if it stays this way. Yeah,
absolutely, and that's why I say, for me, the best place, I think, to pass is that down that Lake Macquarie straight into that right-hander. If you can be better on the brakes than your opposition, you can either go around them into that corner, into the whoops there. If you get on the left of them and you jump in the whoops, so you're on their outside, but going through the whoops, you'll then be on their inside for that next left-hander. So that's a good passing spot. Or if a rider does that, they go wide, you jump on the inside, and then in the rollers, jump not across to take the person out, but just sort of move across.
You cover the line.
To cover the line, that's right. There's a fine line between protecting the line and being overly aggressive. So, again, the slower part of the track. And then, like I said, these 180s that they're going through now, they went through the New South Wales mining corner, into the Kennards corner. Because the 180s, the outside lines become the inside. As you see Archie Black, he jumped up the inside there of Maxi Harris. He's made that pass. He tried to set that up last lap. Wasn't close enough, and now he knows that can work, but unfortunately
he's given away his move.
That's right. Maxi Harris goes, okay, he passed me there. I need to correct that, and that's why I don't like racing my opposition in practice, because I don't like to give anything away. What I was talking about, the lines, so even though that's a 180, very hard to make a pass around that outside. You'd have to go into that outside with so much speed and rail it, and then maybe cut down, because the inside cuts right across as well. Same with this corner as you saw Sproul, and there just the momentum, he nearly got around, but it still wasn't enough. And that's, if you can cover the inside lines, he's going to make it very, very hard to pass people. But Sproul, he's going for it around the outside. Harris there, and that will give him the inside down the straight if he doesn't get closed off. And they're going to go into that right-hand turn there before the rollers, side by side. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is when they come out the other end.
Now keep an eye on these kids as they're coming up the hill here. We've been watching them the last few laps, but they are hanging off the back of these bikes, giving it everything they've got to get going up this hill, trying to carry their speed. That's Archie Black on screen at the moment.
Yeah, heading into the New South Wales corner. That's Marshall point 5. And Archie's he's such a hard worker. He's one of those riders that just puts in the training every single week, and he doesn't win every race, but he does win races. And that's just his determination, just a picture of his determination. Maxi Harris is also one of those riders that, again, also doesn't win every race. They from the Port Macquarie region, so more North Coast stuff, but we'll be racing state titles as some of our riders getting through lap traffic. Some of the kids that are just sort of cruising around only going to get 2 laps of practice because they're getting lapped in practice.
Now watching these front guys too, like Archie on screen there for a second. These 65cc's, they have no problems getting over all these jumps on this track. They're clearing these things well and truly. Even though some of these kids are a little bit bigger, they are getting around the track in much the same manner as anybody else on the bigger bikes.
Well, you'll see that with the 7 to 10s when they come out. The 7 to 10s will, the top kids anyway in the 7 to 10s will be jumping all the tabletops, same as these. And I think pretty much everything on this track is achievable on a 65. Maybe just this centre tabletop in front of us.
Out of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner here. Yeah, that one's probably the bigger one of the track. Maybe the uphill step up over the very top of the hill might be a bit of a struggle if they don't get the run out of the corner before and up that straight there. Depends if it gets a bit deep too as well. It might be a bit harder on the bikes to drag them down with their small capacities.
Now that the track's formed up, I don't think it's going to get any deeper. It's just going to dry out. But the acceleration bumps coming up the hill could slow them down enough to mess them up. But then again, your good riders, they'll pick that up. They'll choose a smoother line, and they'll correct to do whatever they need to do to actually make that jump.
So that's our 10 to 12 65cc practice session. It's coming to an end. You see the checkered flag there out on the screen. Now we've got the 7 to 10 65cc class coming up next. So we'll have some more riders out on track here very soon.
What was that, Love?
I said, Ken O!
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oaths make your job easy.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales. and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So this is our 7 to 10 65s, and that is, if I'm correct, is that Stella Harding?
I think it might be.
Out front, seeing the long hair and the pink,
flowing out the back.
The pink backgrounds, and she is a contender to win this class, and that is amazing. We were talking about the girls earlier having their own class, and we're talking about them riding together with the boys, and Stella is not just one of the girl riders riding with the boys, she is contending for a championship.
She's on that GYTR Yamaha Junior team as well, so she's well supported there as part of this class.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a...
Who's there now? Second rider there behind us. 284, Harrison Rex.
Harrison Rex. Yeah, Harrison, he won state last year, and he is definitely one of the number one contenders as well. But it's going to come down to a few things. It's going to come down to the start. It's going to come down to consistency in this class. Like, it's good to be one of the fastest riders, but you've got to stay on the bike, and you can't go very fast when you're on the ground. Also, when these kids fall off, it's like, as an adult or an older rider, even like junior lights, 6 to 8 to 10 seconds is roughly how long it takes us to get up and get going again. With the smaller kids, it can take up to 30 seconds sometimes for them to get going.
It's a bit harder for them to pick up their bikes, isn't it? Like, it's a big object for them. They're only a small stature. They haven't quite got that, man strength yet, or lady strength.
Yes, yeah. Good save. But also, even things like electric start, on an adult bike or a 250, you just pick the bike up, clutch in, button, and off you go.
We're still kickstarting these ones.
Well, it's they're all kickstart Kennys, and a lot of times you've got to put them into neutral just to fire them up, especially when they warm up. A lot of these bikes, we got a rider down midway through that roller section there, so medical flag, and that's not so much just a call medical, that's more so just to get the riders to slow down and take it easy through that section. So hopefully that rider's okay, and they'll get back out there. But Harrison Rex, again, proving he is one of the number one contenders. He's not worried about showing anybody anything. He's made the pass on Stella, and he's actually starting to put some distance on her, and both those riders jumping those two centre tabletops as they head into the New South Wales corner. Get a look at some of the other riders. There's Rex again.
Heading up the hill to that uphill step up there, top of the track here at Lake Macquarie. That Harrison's going around there. This is the very top of the track up there, very top of the hill. He's on his way down the track now.
It is another spot where I think passes can be made, especially right before the finish, is to go into that outside and then sort of cross over and jump back to the inside of another rider and hopefully squeeze on the inside of them before you come down the finish straight, or go the outside and rail and just jump on the very right-hand edge of the top of the hill there and just with momentum try and get around the rider. I saw Kai Sproul try and do that earlier. So that's another passing opportunity besides the bottom section, that slower section, and besides the 180s. As I said, with the 180s, you see Harrison coming into this, into that New South Wales mining corner there with Stella Harding behind him. And again, the outside becomes the inside. So if you can get on the right-hand side of a rider, they might take the inside line, but if you can go fast enough around that outside,
keep level with them,
and get next to them, you can then just put yourself in the way, not necessarily aggressively block passing, but just putting your bike in the way and taking that position. And if that doesn't work, well, the very next corner you do the same thing. You can go the middle rut or outside rut, and Archie Black did that to Maxie Harris in practice in the previous class.
Yeah, a lot of times these passes are just set up, the corner before or the straight before, just positioning the bike in the right area and being level with the rider is the trick, because, like you said, if you're not necessarily making a block pass, but you're just in the way of where the rider wants to go and make them change the line that they want to take. That's what can make the difference, that you can just get that little edge and get your wheel in front and get past them.
Yeah, well, you see Harrison, he's actually going to that outside just to clear that double jump. So if I was an opposing rider and I was right behind him, I'd go inside to take the line away. I wouldn't be able to jump the double, but neither would Harrison.
Exactly.
And, we both don't jump the double, but I've made a pass.
So long as there's not a third rider in the picture here that's sweeping the outside of everything and comes behind and jumps past us all, it's a great move.
Yeah, or that hopefully the rider on the outside sees you come across and doesn't pin it into the back of you, and then you both go down. So,
the joys of racing that we're going to see later today when the passing really starts to happen.
Yeah. And look, the one advantage of not having lines on the track where it's just flat and fast everywhere, you get a lot of outside in passes made where, because there's no lines, you can go from the right hand side of the track, cut across the left hand side of the track, power slide the bike and change direction. But when you've got 6 to 8 ruts coming into a corner, you can't do that. You just have to pick a rut. So it's more road racing style, I like to call it, when the track's like this. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, people go on YouTube.
Not while we're watching the feed right now.
Not while we're watching this, we definitely don't want to step away from our Sideline Sport live stream, because it's fantastic action, and hopefully we're not boring you to death. Afterwards, when you get a chance, when there's nothing on TV but Days of Our Lives, throw on some MotoGP and watch how the road bike riders make passes, and that's the type of passing that, or watching that can help you learn on how to make those sweep passes, those outside in, or just going the long way around the outside.
Did you just see that move there? Harrison was just going up the hill, wheeling himself up the hill on the 65. There's plenty of horsepower in that bike, apparently.
Yeah, the 65s. I mean, when I think about the 60, well, they weren't even 65s when I raced. They were 60s, yeah. 60 cc's, and we had those things wound out as fast as they could go. I think if you can go full throttle on a 65 these days, you're a braver man than I was, because they're like rocket ships, these little 65
They've definitely
bikes.
come a long way in the development side of things, but they are more of a performance, like a lot more performance out of these bikes. These YZ65s, these KTM Husky 65s, they're pretty quick bikes.
Yeah, and not all the manufacturers are making the 65 machines. Like Kawasaki make one, but it's more of a learner bike, if you will. It's not. What I'm saying is, it's not that high performance competition bike. It'd be great to see Kawasaki develop a 65 the same way Yamaha have done. Like Yamaha never had a 65 and in the market. But look, we've got our first race lined up. We're going to go to an ad break now, and we'll be back shortly with round one of the New South Wales State Championships.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005. all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
We're back with round one of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie. We have a 15-second board up for the start of the first race of the day, which is the 12 to 14 85s. And that's, again, our MXGP class, meaning these riders will get to qualify to go and race in Darwin at the MXGP later this year. Gate drop, almost a full grid on this one. A couple of riders getting tagged and sideways, and they're going to the left. I was wondering how that was going to work out. Looks like Seth Thomas up the inside, Blake Bohannon to the outside in the New South Wales mining corner there. Bohannon sweeps around the outside, makes a pass, and looks like Thomas might have dropped a position there. Another Yamaha rider moving into second place. But it's Bohannon leading the way. I'm not sure what happened to Seth going in that second corner. He actually lost 3 or 4 positions.
It's a great start there for Blake Bohannon, but get out front early, make his mark on the series from the first moto.
Well, he's just going to try and run and hide here. He knows that he does have the pace to win, but if he can get out front and get clear track, I'm trying.
Blake Bundenberry's in second then on the 312. Jake Bundenberry.
Jake Bubendi on 312. I thought it was him or Eliza Dennis. It's hard to tell with them. They're all got the same sort of colour bikes, colour gear and backgrounds. I think Eliza might have the pink background, but these are red backgrounds. They're very, very similar. And we'll get a better idea of when they come closer to us. And Bohannon already starting to check out a little bit there. Vivendi in second place.
That was an Ollie Chandler in third place.
It was,
152 there.
Yeah, Ollie Chandler on the KTM. So great start for him.
So that's Blake Bohannon coming up back up onto the main section of the track from the bottom section there into the New South Wales mining corner. He's got a couple of second lead already on basically lap 2 here now. Well, we got a bit of a battle coming up here for second and third. Tight little section there. Have to see if it's still the same riders that we had there or not.
We'll stand back to that battle. That's Bubendi still trying to hang on to that second place as we go to our overhead shot. As Bohannon just doing exactly what he needs to do, checking out. But is that Liam Millard that's moved up into second place on the 601? It looks like a Husqvarna. And
well, that's our 312 there still.
Oh, no, that's third place.
Sorry,
so that's Bubendi who's in second. That's how far Blake has already checked out into the lead. Bubendi in second. And it looked like Bohannon. I'm still not sure what happened to Seth Thomas.
Well, he wasn't maybe one of those ones that went down on that start straight there. He might be, but...
No, I thought I saw him heading into the second corner, but then when they come out of the second corner, I didn't see him anymore.
Yeah, okay.
So
I'll have to try and scan the track and pick up where he's at.
Yep, that is Millard in third place. He's gotten around Ollie Chandler and is moving forward. And Millard is one of those riders that could have ridden 9 to 12.85 this year. So he's moved up a year early and running in the top 3. Keep an eye out for Seth, see where he's at. Jake Bubendi doing a solid job in second place, and it's not a battle at the moment. He's maintaining that gap. Quite happy to let Bohannon go. And this is what I was talking about, the consistency earlier. You know, it's one thing to get a whole shot, but you've also got to stay on the bike and or get a good start. You've got to stay on the bike. So I think we might have got a shot there of Seth a bit further back, heading into the rollers when we saw Millard coming the other way. So, well,
at least he's up and about still, but yeah, a bit of work to do.
Yes, he does. And look, one bad race, you know, a fifth place is not bad. Points wise, you take a fifth here and there, but ultimately you're trying to get those wins and get those podiums.
Well, and this race isn't all that long either. These kids are out here for a 12-minute plus one lap, so he's got a little bit of time, but it's not a massive amount like the seniors will be doing tomorrow with sort of 20 minutes and 15-minute motos. So it's a short space of time to make some passes here for him if he wants to get up into those sort of top
so
five.
There's a shot of Bubendi as we go back to our leader. Coming down the main Lake Macquarie straight there. If we look back to second place, Bubendi and Millard, that gap isn't getting any smaller as you see Bohannon jumping 3 in, and that gap has stayed the same. So Bubendi, and he's a local Hunter rider too, as is Millard. These guys race these tracks a lot, so I expect them to be up near the front as well as being some of the best riders in the class. But Bohannon's first year in this Volta 14s. Impressive to be winning the state titles, or leading the state titles, should I say. Not winning.
Early on that one, Moto 1.
Yeah, can't make the call too early.
Look, I think I just got a sight there of Seth too in about 6th position, so he's not too bad there.
Yeah, so whatever happened to him early, and then Millard closing that gap now. He's starting to creep right up onto the back of Bubendi, so that battle's starting to tighten up. As Bohannon continues to extend his lead. He's not settling either. He is trying to, I think he's trying to, I don't even think he's trying to prove a point. He's just clicking off his laps. This is how he trains. He pushes hard and he rides 100% from the gate drop to the end of the race.
Well, there's no looking back, so it's not like he's trying to mark his competition. He's just riding, like you said. He's riding his laps, he's putting them in. So he just probably, at this point, knows one pace and he's just going comfortably with it.
But whether he's trying to prove a point or not, by dominating...
He's making one.
He's making a point. He's dominating these riders. And what that does is it makes them believe that they've got no chance of actually beating him because he's completely out of sight now from Bubendi.
And he's also catching up to the back mark. Whoa,
he caught the back lap rider. He goes down. And, they both went to the outside. It was. So he's trying to get that bike started. That's going to put Bubendi into the lead. And, probably, I'd say a poor choice there, trying to go the same line as the lap rider. Maybe should have gone to the inside. But, it is what it is. Passing the lap riders is a part of racing. And, unfortunately, they don't have rearview mirrors. A lot of times they don't even know that you're there. But he is up and running again.
Going.
Now let's see the pace of Blake, whether or not he's got the pace to catch back up and actually pass these guys. So he's coming up behind Millard.
He's dropped back to 3rd, has he?
He's back in 3rd place now. Bubendi is our new leader, and Millard now is right on the... Millard nearly goes over the handlebars, and the race is on. This is...
We've hit the excitement point in the moto.
We have, yes. So let's see what Bubendi... It's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead. Earlier, we were just looking at 3 riders spread out, but Millard's closed the gap. And Bohannon is, and he'd be pissed off. He's coming with a vengeance. He knows he had that win in the bag, and it would not surprise me.
Well, he still might have this win in the bag, but he's got to work a bit harder now for it. And,
he does.
And look, if he does get it now, we're just saying about him making a point with the big dominant sort of moto. If he falls off, rides back through second, these guys here that are in front of him, that's going to be even more of a dominant moment.
Absolutely, and I'd still like to see where Seth Thomas is up to in this one. We'll have a look as they come over the finish. The 3 riders heading down the Lake Macquarie. There's Seth Thomas. So he's up to 4th place now.
He's probably about 5 seconds back from that lead 3.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be too close enough as Ollie Chandler comes through a bit further back in the field. But Bubendi, he can't believe his lucky stars. As here we go, move. Up the inside and closes the door on Millard. Now they couldn't do that triple out of the corner, but he's made the pass, and now he's just got to get around his Yamaha counterpart. Not on the same team, obviously, but same bike. Seth Thomas is closing the gap as well.
Blake had a little moment coming into that Kennard tyre corner. He's another lap rider in the inside rut. He went to the outside and just sort of caught the wheel as he tried to cross over a couple of ruts. He almost went down again. He saved it back up and he's back chasing down the leader.
Yeah, well, let's see if Liam is able to stick with him or maybe even counterpunch and make a pass back. When you're tight racing like this, you can't afford to leave that door open. And that's, he went wide in that turn. and Bohannon just slid up the inside. That's what I was talking about, no lines. Without the lines, you can do that. You can slide across, whereas with the ruts, you get locked in a rut, and the rut, even the exit of the rut, sends you very straight out of the turn, where when it's flat on the inside, you can slide right across and close the line off.
Well, and look here too, Blake, he's just seen that top part of the track there. Blake's not running the same lines, he's not following, so he's giving himself every opportunity to make a pass here in the next lap or so. He's closing back up on Jake, but Jake does still have a little sort of 1-2 second gap here. He's holding it reasonably well at the moment.
Well, look out, because here comes Seth Thomas. He has been behind this whole moto. And I talked about Blake Bohannon being a little bit annoyed. I might have used some other words, but Seth Thomas, he's got these guys in his sights now. I
think Seth's going to be trying to make a move here shortly, because he's very close there.
Well, the longer that Blake sits behind Jake and those two battle, it's actually going to slow him down. And that's going to give Seth a chance, especially if he is able to get around Millard. And this is that outside-inside I was talking about, which is what Blake's trying to do here to Babendi. Go in the outside, get a better run through those rollers and take the inside line away. And Babendi looked over, seen him there, and it almost like he thought that he was coming a bit faster than what he did, and he let him through. So I wouldn't say he actually let him pass, but Bohannon just put himself in a position where he was going to be in the way by the time they got to that next corner. And maybe Babendi didn't want to have a bar-banging experience in that turn either, so quite happy to let him go and try and hang on to that second place. But that's what Bohannon needed to do, because as we see Thomas now trying to go around the outside of Millard into that left-hand turn up the hill. Has he got it made? I think he does. I think he's got a better run, and then swept across the line to cover the line. So Thomas now up to third. And
Blake's made a gap already. He's made that move on that beginning part of that lap, and he's got a good 2 or 3 second lead, but that is Seth Thomas going into second place now, as you came past the commentary box.
That's right. Thomas made a quick pass on Babendi. We didn't see that pass, but he has gotten past, and now I would say the two main contenders for this class are first and second. Take nothing away from Babendi. He led very, very well for a few laps there. He's held second for most of the race. Let's see if he can hang on to third, but he's got a very hungry Liam Millard in that fourth position, will also be chasing that podium.
I think hungry Seth right now. He's moving very well up towards the front there, and where Blake is. Can he bridge that gap? There can't be much left with this moto.
Well, he is the closest he's ever been to Blake. There's a couple lap riders in the way, and Blake gets through them cleanly. He'd be a lot more wary with the lap riders.
Timid on that, you think?
Yeah, no, he's certainly being a bit more careful crossing lines with the lap riders. But Thomas now, there is a little bit of time left in this race, and he threw a massive whip on that jump. Not so much to throw it sideways, but trying to stay low. And
he had a little look over at the scoring tower here as he went over that jump in the middle to see if the board's coming out. And I think I did just see the last lap board sort of getting ready to come out here, so we might be getting to the last lap here. So not much time left if Seth does want to try and make a move.
Well, that's one of the spots. He's dived up the inside, and as he dived up the inside, we missed it. They changed camera angles, but Bohannon was able, unfortunately for Seth, he's now shown Bohannon that. He's tried to make that pass, and I guarantee you Bohannon will be going inside that next corner.
And this is our last lap too, Mikkel, so this is on for everybody here as we go.
Yep, and Millard has made the pass on Babendi for third. So it's they've got a couple lap riders in front of them that Bohannon's got to cleanly make his way around. Thomas is right there. Bohannon goes to the inside, and look, I can honestly say he's not being careful, and he can't afford to be careful. He's just got to go because Thomas is right there, and the lap riders could either hurt or
he
goes down, and Thomas just not close enough, and that's just the pressure that Seth Thomas was putting on him, and he just tucked the front going into that left-hander. There was lap riders around, a big pressure situation, and Seth Thomas
coming from mid-pack to get to this lead.
To get to the lead by the end of the race, and I hope Bohannon got up quickly and didn't lose too many positions, but that might have put Millard into second place, because Millard had moved into third earlier around Babendi. We'll be able to see that, but Seth Thomas is, let's say, the man of the hour at the moment, because from a mediocre start, a couple issues early in the race, and he just put his head down. And everybody made mistakes around him, but not just mistakes. As we see Bohannon trying to make a pass, he slid up the inside of Millard there to try and snap back second place. The lap rider looks over to move out the way. Here comes our race winner. Seth Thomas is going to get the checkered flag.
What an eventful moto, really, from start to finish. We weren't really looking for Seth, but he wasn't there, and then he's come to the front. Blake had that from the get-go, but a few mistakes, so a very eventful moto for Blake there.
Well, I think Blake will be happy with the second. Unhappy
after what happened then throughout that whole thing.
Absolutely. Unhappy but happy. Unhappy because he had the win, and then he didn't, and then he did, and then he didn't. And Millard, Liam was, I think Liam just a little bit of racecraft there that he needs to work on. Just gave away a couple of those insides, and where Blake was able to just slide up the inside, and it's maybe not so much, it's maybe a bit of an awareness thing. But we're going to cut to a break, and we'll be back with the next race up on the line.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we're back with our next race on the line, and that was our 12 to 14.85. We've got our big boy class, 125, 15 to 17 year age group up next. And David, what makes our job so much easier is what those kids did in that last race. It's just, we don't even have to think about what to talk about.
There was no manufacturing words there. They were coming out of us because there was excitement plus. From the moment that Blake sort of tagged that lapped rider and went down, and sort of changed the whole perspective of the moto. So that was quite an exciting one for our first moto of the day too, mind you. So looking forward to what we can see here for the rest of the day. But like I said, 15 to 17, 125cc on the line here. The board's gone sideways. Gate's about to drop.
Yeah, well, as I said, I like that sort of 5 gates out from the box. You can see no one trying to park on the inside. And we try and get
508, is it there? Trying to tell who our whole shot was there from.
608.
608. Oh, it's Soren Stordinger. Sorry for the pronunciation there, Soren, but you've got a good start, mate. Well done. But if you have lost the lead already, and we've moved over to, I think we've got Riley Burgess in the lead now. He's made a quick move in that New South Wales mining corner.
Yeah, well, Riley is a great starter. And if he doesn't have a hole shot, he's normally in the top 3 every single time. Looks like Richie Lawler on 27 in 3rd place. And Soren Stordinger, not a name I recognise. Running the 608, I wonder if he's possibly interstate rider from WA, because the WA riders run the 600 numbers.
Maybe. He's come a long way if he has.
Yeah. So Burgess out front, Stordinger in 2nd place. Lawler on the 27 up to 3rd. Also a great starter, Richie Lawler. One of the riders who I expect to be up there will be Ryan Jones. We'll see how he's come off the start as they come through here. And Jones is up to 4th, so he's right there as well. Kobe Reed on 232 behind him on the Yamaha. So most of, I think, our top contenders, Deacon Do is another rider who I expect to be up the front, but didn't get the start that he needed. Close battle for 2nd here with Stordinger and Lawler. 3-way battle actually going into that bottom corner there behind the leader. Burgess with a little bit of a lead, but a hot battle between 3 or 4 riders for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Burgess also nearly tucked the front. That's where a little bit of caught the back wheel of Storting and nearly gave away the position there.
Amazing how quickly
Jones.
one mistake turned into a couple of mistakes for the riders there as they all sort of bunched up in that corner in the tightness of that U-turn there.
Yeah, well, that's where not following and in the same line. Like, you still go to the inside, maybe opt for 2nd rut or 3rd rut, but don't get that
Don't be in the same one.
to the back wheel as Lawler looks over his shoulder. I don't know if that was a look back of, hey, I didn't appreciate that in the last corner, or if that was just a look back to see who it was. So he's the same as us. So, Stordinger, as it is, not a name I recognise in New South Wales, and that's why I'm assuming that Soren is one of the interstate riders. As Kobe Reed tries to go around the outside of him, coming up the hill there, just opted for 2nd line in that rut as Burgess coming down the main straight towards the finish line.
Leading strongly at this point in the race.
Yeah, well, he's also another one of those riders that rides very well under pressure. As Lawler, Stordinger, then Reed's made the pass on Jones for 4th. There's Deacon Do. And Ryland Brown on the 292 Husqvarna.
Well, I think Reed's just lost another position going into the bottom section of the track there. Your passing zone was just in use there. Kobe Reed lost the spot there.
Okay. Yeah, well, expect to see that section used quite often as we're on the race leader at the moment. And Richie Lawler has gotten away from Stordinger a little bit. So Stordinger on that 608, and that's where the battle is at the moment. He's covering the line on the inside as they head into the rollers.
We've got a good 4-rider battle there for that sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th going on there. Yeah. Plenty of action is going to come from that section of the track in the next few laps, I'd say. Lawler with another look back over the main central tabletop there. He's throwing some nasty whips as he's coming up the hill here over the tabletop.
And he's put a bit of a gap on 3rd place, so he's going to try and go after that leader, both feet coming off the pegs. And Ryan Jones has moved up. He's passed both Kobe Reed and Stordinger, so let's see if Jones... Oh, Burgess with a problem. He's either gone down or had a bike problem in the rut there, but Richie Lawler's our new race leader on 27. So not entirely sure what happened. He might have just got cross-rutted. If he's not there anymore and got going, well, then it's not a bike problem. But I was talking about how Burgess is so good at just dealing with pressure and riding out front. Blake Bohannon, same. He made 2 mistakes leading the race, last race. So even the best riders under a lot of pressure can make those mistakes.
Probably just first moto nerves potentially, and maybe a little bit of arm pump at this early point in the moto, maybe just help that mistake come along, but he's going to have to work his way back into it. Oh, he's actually pushing the bike back past
okay,
here.
So it was
I think he's got a bit more of a mechanical issue.
It was a mechanical issue, so not a mistake by Riley. Unfortunate for him because he was one of the top contenders, and to drop a full moto points at round 1 does hurt you for the series. As we see a battle through the rollers, is that Jones and Stordinger?
It's really tight there. It is Stordinger. Lawler's looking good out front now with the Burgess out of the way, unfortunately, with that bike issue.
Well, it's, from Richie Lawler's perspective, he put himself in that position. He got a great start up front, but he's got Ryan Jones.
Jones is all over him.
Right there now. And Jones is one of those older riders. He's just gone to seniors. This is his first year seniors. But because of that 15 to 17 age group, he's able to ride down in this 125 class. As you see Lawler looking back, and
he's got a bit of a head swivel going on this moto.
To me as a rider, there's nothing good happening behind you.
No.
Just focus forward. Don't worry about what's behind. And if once a rider starts showing you a fender, you'll see it. You'll see it next year. You don't need to look behind us unless he's trying to see who's there. But for me, that can also make you more nervous as well. And these two guys have put a big gap over 3rd place now. This battle for the lead.
Yeah, they have stretched out a little gap. They're in the bottom section of the track. He's doing it again. That head is just turning around every jump. He's looking for that rider behind him. He's a little bit concerned maybe with who's there.
No, I also put it down to just defensive riding, like looking back. But I don't like it myself. I think when you look back, you're not focusing on your lines. You're more worried about the rider behind you than the track in front of you. As third place all by himself now. And that looks like the 26 of Jake Taplin.
It is.
So I was wondering who was battling with Stordinger. It's Taplin on the 26th. He's moved up into third. There's Kobe Reed on the 232. So he was battling up the front early, and
sort of dropped off, hasn't he?
He has dropped off. So not sure if it's a pace thing or it's a fitness thing, but if he's not careful, he's going to fall in the clutches of Deacon Do on the 234. Yamaha's not that far behind him. Jones paddling his canoe around that corner there. Just started to lose the front and got his leg out to...
That rut up the top there must be a bit deep, or there must be a little hook in it, because a few riders have had their feet off coming out of that one.
Yeah, I think there's a hook as well as the acceleration bumps coming out. So Lawler's got a little bit of breathing space that Jones probably created with that mistake. And he's not looking back anymore, which is a positive thing. He might have hurt us. And maybe he's just feeling a little bit more comfortable, realising that, hey, I do have this under control. I can just focus forward.
Well, if you look back and you don't see anybody, that's usually a good sign to stop looking back. So he probably had a little gap for the last time he looked back. But they're going at a decent pace in this moto, so we'll see if they can continue to sustain it over the... What do we got for these guys? This is a bit longer moto. It's a 15-minute moto for these guys in this one today. So
lots of time for passes to be made, and that battle for the lead is hiding up as Jones is all over the back wheel of the 27 of Lawler.
Taplin coming into that New South Wales mining corner there.
Yeah, he's one of those dark horse riders, Jake Taplin. You know, he's got so much speed. And he's a great starter as well. Same with Burgess, you know. Although I expect Burgess to be up in the top three regardless of his start. But Jake Taplin, give him a whole shot and he can win a race.
Could be the dark horse of the day.
But our race leaders, that's where it's at the moment.
Lawler, they've joined back up here.
Well, he's riding all the main lines. He's forcing Jones to be creative and look for different options. And whilst Lawler is taking all those main lines, it makes it very, very hard for Jones to do anything.
It's the beauty of a good start, isn't it? You can control the pace of the motor. You can control your own destiny, really, because you're blocking out the rest of the lines here. So Lawler keeps making a little bit of a gap here at times, and then it closes up. So they're obviously having different parts of the track that are a little bit more beneficial to Lawler, and then maybe Jones is getting some other sections that are a bit better for him. They keep sort of yo-yoing here, Mikel.
They do, and that's actually advantageous for Jones, because where those parts of the track where Lawler's pulling away from him, he's going to learn from that. And he's going to get faster in those sections. And then those sections where he is quicker, that's going to be where he can potentially make a pass.
Well, he can pounce at some point when he does sort of yo-yo up towards Lawler, can't he? And Lawler might not expect it, because he'll look back and say, oh, I've got a little gap. And then all of a sudden he doesn't. So it could make for a good pass here in a section.
And if he does make the pass, it's not all bad for Richie Lawler, because he will then learn the parts of the track where Jones is quicker. And come race 2, he will have that advantage.
Steve Jones using different lines there too now. He's definitely having to change it up.
Well, he is, because he has to experiment to figure out some better lines as he gets stuck on that lapper a little bit there, lost a bit of ground. But again, you mentioned 15-minute moto. You know, there's lots of time. Fitness is going to come into this one.
Definitely.
With these guys, like, they're pushing a really fast pace, and that line there, it's catching the front wheels of the guys. You can see the hard, shiny line on the way out.
Taplin's having a lonely third-place moto ride here.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable in that third position. I don't think he's too fussed with catching the leaders. I think he's quite happy in that third place, not having any pressure from behind. And top 3 at this level is a massive achievement. But again, a couple of our top contenders, Lawler, Jones, and Richie Lawler has managed to maintain that gap now. He's
actually got a bit more on it this wrap around.
He's found a groove, and a couple of mistakes from Jones in second place, but also Ryan is looking for new lines. He is trying new lines, and when you try new lines, it can be slower at times, but you can pick up some gems around the track, some new lines. Like, you've got your main ruts formed at the moment, but there, Jones tipped it over just on the way out of that rut, lost his balance, And just that corner has actually caught a few riders out. I'm sure
Jake Taplin's managed to get past him there as
that's
well.
right. Like, I'm sure in that 85 race, that's where Seth Thomas made his mistake, because I saw him second place coming into turn 2, and then we didn't get a camera shot of him, and then halfway through the second lap he was 5th. So I reckon
probably there.
Yeah, I reckon that second turn caught him out. So tricky second corner. It's like one line, but it's catching everybody out. Same with the top of the hill here by the Motorcycling New South Wales turn that they're coming into now. That inside line is or the one that they've just gone through.
Yeah,
sorry, it's catching their front wheel.
But we've got a moto now because maybe not for Richie Lawler out front here, but we've got a moto in second and third because Jake Kaplan got past Ryan Jones there, and Ryan Jones was up and going right on his tail, so we could have a little pass here, or have we lost Ryan further? Sorry.
Well, Ryan was there, and
not
sure if he made a mistake or not, because he did seem like he was right there with Tapo
maybe took him a little bit to get going.
But Tapo's he's a solid second right now, so Ryan's going to have to go back to work on him. You know, whether the race winner's out of reach or not, our previous race proved that the race is not over till the checkered flag comes
100%.
out. And the worst part about being in Richie Lawler's shoes, although you think what's bad about that, he's leading the race, he's got a big gap, is you can get complacent. And it only takes a split second to loss of concentration going through a tricky rut like the one we've just seen, and you're down on the ground, and then your heart rate is up to 200, and your arms are pumping up, and you look at these ruts and they're forming up really well, but they're getting deeper and deeper.
And we only have one or two to pick from at this point, so there's not much option. You've got to then sort of go out wider to the berm where it's smoother. So if you wanted the inside line, you've got to take one of those nasty ruts.
Richie Lawler looking down at his back wheel there on that first tabletop jump, thinking he may have had a flat tyre. I don't think it's that. I think the track is starting to get quite slippery.
You can see the chop too coming into the corners and the acceleration bumps going out. So maybe that movement that he's getting there, he's just wondering if that was, like I said, maybe the flat or something. But the bikes are starting to move around a bit more.
Well, we'll see if Jones is able to close up on the Tapo for that second place, but right now it's the number 27 and an impressive ride so far. Got a great start heading down that Lake Macquarie straight across the Star Straight there, and he's all by himself, and he just needs to click off the laps now. He's got a big lead. This is also a great time for him. He's not under any pressure. Like I always find, if you're in a race and you've got no one in front of you, there's no one to catch, obviously, if you're leading. But if you don't have anybody directly behind you or worrying about somebody catching up to you, it's a great time to start to explore the track. Try that middle line. Try that outside line. Try that second rut, third rut. Maybe make a new rut on the inside of the inside.
I was going to suggest that have a good look around at this point so you do know for Moto 2 if there's something else that's going on, you can pick up on it.
Well, it'll give you an advantage. I mean, the main line's only going to get deeper. It's only going to get rougher and worse.
We've got a bit of battle going on. This is third place. This is Ryan Jones. And we've got Kobe Reed coming up in fourth there.
Yeah,
so last lap battle.
Well, Kobe Reed he's found his second wind in this one. And Ryan, not sure what's going on with Ryan. He was actually closing on the lead for a battle for the race win, and then had that little tip over. It could be something as simple as his front wheel's a little bit skewed from that crash.
Could be. Yeah.
And he's just trying to manage that and ride that bike, nurse it to the end. You don't have time to straighten the wheel.
Clutch lever might be low, and it's just making him get a little bit of arm pump towards the end of the moto, something like that. But Kobe Reed's definitely on him at the top of the track as they're going to come down into the finish line.
That's the end, and if he can just hold it, I think he can hold it. There's Lawler with a win. And there comes Jonesy and Kobe Reed sort of punching his bars. He wasn't happy with that finish, but yeah, maybe just a bit more pace through the middle of the moto. But great race regardless. And we'll go to an ad break now, and we'll be back with our next race of the day on the start line.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining. we make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
So we're back with round one of the New
studied
South Wales
business and
State
commerce at
Championships. Got our 9-12, 85's up next.
The board's up, Mikkel. We're ready to go racing here again. Revs are up. Everyone's away cleanly so far.
Yeah, and one of those almost full grids again. One of the riders actually got caught up just after the gate there. That looks like Archie Black with a hole shot. Husqvarna trying to go around the outside there. See who that is that Maxie Harris? Maybe on the 29, no?
No, it was a three-digit number there out the front.
It was, but...
was it Kai, maybe?
No, well, Kai Sproul's on the Yamaha, the 280.
Oh, he is too, sorry.
But Archie Black with a great side. He is always a good starter, Archie Black. He's always either got the whole shot or up near the front. And he's managed to stave off a potential pass there, the rider in second place. Is that Harrison Rex? The 284.
It is Harrison Rex.
I think it is. And Harrison, he's in that 7 to 10, so he's in that younger 65 age group. And here he is in the 85s competing at the moment for a win in this race. So it's first lap, early days. But he is all over the back wheel of Archie Black. Archie Black looking over his shoulder going, who is that? That's not somebody I race with. As they come towards the finish tabletop to click off their first lap. And it's Black from Rex. And then Maxie Harris followed by Blade Regan on the 203. 26 was Levi Bittick. And then I seen Eliza... No, sorry, that wouldn't be Eliza Dennis coming through that. Sorry, that was one of the riders tucked in the front on the inside of that right-hander was a Husqvarna. Didn't catch the number of it, though. I don't think it was our second place rider of Rex. But definitely saw a Husky tucked the front in that corner that just went down across the main start straight there. So not sure where Kai Sproul is at the moment, but Archie Black is... putting his ears back and is trying to check out from these guys. But an impressive ride from Harrison Rex. I mean, one of the younger kids in this class to be racing against kids as Black looks over his shoulder. Don't do that, Archie. Eyes forward, mate. And just try and get that gap. So he's probably trying to size up who's behind him and know how much pressure he's going to be up under soon. But...
our lead four have made a decent gap on the field already at this early stage here on lap 2.
Yeah, well, there's Kai Sproul and Duke Sharabam, and there are two of our title contenders in this class. Stella Harding, sorry, I was mixed up between Stella and...
crossing classes here.
Eliza Dennis, two very competitive girls, both on Yamahas, two different 85 age groups. So they're heading towards the finish line now. Archie Black starting to create a little bit of a lead, and he needs to do that at the start of this race because there are some fast riders behind him. There's Maxie Harris still looking for a way around. There's Blade Regan in 4th place. And then...
the 296.
Yeah, 296.
Zach Peters.
Peters followed by Matafiglio, then Sproul and Sharabam. So not a great start for Sprouley and Sheridan. They've got a lot of work to do, and that's just going to give these leaders a chance to gap the field. So I expect the battle to tighten up as we get towards the end of the moto. We're in for some exciting racing, and Archie Black has just done everything right so far, as has Harrison Rex. As I said, one of the younger riders in this class. These guys are couple of years older than him. 2, maybe even 3 years.
You wouldn't tell it right now. He's holding his own there in second place. We've got a little bit of a swap going through that roller section.
Yeah, as Jeff Emig would say, he got the huckabuck, but managed to hang on to it. And I think Maxie Harris was able to squeeze underneath the inside and make that pass. And that's just a bit of pressure on the young rider. And Harris is also I think it's his last year in this class as well. So, is Yamaha down in that corner? I think that's a lap rider though. Must be a lap rider because already being lapped there by Archie Black. And a bit of water going down. That's great to see that they're managing the water on the track, trying to keep the moisture in. Because again, once that moisture goes, they lose the track is the term, and losing the track just means that it becomes hard pack and skatey. And once you get to that point, you can't actually water anymore because it just becomes an ice skating rink. So they can keep water on at the moment, and if they can do that, the track will stay good. But there goes Harris.
Archie's just came past our commentary box. He's got quite the lead at the minute.
He has, and Regan all by himself there in fourth, doing a great job. Kai Sproul on the 280 in fifth in front of Matafiglio, and then the 296 was it, and then we got Duke Sheridan. So two riders who feel they should probably be in the top three find themselves in fifth and sixth place, and that's a big eye-opener for those riders, because a lot of riders will come into today thinking they're the guy, or they should be the guy, or one of the front runners, and you find yourself sitting in fifth place and you realise there's a lot of kids in this class that are actually fast. I better get a move on and maybe put a bit more emphasis into my start next race, because some of them may feel that they could, it doesn't matter where I start, I can come through the field, and that's fine. But when you don't, then you know, well, I've got to get a good start next time. And Archie is having a fantastic ride. One of the best races I've seen Archie actually execute, with the start and the lead and the pull away, and he's smooth. He's not making mistakes.
He looks rather comfortable out there at the moment. Like the lap times that he's doing, he's going around consistently. No mistakes, like you said, Mikel, but he's just doing this effortlessly. Look at the technique that he's going through down this hill. Got a nice little style happening off the jumps as well. Plenty of rev as he came past the combox too on the air, so he's making that bike work for it.
That's right, and also trying to build that big lead so that he's not under pressure later in the race. And I think that's what Blake was trying to do on the 85, besides trying to dominate the opposition. But again, those little mistakes happen, and that's what Archie's got to avoid. He's got to concentrate to the end, and right now, and this track suits Archie. I think he's always done well here. He likes the track, and he's a speed rider too. He does a lot of the Amcross races, which is just no jumps at all. It's just flat and fast, and is really good for corner speed, because that's about all you can be fast on, is straights and corners. So,
well, we've got a 12-minute moto for Archie to keep his head on straight and out front, not make any of those mistakes that we talked about and that we've seen throughout the first two motos here. But at the moment, things are looking rather good for Archie. The second and third place battle, it's sort of died down a little bit too, but it's still they're still within calling range of each other.
Well, Maxie, he moved into that second place, and I think that Harrison Rex, again, one of the younger riders learning in this class, for him to be sitting in a podium position right now is an awesome result for him. And he looks a lot more comfortable. Once Maxie got around him, he sort of settled in. I think he was making mistakes under pressure. He nearly threw it away with almost a big high side through that rollers, and he's settled down now, and this is a great learning opportunity for him. Again, these kids in front of him, they're going to be moving out of this class next year. And if he is sitting in third right now,
pretty good position to be in for the future, isn't it? So
he's beating kids 2 years older than him. When I say beating, I mean the kids that are sitting behind him. And think of how the dominance that he's potentially going to have next year when these older kids move out. If we try and find somebody the same age as him, I'm still waiting for a rider to come through who I think could possibly be the same age. The only one I can think of at the moment is Mason Ryan on I think he's on the Yamaha, but there's Birchall on 22.
There's Stella Harding just coming through as well in the top 10.
Yeah. She's one of the older ones in the class, though. Ollie Kale, I expected to see Ollie Kale more up the front, but he didn't get the start that he wanted. As we have on screen at the moment, coming. There's Archie Black, our race leader, heading into the motorcycle in New South Wales right-hand turn. Look what he did there. He went halfway through that rut and he cut out of the rut early. And, there's a rider down on that big centre tabletop. So I'm not sure who that was. Definitely a Yamaha, but
yeah, back to that thing you're saying about Archie coming out of that rut.
Yeah,
he's just changing up the angle, and then he's obviously trying to avoid those acceleration bumps and the hook we're talking about that's probably caused a few issues for these riders earlier in the moto. He's worked out a way around it.
Yeah. And that's something that other riders that are watching the live stream, what we found last year is riders would watch the live stream during the day or later in the day for the following day to pick up some lines.
Not a bad move.
Yep. Obviously today, these kids are only racing today, where last year they raced over 2 days. So they've actually got to watch the live stream, which is great for us. We get more viewers, and they get to pick up on things that we talk about. In between races, they can jump on the YouTube and on the Sideline Sport or Motorcycle New South Wales State Tile YouTube, and pick up some ideas and tricks and tips, and watch not only what they were doing on the track, if there's some video footage of them, but of what some of the other riders are doing as well.
Best way to learn, isn't it? It's a tool that they probably wouldn't have access to any other event, but thanks to Motorcycle New South Wales, it's here and happening, so they can use it, learn the track better, find some different lines, because there's some of these drone shots that we're getting here. You can see the ruts in the corner. They are starting to develop a bit further, but there are, like we said, there's only sort of one or two that are being used as the main line, but they're becoming a bit of a hazard for some of these guys. And we've got a red cross out here. We've got a down rider here on that central tabletop.
Yeah, it's just a bad spot. It's a really bad spot to be in, and the riders are carrying so much speed over that tabletop that they really need to slow the riders down. I mean, the riders in the best care with the medics and the officials, so it's more about just trying to protect, not so much the rider being injured, but more so protect them. You see Archie Black dive up the inside there, the lap rider, just carefully making his way through the lap traffic. Maybe he watched that.
I was going to say that.
He might have watched that first race.
Seen what happened in the early moto and thought, I'm not making that same mistake. So
look, lap riders, I mean, like I said, in a way you can't blame them. As I said, they don't have rearview mirrors, and you come up on them so quickly that they don't even know that you're there. I've crashed into heaps of lap riders, and you hate them for it. You go, lap rider, once you get out the way, but you're the better rider. You're the advanced rider. You're the winner or the race leader. Unfortunately, the responsibility, I feel, sits with the faster rider, the rider
and the one making the move.
Yeah. You've got to be smart. You've got to look ahead, plan ahead, and give them a little bit more room than necessary. Don't go right next to them to make a pass, because that often spooks them. They get a fright and go, you're right there, and next thing you know, you're running into them, or they're running into you because they got a fright, and they bobble, and you catch handlebars and you go down.
We're on the last lap here for Archie as well, so he's almost home in this moto. It's been a consistent ride here for him, going through that National Motorcycle Alliance corner there, coming up to where we've got the down rider. I think we're almost clear of that now, which is good. Oh no, sorry, still going ahead here. But good to see all the riders observing the flags correctly here, making sure that they're being safe in that area. Second place still. Have we got, oh no, it is the 29 still, Maxi Harris there. I was
Oh,
But have we got a change?
No,
Yeah, we have got a
change.
change.
We have a change. So
Harrison's got
the
back in
young
front of him.
Harrison Rex up into second place. Husqvarna rider, and we were talking about how impressive that ride is, and he's back into second. So
it's even more impressive.
I wish we could have seen that pass, whether or not it was a mistake by Maxie Harris, or as we see our leader coming towards the finish flag now, and Archie Black will get the checkered flag. So big fist pump.
Happy with himself, as he should be.
He has dominated this race. It wasn't even a contest. As it should be Harrison Rex in
we
second.
do get Harrison. Well done to Harrison on that ride.
And then Maxie Harris in third. Well, every race has been eventful so far as Blade Regan comes through for fourth place. And we're going to go to an ad break now. We will be back shortly after this.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
As we've actually got our MyLaps able to see that on the screen, showing our placings up sort of towards the back end of the field. And about to get going again with our next race on the line, which is our little guys, the 50s, 6 to 9 years of age.
Nice full grid here, ready for this 50cc race.
Yeah, well, we've got a few empty gates on the very outside and then a few on the inside. So I think we're around about that sort of 30 to 35 mark. Is a huge grid for a 50cc group. And with his kids coming into turn one, it's you want to be near the front. You don't want to be touching bars with anybody and getting caught up in any sort of first turn, action, let's call it.
It's one way to put it.
It is. It's not the type of action you want, though. So, but we just officials are checking the track, tidying a few things up, and they'll be out soon. And I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of new names here that you haven't seen. Obviously, a few regulars. I expect to see kids like Archie Blanchett near the front. Scanning through our list, Zio Kirchin, Jackson Merchant, Deegan Mumby. I think that there are some of the names that I recognise who I think will probably be up there. But one of the the vice president's daughters in this one, Ella Henry, a little young girl, and this is where they start out. In this very young age, and it'd be great to see a girls 65 class as well at state. We've got obviously the 85s, the 12 to 16, and then the junior lights girls as well. But again, not a bad thing for the young girls to start out with the boys, get that speed, get that aggression, and then get their own class a bit later on. And it's just that development of the girls in racing to attract more of them to it. It's not so much that it's a male-dominated sport. It's just creating that or encouraging them to want to get involved and actually race bikes.
Yeah, that's the main part of it, isn't it? Just giving them the opportunity to be a part of a sport that they can grow with and basically become something that they do for the rest of their life. Like, for a lot of us here that are bit further into this sport, it's been a part of my life and probably Mikkel's life for pretty much as long as you can remember. So it's something that you can grow with, and if you get the encouragement now at this young age and the enjoyment side of things, you'll be here forever.
Well, I tried to get my daughter into it against my missus's wishes. She was against it from the start, and she rode for about a year on a little Honda 110 and then broke her arm. And
that was the end of that,
was it? The end of that, yeah. My wife didn't speak to me for 3 weeks, so wasn't. It was a very, very unenjoyable 3 weeks of my life. But,
till the cast came off, then you were back out of the doghouse.
Well, yeah, it was a while. So 50 cc's, 6 to 9 years of age. Got to get used to saying that. Again, a rule change that come out in February to allow 6-year-olds to ride up in this class. And is that out in front looks like a Husky rider heading into the Kennards corner there. And they've very quickly made their way through. There's that Zio Kirchin on the 210.
It
What
is.
a great start. Like I said, he was one of those notables. Look at Blanchett cutting to the inside for the early pass there for second. So on the number 2 Yamaha. And
hard to make out some of these bikes. The number plates on these small bikes.
Are so small. But luckily for Blanchett, he's just got that number. That's just single-digit number. It's a big number. He jumps over the head of the leader.
As we saw in practice, he's followed through on that one.
And
I think in our third position, I think we've got the 3-2-1 of Deegan Mumby, but I'll have to double-check that as
there he is. Yeah,
there we go.
So, yeah, the 3 kids that I
picked out. Well done, Mikkel.
Yeah,
Nostradamus over here.
And Merchant is right there as well.
Yep.
So Jackson Merchant, he won down at Bega a few weeks ago, first round of the East Coast. So, all our heavy hitters up the front of the field at the moment. And Blanchette is clearing some of these jumps that the other riders are not willing to attempt yet. And that is, it's like bonus money, let's call it bonus time.
In a class like this, it definitely is, because not all of them are going to do that.
Well, they jump those tabletops. There's easy 2 seconds, a 2-second gain in that. Yeah, you want to be fast down the straights, fast in the corners, but if you can jump some of the jumps as well, as we see Blanchette doubling through that roller section on a 50, and he's going in the deep inside rut.
Impressive skills so far from Archie in this moto.
Sorry, I said Yamaha. It's blue. It's not a Yamaha. Yamaha don't make a 50.
It's the Cobra, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's the Cobra out front. And I just used to seeing him on the Yamaha on the 65 when he gets on the 65.
True.
A bit later, but yeah, on that Cobra out front, number 2, and through the Kennards right-hander. The rest of the riders going through the New South Wales mining corner right now. So Blanchette clearly with the pace. And if he can look at him flying over these jumps, he's clearing most of the jumps on his track. Not sure if he's getting this big tabletop. This would be one of the biggest jumps on a 50 to do. No, probably the only one that he's not jumping, but he's absolutely full throttle for that next tabletop, and the only one in the class jumping it. And he's towering over that bike. You look at his size. He's a quite
large kid for that one.
Kid for the 50, but still eligible age-wise to race it, and why not? Dominating, and it's not just about winning the state titles. If he can dominate in New South Wales and go to the Australian titles down, I think it's South Australia this year.
It is at Gilman this year.
He could be looking at a state title and a national title later on in September.
There's also something about riding the bike when you're a little bit bigger that you start dominating the motorcycle, and you can start to actually throw it around and develop other skills that you might not necessarily have if you were always the smaller size on the bike. So it's confidence inspiring for these kids when they can start to feel that they're manipulating the bike, not just being pushed around on it. So, but yeah, look at that, doubling in. Wheel tapping the second one as they double over, taking that deep rut. Very impressed with Archie here on this small bike, on this track.
Well, with the gap that he's got, the thing that he has to be most careful of as he doubles that jump as well is riding smart. Like, he's clearly got way more pace than anybody else out there. So if he gets a bad start, don't panic.
Yeah.
Just ride your way through to the lead. And he's already into lap traffic on the 3rd lap of this race as he gets around the number 8. That's Eli Cruz. And he's a lap down, puts him a lap down now into the whole shot graphics corner, that left-hander. Going to the inside and seat jumping that double out the inside there. As we go back now, let's see if we can stay with that battle as they go through the New South Wales mining corner. Deegan Mumby's all by himself there in that 2nd place, but back in 3rd. See who that is. Deegan Mumby on the 3-2-1 in 2nd place. The all gets run a little bit high on there. Thankfully, the lap rider didn't take him right up to the top of the berm. Blanchette heading up the uphill,
taking the uphill step up as well.
Clearing that on the 50. We were talking about
65 class of powers,
maybe not making it, and he's doing it on the 50.
It's impressive, isn't it? Now, it's only a shorter moto for these guys on the 50. It's a 7-minute moto today, so not a lot of time for them, but they're going to get plenty from the lap point of view, depending on when the last lap board comes out. They'll get plenty of track time here for these smaller guys.
What I was saying about being smart is exactly what he did there. Lap rider in front of him, didn't jump the tabletop, didn't need to do it. He's got a massive lead. He can afford to take his time. Zio Kirchen is still in that 2nd position, and then it's Mumby on the 3-2-1. So Kirchen has opened up a bit of a gap, quite a bit of a gap now, as 3rd place has not come by yet. There's Mumby in 3rd. and with a lot of work to do. And these kids, as Merchant fourth, so Mumby and Merchant are two riders that are probably closest together, but still very spread out, you know, as the medics continue to attend to the rider on the ground. And when you talk about being smart, riding smart, look at Blanchett going to the outside there.
Took the smooth line.
He doesn't need to risk that inside ride. He's probably either watched the YouTube or seen the previous races of everybody tucking the front on the way out of that corner and gone, you know what, I don't want any of that. I'll just go outside. I've got a big lead. And Zio Kirchen, I mean, he got that whole shot earlier in the race and he put himself in good position, second place. He's running a good pace, he's cruising, and he's got nobody near him. I mean, he'd love, obviously, to be challenging the leader, but he's in a very good spot right now. And in a championship, seconds can be as good as a first. Obviously, everybody wants to win, but when it comes to consistency, I mean, we saw Riley Burgess go out with a mechanical problem on the 125. So anything can happen. You obviously don't wish that on anybody, but it does happen. It is racing.
No, but consistent finishes is what makes your overall point of view from the day and for the championship is what makes you stay in that battle all the way to the end and keep the championship alive. So, yeah, second place is nothing to sneeze at there. But it's going to take a bit, but for them to, if they want to at some point across the season catch up to Archie here.
Well, the only way they can do that is to get the start, you know. And you look at our previous race with the 65s, the 85s, the 9 and 12 85s. Archie Black got a whole shot, checked out. Now, whether or not there's anybody in the class that is maybe going a little bit faster than Archie, Archie put himself in the best position, and he dominated. As a
bit of a moment there.
Yeah, he went wide to go around that lap rider and try to cut across the ruts, and nearly tipped over. So, but fortunately, got a bit of a gap and can afford to take his time and make a mistake. Not that you want to. I think we're talking about the falling and picking the bike up and having to start the bike. These little 50s.
For the little kids to start them, it's difficult to do on their own sometimes.
Not only that, you fall on these little 50s, they run so hot, the motors, that often if you stall them, when I say stall them, I don't mean they stall because they have gears. They don't have gears, they don't stall. But if you fall off and the engine dies, they cut out, that's what I mean by stalling. Sometimes they just won't start at all, and then you DNF the race. So falling off is, you know, you'd rather finish one position back than fall off and DNF the race. And that's how quickly it can all come apart. So Archie, again, needs to be smart, needs to be careful and cautious, picking his lines as he did there. He waited to see where the lap rider was going to go. And because there's such a 6 to 9 year age group, 3 years. You know, we talk about the 9 to 12s being a massive difference between being 9 years old and 12 years old. Being 9 years old to 6 years old is
even bigger.
Even bigger. It's only as you start to get older, the age doesn't matter as much. I mean, obviously, your older riders should still be stronger, fitness-wise, strength-wise, speed-wise than some of the younger riders, but that gap tends to close as the checker flag
is out.
Well, I think
it
may have come out early, unless we missed it. No, we did miss it. That's how quick he's been going. Archie Blanchett gets the win. We were caught up in our own little conversation. Zio Kirchen coming through for second place, and our third place rider will either be Deegan Mumby or Jackson Merchant, because they were third and fourth battling for position. We'll see when they cross the line. And that's a lap rider. 237. There's Mumby just in front of Merchant.
Tighten up there at the end there for that third and fourth positions. But we're going to take a break here shortly.
As we wait for the remainder of the 50s just to come across the finish line. And it's been a great day so far, David. The track's held up. We've seen the club guys keeping the moisture in the ground, watering. They really have no choice. Like some riders will say, oh, no, you can't water during the race. It changes the conditions, but it's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you leave it and you can see the dust coming up, these kids landing don't normally water the top of the jump there because most riders are actually jumping and clearing.
Yeah, different story for the different classes.
50s, yeah. And also to check a flag. These guys need to be able to pull up for that track exit. You don't want to be clearing that and then flying off over the grass into the start gate. So we're going to break for an ad now, and we'll be back shortly.
Looking good, eh?
Hello.
What do you think, Nonna?
Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Keno feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
And we're back. This is 12 to 16 girls. We're almost under starters' orders as the girls warm up on the start line. And great support from our partners, New South Wales Mining, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, New South Wales, the National Motorcycle Alliance, should I say, Sideline Sport, our live streaming service, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute. So I thought we'll just give them a quick plug before we get into this one, and about to get underway. Most of our riders again favouring that right hand side of the box. We'll see where the whole shot comes from. One of the riders coming out of the gate skew there. Lucky there was nobody directly next to them. Into the New South Wales Mining left hand turn.
We've got a gas out front.
Into the Kennard's right hander. Actually, I don't think this is the 12 to 16 girls. This looks like the 14 to 16 85s, and that looks like Jake Doyle. Tyson Williams right behind him on the 169. Tyson, this is one of his local tracks, and he is looking for the pass up the inside, just going to put the bike in the way and make the move, gets that main line up the inside.
So that whole shot was from Jake Doyle there on the gas that he got out in front early.
Yep. Threw us a
bit of confusion with our order here, but anyway, we're going ahead.
Yeah. No, so we'll just roll with it, David.
Jake Doyle there. We've got the 36 is in third place, I believe, and I think that's
that's Jaden Mufati, and Jaden is again one of those sort of quiet achievers. He's a good little rider, and he just has days where he just rides with so much confidence. 89 up near the front, Buddy Brown, and he's also one of our title contenders in this class, along with Sprowley on the 2.8, and Tyson Williams, our race leader, Jake Doyle as well. So those were notables. I thought that might be up near the pointy end of this field, and Williams is starting to check out now, showing a lot of style. He's quite tall for that 85. Probably won't get another year out of it on the 85 after this. And Doyley in that second place, great start for him. That's all you can do, even if you're not the quickest rider in the class. Get that whole shot. What I was saying about keeping the water on the track, it does add that little bit of slickness, so you've got to be careful. We're talking about the 50s. jumping. Archie Blanchett jumping that double jump out of the corner in a 50. You see even the 85s are catching the back wheel. So to do it on a 50,
it's pretty impressive what he was doing there on that 50cc bike. But these guys on this race, wow, it's a nice style there for our. What was that number there? I couldn't quite catch it on the. I think it was a Husky.
Yeah, 89. That's Buddy Brown. So he's in third place, and then we've got the 350 has moved up. Dylan Gromble, he's moved up in a fourth. So
good pack of riders here that are going to be battling this.
There's the 208 Sprowley. So a terrible stop for Sprowley. He's got a lot of work to do. And Tyson Williams got all his own way. For a big rider, he got a great start. You know, it's normally your lighter kids. It's just a horsepower thing.
Does tend to help with that lightweight, the power to weight ratio there.
That's why I ride a 450 now. It's just, the mid section's a bit heavier, and I can keep the front wheel down. But Buddy Brown has moved into second place, and Jaden McFarty, I just keep an eye out for him, see where he was. He was up near the front. It's easy to get these Husqvarnas or any of the bikes mixed up for that matter. We got the whole class mixed up to the start of this race. Calling the girls and like, hang on, I don't recognise any of these numbers. As Williams heads towards the New South Wales mining corner, what is he going to do? He's favouring that outside.
He's railing that berm, isn't he? He's going all the way out there, missing that inside rut.
And he can't do that because of the lead, and that may have been a mistake for our second place rider. We just lost the shot there, and it was as he left the inside open, and Jake Doyle went up the inside and took the line away. Is that actually no? I think Doyle's now back in fourth. We've got a new rider. Is that Gromble? Because Gromble had moved up into third place, and I think he might be a interstate rider, maybe a Victorian rider, because they normally run the 3 at in front of their numbers at national level. So could be an interstate one because I don't recognise him. And Gromble's up into second place. So this would be a track that he would have not had any time on and would have just learned it in practice. Tyson Williams has been racing here for years. He knows this track like the back of his hand. This would be a great opportunity for the second place rider to see if he can learn off the leader, pick up some lines, copy what he's doing, and
to see if he can close in on him.
Close in on that gap. Buddy Brown in that third position now. Come over the finish line jump. There's Sprowley. He's moved up in a fourth. So he's made some passes, and he would feel like he should be one of the top 5.
We've had a rider go down in that first corner as we head into the down section. I think it was our third place rider, maybe Buddy
Brown. Was it a Husky?
Can't quite tell from this distance.
It's the gas. I think that was Gromble. So, because Gromble and who was the other? Jake Doyle. They're both on the gas, but I think Jake's got the red helmet and Gromble's got the white helmet. So that's how I'm recognising the riders right now. Now Buddy's going outside. Now they both go outside, and we'll see. We'll try and stay on that battle with the 208 and the 89 because that's pretty close. And there's a rider right behind them as well as they go through the rollers into the Whole Shot Graphics corner, and Sprowley going the outside, trying to get a run at that double jump, but no gain, no loss either, and he wasn't following. So great battle here for second place because Gromble went down. And there's another rider that's latched onto the back of that. That's Jake Doyle. So into the motorcycle New South Wales right-hander, and Brown opting for the second line there. That's McCloskey who's moved up. So McCloskey's now up a position as well into fourth position, and Sprowley needs to be careful here. He's looking for a way through. He's trying different lines, but he can't leave the door open. Fortunately for him, McCloskey's not right on the back wheel, and Sprowley can explore the track. Let's see if he can get close to Brown coming down this main section. Over the finish jump they go, and then behind McCloskey is Doyle. So 4-way battle there for second, third, fourth and fifth place. Now Brown going to the inside on the rollers, Sprowley to the outside, and they have separated themselves a little bit from fourth place. Again, it allows Cooper Sprowley to try some different lines, but definitely putting the pressure on here. Over the tabletop, he's going to cut down to that next corner. No, he follows him, but then cuts down, heading over the double jump. One inside, one outside, and this is that 180s. And Sprowley looks like he's going to go to the inside line here and set up the pass.
You can see, you're talking about the water before, you can see some of the darker sections of the track that have had the water, but you watch some of these guys as they're coming out of the corner, they're breaking traction at the rear, struggling to get it going, and that's a little bit of that slime that's on top from that watering that they've done, which isn't a bad thing. It's just got to be done, but you've got to learn the track conditions as the moto goes on and know where you can and can't get your traction to make a move that's going to happen here hopefully shortly.
Well, Cooper Sproul made that pass, and it took 3 corners to get it done, because he got on the inside going into the New South Wales mining corner. He didn't quite have the pass made by the next Kennard's corner, and only got it done by the whole shot graphics corner after that. And unfortunately for Brown, he's now in the clutches of McCloskey on the 59. McCloskey getting the drive around that outside, and Sprouley didn't get much drive out of that corner. Brown closed right up. There's 3 of them. No, he nearly caught the back wheel. And a little bit of side-by-side action there.
That's what you were talking about before, about just taking the line away. Just sort of blocked him out, gave him nowhere to go. But
well, that lit a fire up under Brown, because he's just lost the position to Sprouley, and he's realised, if I don't pick this up, I'm going to lose another position. He's going to have to go back after Sprouley for that second position. Otherwise, McCloskey is going to potentially make a move.
It'll be second or it'll be a fifth here at this point, depending on what he does here. So he's got to make the decision. He's got to try and push forward.
Well, McCloskey's getting close, and this is where Sprouley set up the pass. So McCloskey trying to get level with him, and will Brown go to the outside? No, he pretended. He pretended like he was going to go outside. He switched to the inside. Very, very clever. Good
for McCloskey, but not following into that corner, but either he changed his line as well and went outside. So.
Well, that's it. I think when he realised that Brown and trying to jump up the inside, Brown just shut the door in time. Just shut it in time. So
watching McCloskey, but going up these uphills, he seems to be able to gain on Brown in front of him as he's going up. He must be getting better drive out of the corners, or he's doing something differently, because he's making his time up going up the straights, up the uphills.
Yeah, well, either, as I said, that bottom section or the 180s. After the first corner there, as we go back to Tyson Williams, we haven't talked about him a lot because we've been watching the battle, but he's just doing his thing out in front and clicking off the laps, staying smooth. He's clearly got the pace on these guys, home track or not. When I say home track, it's these hunter clubs, the Maitland Lakes, Cessnock, they're all within half an hour of each other. They're all their home tracks.
Exactly.
And but whether home track or not, he's getting the job done. Got the lead, didn't get the whole shot, but put himself in good position, made an early pass, and it's not that the other guys have made mistakes. He's just checked out on it.
It can be a home track, and you can still ride terribly. You've got to execute your moto as well. So he's doing that in this first race, first race for him on this class today, but. We've got a nice little battle here. There's 3 right in a tight knit here. Yeah, we'll see what McCloskey does hitting his turn. Now, Brown went inside last time, and he's going to go inside again. McCloskey switches back to the outside again. Still not getting close enough. You were talking earlier about getting level. Yeah.
Oh, and Brown now going to try and sneak up the inside, but I like that line.
That Kennard's higher corner's got a few lines now. They actually can move around and get 2-3 ruts wide, so we're getting somewhere with the track development.
Well, the reason I like that line from Sprouley is that he's not taking the deep inside rut. He's maybe a pass up the inside, looking at a block pass, not quite close enough there for McCloskey, but the reason I like that middle line that Cooper's going to is he can afford to leave the inside open, because being on the wider line, he's got the inside to the next corner anyway. So even if somebody shows him a wheel, he's still got the next inside block.
Yep.
And he's not taking the risk of running that deep rut on the inside line. As Williams is heading down the main straight over the tabletop. Boring race for Tyson, but it's fun to, when I say it's fun to win. So boring race or not, that's how you want to get it done. And we're on our last lap now. So he's just got to keep it together and just be smart through the lappers. But this is where our battle is for second, third and fourth. It's heating up, and Sproul has a little cushion.
Oh, we've got a little move here.
McCloskey trying to cut in, and I really expect if a pass is not made here, I mean, it may not be a pass made coming up in the corners that we're heading to now, but it's going to be close.
2 or 3 corners time, I think.
McCloskey has been trying to set this up, and he knows Brown's going to go to the inside, so he's really got to get close and rail that outside as fast as he can to try and set up. Very clever again by Brown, although the lap rider, I think,
probably dictated that a little bit.
Exactly. So I think fortunate there for Buddy. As Buddy goes inside right, and McCloskey tried that middle line to get on the inside. Doesn't work. Switches to the outside. And it's like trying to play defense and offense at the same time.
We're running out of track time here. We've probably got like 2 or 3 more spots on the track left that we could maybe make a move, but they've sort of just gapped themselves a little bit here.
I think without any mistakes, they're probably going to finish where they are.
Potentially, yeah.
I don't think they're close enough to each other to force a pass. Maybe a good run. Again, these kids being heavier, getting a good run out that last corner where they are now.
Yep.
Up the straight. Like McCloskey's been working that outside line, but again,
I think he sort of fell off into some acceleration holes there, and he's lost his drive.
That's right. But it's going to be Tyson Williams. Fantastic ride for the checkered flag. Second place will come through shortly, and it should be the 208 of Cooper Sproul. Follow a good solid ride for him. 89 of Buddy Brown, and then the 59 of McCloskey. Jake Doyle will be our top 5 for 5th place.
Another exciting moto there for us today. We've had a pretty good run here so far with the passes and some action happening with lap riders and crashes and whatnot. So it's been a good start to our Motorcycle New South Wales state titles here in New South Wales at Lake Macquarie Circuit.
Yeah, as I said, it makes our job easier, and even if the leader, like what Tyson did there, where he just dominated, there was lots of battles for us to commentate on. But we're going to switch to an ad shortly, and then we'll be back soon.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we're back with round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships, and this is our 12 to 16 girls who are about to get underway for their first race of the day, and very well supported class as they head into turn 1. Looks like Eliza Dennis with a hole shot, but running wide in that New South Wales Mine corner, and she managed to hang on to that lead, but it was a very brave move running to the outside in that I like to call it the second corner, because I was almost going to say first corner, because the first corner is not really a first corner. It's just pretty much just get the bike sideways and pin it. But Eliza ran wide, and she just managed to hold on to the lead, I think in front of Ada Harris in second place.
So there's Eliza Dennis on screen there, coming down the hill into that corner there.
Yeah, and this is exactly the start that she needed. I mean, I do think that she is the contender to take out this championship. So there's Sienna Cyprian on the 4.59, the Queenslander, sitting in about 4th at the moment, I think. As she goes up the inside, great pass. Yeah, no, look, it's just take the line away. And that's what she did. Went up the inside, couldn't jump the double, but made the position. But she's really, I don't think she quite has the pace of Eliza Dennis. Ada Harris is close. You can see Dennis just starting to edge away slightly. And that's why I say you don't need to be the fastest rider in the class, but if you can get in front of those faster riders, you can learn their pace as well. You may not necessarily be as fast as them, but you can see where they're going quicker, maybe pick up on some lines as well.
It just helps you just develop your own skills at that point. You can see what's happening around you and pick up on something that you might not have already noticed on the track. There might be a line that just is smoother and helps you get out of the corner better.
Well, you're not going to go faster riding by yourself. And it's also acceleration, braking. You know, you might be backing off the shoulder 5 metres before the person in front of you, and then you go, hang on, I can actually hold power longer. Or they get on the power earlier than you, pull away out the exit of a turn. You know, it's you can pick up on those things, and then just it's almost like copying off your mate's homework. I never did that, but if
never,
you did,
ever.
It's easier to do that than to do the work yourself. And you can, in sport, whether it's motocross or any other sport, you can learn from your competitors, and obviously you can learn yourself as well. And you're best if you are the best in your class or the best in your sport, doesn't mean you can't learn from other players or competitors.
No, and in a sport as large as this, unless you're Jet Lawrence, there's always somebody better than you who can pick something up of. So,
well, and again, that's what I'm saying. Even for a rider like Jet Lawrence, who arguably is the next greatest of all time, he's not the greatest of all time yet. That's still Ricky Carmichael, and I do think that Jet Lawrence has the potential to be the greatest of all time if he can beat those records. But he is arguably the best rider in the world at the moment. But again, he's injured, and whether he is faster than everybody else, he can learn things from.
Yeah, they still pick up stuff from everybody, don't they? So
that's right.
They never stop learning, and that's what all these riders should be aspiring to do.
Mm-hmm. Ada Harris there on the Husqvarna. She sort of had the tow rope on for the first lap, and as soon as Eliza Dennis was able to break that toe, and then she's managed to gap her quite quickly after that. So, but Ada Harris definitely has picked up the pace, and as she's gotten older, obviously on the 85, getting bigger and bigger, be riding a 125 as well. Whether she is or not yet, we'll see later on. But take second place. We've seen a few mistakes from race leaders today, and our race leaders that get out front, they just, again, got to click off the laps, stay focused, hit every line, hit their marks, and bring it home, you know. Sienna Cyprian there, not jumping that tabletop, which is surprising, especially on 85. I know it's the girls' class, but I would actually think that our top three in this class should be jumping all the jumps on this track.
I think there's actually a few things developing in the runs up to some of these jumps. I was just looking up at the uphill step up over the back, and there's a nice big hole forming right in the main line. So it's sort of things are getting in the way of maybe the clean acceleration point to the takeoff. So have to keep an eye on that. They might have to start switching some lines up a little bit here.
Well, I expect Dennis to be jumping everything because she's the main contender in this class. For someone like Sienna Cyprian, she has ridden here before. She rode the state titles here last year. She rode the East Coast round here. So she has seen the track. But it's not a track that she's ridden a lot of. So, you know, she may still be adjusting to it. But then again, you know, a tabletop, that like it's easy for us to sit here on a chair and go, oh, yeah, it's easy. Why aren't you jumping that? You know, a lot different in reality.
There's a lot of things that go into that moment in time to take off the top of the jump there and make sure you've got it all down pat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. To jump, 2-3 meters in the air, as in height, and then, 15, 20 metres in distance, it can be quite a daunting experience. As we have
a bit further back in the
28.
pack.
Or was that the 50? No, that's the 58 or 59.
58, Jayla Parker.
Jayla Parker, it is. She's also one of the local riders to the Lake Macquarie region. And talk about the Lake Macquarie region, the ad break that we had just before this, quite a few beautiful spots here in the Lake Macquarie area that I haven't been to. Only time I've been up here is to come to the racetrack, but there's just so many places that you could go. Like people, they think about going on holiday and they go, I'm going to go over to Fiji or
Hawaii,
Thailand or wherever, and there's so many spots in your backyard. When I say your backyard, I mean like lakes for me is a 3-hour drive, but there's some great places I could go here, and it'd be a lot more economical for me to do that than to go overseas and have a holiday.
There's plenty of beautiful little waterways around sort of, your Swanseas and that area, the entrance and stuff. So, yeah, there's plenty of beautiful spots that you can, go and have a fish, little waterways that you can have a swim in. And there's all sorts of cabins and caravan parks around there that would, are very cheap and easy to get access to. Like I said, it's only a short drive from Sydney, so well worth a stop as a holiday venue.
There's Jayla Parker again heading down that main, I call it the Lake Macquarie straight, is what we've been talking about, Lake Macquarie. But there's our race leader, Eliza Dennis, through the whole shot graphics corner. It is. It's not the whole shot of the race, it's the whole shot graphics. One of our main partners of the New South Wales State Championships.
Speaking of graphics at this point, you got to say, a lot of these guys and girls out here, their kits look very good, and probably a lot of them provided by. We've got a little off-track moment here as we're going through here.
Excursion.
But yeah, there are a lot of them probably provided by Whole Shot Graphics. But you can pretty much put anything you want on a graphics kit these days.
Yeah, in the past, you bought graphics kits that were from the bike shops. They weren't actually custom made. It was like custom graphics. What's that? It's only something. I think that only come into place when I was retired from racing. Otherwise, you just bought standard graphics kits. But you're right, you can go to a graphics company now and you can ask for anything and they'll make it up for you.
Yeah, my son's a big Transformer fan, so we've got Bumblebee all over his kit on his bike. So, yeah.
Right. So very yellow and black?
Yeah, we can put anything you want on these things. But, yeah, Whole Shot Graphics is sponsoring the races and the series here for us for the state titles.
Well, there's Sienna Cyprian, the Queensland rider, just heading into that left-hander up the last hill before they get towards the finish line jump. And there's Ada Harris in second place. She's just come over the finish line. Look at the lead that Dennis has. We've just had second place over the finish line, and Dennis is already into the New South Wales mining corner. So, Dennis!
Big moment.
Oh, sorry.
Big moment.
Sorry, Eliza. Commentator's curse. She just slid out, coming out of that New South Wales mining
Now, she's
corner.
up too, by the way, so she's all good. She's back on the bike going. Lucky she's got that big lead.
That was the
watering of that track. That was a bit of a shine on there. She got a bit loose as she came out of it. Probably still held onto the throttle in the wetter soil there, and just high-sided.
Yeah, it'd be great actually if we could get a replay of that crash. But we just caught most of it, and then at the end it faded away. And again, it's what we've been talking about all morning. You have a lead. You cannot afford for a split second to lose concentration.
Happens that quick, doesn't it?
It does, And again, it's not just about the crash. It's you crash, you stall a bike, can't start it, you break a lever, you bend your bars, you skew your front wheel. And, I can remember smashing a radiator. I crashed on a sand track in a corner, smashed a radiator with half a lap lead, DNF'd the motor.
Yeah.
So, it's clipping a lap rider, as we saw earlier in some of the races. You get caught up with a lap rider, your bikes get connected, get stuck together, foot peg in your spokes.
Yeah, you're out very quickly in this sort of sport.
It is. You've almost got to ride, those bubbles that you put on, you bounce into each other and smash.
Zorb balls, I think they call it.
Zorb balls. You almost need a bubble around you when you're racing that you can just actually not have to be careful and just bounce off each other. That would be fun. I think there's a new sport there, bubble racing. And can you imagine how aggressive people would be with that? You know, you just smash it up in a turn. And
you imagine how far you would roll the wrong way, but if you bashed into somebody, the berm
goodness.
wouldn't be, it'd be a jump off as you roll out of it. But
would definitely be a spectator sport. And as much as those balls would protect you, I don't know. It's your legs are unprotected because, well, your legs and your arms have to be outside of the bubble. So I don't know. It's sorry. Sometimes I think out loud too much, and I really think did I just say that? You know.
Well, here we are. We're going through.
It's too late now.
Anyway,
hopefully no one was listening.
Eliza is on her last lap, but she is bringing this home up despite that little crash there. But she's looking good. She still does have a decent sized lead. Lucky that she did have that lead, because otherwise this might have been a rather interesting end to the moto for her.
Well, I don't think Ada Harris even realised that Eliza crashed. Eliza was that far ahead that by the time she got up, I don't think Eliza realised that. Ada Harris realised that Eliza was down. So,
yeah.
But last lap board coming out now for.
No, we're on the finish flag.
For last lap rider before the finish, but here comes Eliza Dennis for the race win on the GYTI Yamaha Junior Racing, and Ada Harris going up the hill. Second last corner now, and then Sienna Cyprian just heading down the second last downhill before the finish. So separated out. Hopefully some of those girls can actually get in front of Eliza in the next race.
Need to slow her down on that opening lap and see if they can just hold her there a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Just create a bit of a battle. Not sure what happened to Mia Cameron in this one. I mean, Mia Cameron won one of the state title classes last year in the 85. So, but every rider has their track though. They do better on some tracks than on others. There's Sienna Cyprian for third, and then Jayla Parker, 288 is Mia Cameron. Well, we're nearly done with our first round of racing. Yeah, we've got a couple 65 classes to go. And so the day is ticking along nicely. We haven't spoken much about our partners, but we'll give them a plug again. New South Wales Mining, and great to have a corporate sponsor like that. It's got nothing to do with motocross, but such a big name outside of the sport, and that can hopefully attract other corporate sponsors' eyes to the sport of motocross and get them involved. And then our industry sponsors like Whole Shot Graphics, great for them to be kicking the tin and supporting an event like this. Ken Odds Hire as well. We've got a few scissor lifts around that are helping with sideline sport for the coverage here today, and hiring those and the float fees and that sort of thing. So to get that sponsorship allows sideline sport to provide the coverage that they're providing right now.
Well, that camera shot you're looking at right now is from our scissor lift from Kennard's Hire. So getting that view up high, and this class is rather full actually. I'm just looking at this one. The gate is almost completely full here for this 10 to 12 65cc.
65s, and as I said, it's normally your 7 to 10s, it's a full grid, so massive grid for the 65 class. It looks like Harris with a whole shot. He's such a good starter, but there is Sproul on the 280 Yamaha. Is he going to be able to take over the lead early? Rider on a KTM around the outside there. That's the 177.
Liam Freeth
had come out of nowhere to grab this early hole shot. And Sprowley with a couple little mistakes there in the second corner, and he's gone from a potential first place hole shot to about fourth place right now. So Freeth on the 177 is just on fire right now.
There's our 280 that you're talking about.
Yeah, Sprowley.
Yeah, just in about, what's that, fourth place there?
Yeah, well, he's sitting just behind Ollie Cale, and Cale is one of the contenders for this class. He's one that I expected to be up there in the 85, and he was about 5th or 6th on the 85. So I was surprised to see him there, but never surprised to see Maxie Harris near the front. Sproul didn't have a great run on the 85, so he's probably riding with a bit of a vengeance right now. wanting to make up for it. And often when you're riding two classes, if you have a bad run on your one bike, but then you go and win on the other bike, you kind of get your mojo back. And
does help spruik the confidence for that next moto when you've done well in at least one of the classes. You feel comfortable on the track.
Yeah.
But Liam Freeth's out front, doing really well.
Yeah, he is.
On that KTM there.
It didn't even look like he had the lead off the start, and then he just comes blasting around the second corner and has the lead, and he's like one of the dark horses again in this class that you wouldn't have picked as the guy that would be winning, but he's not just leading, he's not holding anybody up. He's got a couple seconds on second place, and Kai Sproul has eventually put away those two riders. In one lap he went from fourth to second, and now is starting to
move up on
challenge
Liam.
for the lead. There's Archie Black, a race one winner on the 85. He's up to fourth, so Archie didn't get the start that he needed in this one, and we'll see if he's got the pace to get up the front. Kai Sproul definitely does, and I say that because he's come from fourth to second in one lap and is now trying to close on the leader. But Freeth is riding amazing at the moment, and he looks like he should be there.
Yeah, definitely.
Here comes Sproul trying to maybe make a move up the inside. A little bubble
mistake.
there, yep, and that's just gonna help negotiate the pass.
That really hurts the drive at that moment of the corner when you're going up and hill next out of that spot. But Liam's coming back on him.
He is, and let's see if he can sort of put, as I said before, the tow rope. Put the tow rope on, stick with him. Don't let Sprowley get away. And Archie Black has made a quick move on Maxie Harris for third. So Black up to third place. He's also going to want to stick with the leaders and not let Sprowley get away too much. Matafiglio just went by us. Didn't get a great start, rider Matafiglio, so a lot of work for him to do.
Looking for our lead rider there.
There he is, yep. So Sproul, and already into lap traffic. That is crazy. Third lap of the race, and we're lapping riders. Looking over the shoulder, don't look back, Kai.
He's pulled a little gap, but I think he's a little wasn't expecting to not hear somebody at that point.
He's looking over again, and I don't know what he's looking for, but Freeth is solid second, and Archie Black is looking for a way through. But that's what I love about the first races of the day. It gives you an idea of who the contenders are. So when we get to the second race, we know who we're looking for.
Some stuff.
Almost. There will be some surprises. Riders that had a bad first race, went down, had a mechanical problem, and then you go, who's that? And then you realise, you look down the program and you go, yes, of course they should be there. But Sproul's starting to pull away now a little bit. But Maxie Harris is coming back. He's gone up the inside of Black and made the pass back. So we'll try and stay on that battle with the 29 and the 86, as it's allowing Freeth to get away a little bit. And so Harris not just giving up, and that's good, fighting for position. Archie Black riding with a lot of confidence. He won on the 85. Something's going on with Archie Black.
He's dropping back, isn't he? He's losing time there.
He didn't jump that tabletop. I actually think that there's something going on with the bike there, because
he's looking around. Something's not right. He's looked down too.
It could be it could potentially be a flat tyre. That's something that'll slow you down a little bit, but won't stop you from racing. If it is a flat tyre, I hope it's a back tyre, not a front tyre, because if I get a flat front, I pull off the track.
That's diabolical at that point.
It's very dangerous riding with a flat front. But you can get away with a flat back, but you just can't jump too big or land too high. And and look, a few square edges on this track, a few rocks, and that is devastating for Archie if that's what it is, because you just lose so much points, and especially for a rider that should be in the top three, I believe, in this class. But Kai Sproul on the 280 Yamaha GYTR machine didn't get the start, had a bit of a rough first lap, but Liam Freeth is impressed me, and And I think that pass that Maxie Harris made on Archie Black has rejuvenated him. He's going back after second place. And then there's a bit of a gap back. So we'll see. We'll try and get an idea of what's going on with Archie Black's machine.
You see those little bikes skipping around, coming down in those braking bumps. The track's getting a bit more rough there in that main line.
It looks like Archie may still be in that fourth position.
I think he was in about fifth, but he's still looking down quite a bit as he was coming past there where we just saw him. But we are at the last lap board's come out here, so
out now
maybe that'll help him out a bit to get this bike to the end.
That's right. So, but unfortunately, that happened early. Freeth in second. Maxie Harris, one more lap to do something. Then we got Blade Regan. Matafiglio's gone through as well.
Yeah, we've lost him a bit further back, haven't we? Here he comes.
Cooper Bennett, and
that sounds like a bit more of a pipe issue or something. Yeah, it's a bit loud, that bike.
Yeah, maybe he's just lost some horsepower out of the bike through the exhaust pipe. But look, a fifth or sixth place, it's not great, but it is points. And if he could just nurse it home. Now this is where Sperali's got to be careful. You see he's not taking that main rut, that middle rut.
It's a smart move.
Is really good. I'm not sure why the rider, if he's just trying to get his bike to the edge of the track or a high point of the track where he can start his bike, or off the track because it's just not running. But a rider there having a problem, and Freeth is second. Looks like he's got it under control right now.
He was using some smarter lines too. He was outside of those main inside ruts, trying to find a bit more smooth ground, smooth running to get out of that corner. Keep in front of...
watch that lap rider around the outside. Maxie Harris is ready to strike. It is not over yet.
Flashbacks to our first moto.
And if I think of a place where pass could be made, rider down just in the corner here before Sproul. I saw him go down, so Sproul's got to avoid that. But this left-hander where Kai is coming up to now, if Freeth goes wide in that turn, expect Harris to dive up the inside. Oh, he's got him. He got him before that, so we missed that. Maxie Harris up into second place now. And if Freeth went wide there anyway, that's where I thought he was possibly going to get it done, but he's got it done beforehand. A lot of lappers around, and that's just a testament to Maxie Harris just sticking close, and the opportunity presented himself, and he got it. Rider Matafiglio.
Coming hard there at the end.
Yeah, that was a photo finish. I think Regan got it, but I'm surprised he stopped. I thought he was going to end up on the start straight.
All effort all the way to the end of that moto there for him.
Well, riders can often get complacent when they get to the end of the race, and you back off the throttle. You've only got to get beaten by a nose, they say, in horse racing anyway.
All right, well, that pretty much wraps up our 10 to 12 65cc moto. We're going to head to a break here.
Yeah, it would be, I think, good to see where Archie Black might have finished off. I think he come in about 6th or 7th. Also interesting to maybe know what happened there.
Yeah, find that one out throughout the day if we can, but yeah.
So we're going to go to an ad break again, and we'll be back with the next race shortly.
Looking good, eh?
Hello. What do you think, Nonna? Giardamento de che.
Hey, boss. Can I sort it? All good?
Cannot.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Keno's make your job easy.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
we're back. This is the younger 65 age group, 7 to 10s, and almost a full grid. Looks like there's only one gate spare on that very inside. And again, not where I'd want to be. But just from that outside, you just get such a good sweep into turn one.
Just the angle's right, isn't it?
You don't have to. That's it. You don't have to slow down. And what a start! Like whoever that was,
that Husqvarna rider pulled out well.
Three bike lengths ahead of everybody. I'm going to take a guess and say it's Harrison Rex.
It's already out of shot.
He is. And yep, Harrison Rex out front with a whole shot. Great start. And like I said, he won last year's state titles on the 50. And definitely, I would say, our number one contender in the 65 class. So not good news for the rest of the field.
Is that Stella there in second place?
Yeah, Stella hiding and also great.
A bit loose on the way out of that corner.
The greasy corners, like you said, the water down. And
you can just see the shine on that one on the exit there. There's a lot of the top layer of the soil has been brushed away. We're just down to the grease.
That's right. And also good to see Mason Ryan up there as well. He's another one of our contenders. So a lot of our title contenders in this race, first, second, third, but Harrison Rex is the one that they've got to try and keep pace with. Remember, he comes second or third in that 9 to 12.85 race. I think it was second. I'll have to go back and look at my notes. But,
it was an impressive ride.
Yeah, well, second place. So he comes second on the 85, and then being, as I said, in the younger scale of that age group, and then just we've given so much confidence coming into this race.
Well, he's got a massive gap on this opening lap as well over Stella in second place there already. So things are looking good this early on.
Well, great battle here for second. Stella Hiding, Mason Ryan, and then we've got a whole lot of riders just in the mix further down the field. There's so much competition in this class. It doesn't matter what your speed is. There's someone to race against, and that's where the track position is so crucial. Like you talk about the lead that he's got. He had a 3 bike length lead into the second corner before at the start of the race.
Yep.
Which just catapulted him to be able to just ride his own lines, do his own thing.
And you're getting great perspective from that drone shot there to see the distance between the gaps from first to second. You can see Harrison will be coming down that hill there, and there's Stella going up to that corner for the whole shot graphics corner.
Well, although Stella has managed to put a little bit of distance on Ryan for third place now, she's lost that toe, and she can't learn anything from Harrison right now. She can't see where he's going faster. And with the big lead that he's already got, he's starting to take some of the outside lines already on the second lap, just because they're safer. It's the safer option. And he's far enough in front where he can do that and not risk someone diving up the inside and taking the line away. As you talk about the choppy braking bumps on the left, that sort of middle to left-hand side going down that hill there, and you'll start to see the riders sort of square up the turn at the top of that hill and head down the right of that hill to miss those braking bumps and sweep into that turn. As our leader jumps over the finish jump, and we've got a mechanical with a rider here on the finish. We've got to get his bike safely out of the way, as we do. Thank you to our assistant clerk, Daniel Beach. And there goes Eliza Dennis. Eliza Dennis.
You've done it again.
I did it again. Just Eliza's like, yeah, thanks for talking about me, even though it's not even my race. Stella hiding in that second place. I'm going to blame it on, like I said, they're both on Yamahas. They're both girls. They both ride 85s, but not 65s. So, yeah, Stella. And you see, and look, Harrison took that outside. There was the lap rider down, but he took that outside the previous lap as well.
But he gave plenty of room, like we're talking about, to the lap rider, so that if anything did sort of happen there's plenty of space. He wasn't going to get caught up in anything going on there.
That battle's starting to tighten up for second. As I said, that Mason made a little mistake. Just got off balance in the rut, split the bike up, and he just started to creep up on the back of Stella Hiding. So, you know, Stella will be faster in some sections. We talked about this before, where you can learn from the rider in front of you, pick up your pace in those areas, get close, make a pass, and then you're faster in the areas where you've learned from, but you're also faster where you're already faster than the rider anyway.
Well, it looks like Stella's made a bit of a gap here that's probably going to help her out, maybe lose that learning opportunity for the rider in third.
It's also disheartening when you're trying to catch the rider in front and then you lose time. I do put it down to that little mistake because it did look like Mason was closing, but then it's that yo-yo effect that you spoke about earlier where there's going to be parts of the track where Mason's quicker, Stella's quicker, and that's where Mason's got to get close and then learn from that. And that's exactly what Harrison Rex doesn't want to do, which is why he got such a mad hole shot, got out front. And I like that line there Stella's taking on that tabletop. She's moving out to the right, which is giving her a great angle to sweep into that finish turn where Mason needs to learn from that. Mason went up the middle of the tabletop. It doesn't give you as fast an entry into that turn.
Well, this turn across that comes down onto the start straight, it also becomes a bit precarious with your angles because there does tend to be a rut that forms across it and can sort of catch you out if you come in with a bit too much speed or at the wrong angle. So that wider access point lets her get inside of it nice and well to just then shoot her down the start straight into that first, what was the corner you were calling, past the Lake Macquarie straight?
Yeah, that's right. And again, awesome drone shot there, just to give us perspective of the whole track. Further down the field, since we've got it,
we did for a
we
second
had it
there.
for a second. I can't read that quickly. We do have a rider down. There it is again. A few riders further down the field. Mason Little, Zio Kirchen, Ted Smith, Auden Nolt. That's 16, 17, 18. 19th place. That's as quick as I can read in that space of time. But great to have that shot come in with where the names are so that people can see. There'll be a lot of people watching this live stream wondering where their rider is. Not so much their son or daughter, but friends of friends and family sitting at home. And that's what I love about the Sideline Sport coverage is it's overall coverage for 2 days. Like you were talking about Nationals, the Pro MX Nationals earlier. They got like 3 races in a day.
Yeah, and we get maybe an hour to 2 hours of coverage, and then it's all done. And you only see sort of the first 5 to 10 at most. We're getting awesome access here for this all-day coverage here at the state titles for New South Wales.
That's right. It's just racing one after the next without a break, and
we've hit our last lap, by the way. It's a short moto here, 7 minutes for this class.
It is, yeah. And our race leader having to carve his way through lap traffic and sort of picking his lines. Look how much space he's giving the lap riders. He's making sure that he's nowhere near these kids, and he's going for the more difficult line, knowing the lappers would go the outside. That was very, very close. I think the lapper didn't realise he was the leader.
But you can see how difficult that inside rut has become because he came in there with probably a gap on him, but on the exit of the corner, the lap rider was able to almost overtake him.
Well, he was forced to that line because the 2 lappers went wide. But very close, that's half a lap to go. And, the curtains can come down. So, and not in a fun way. Seen a few riders, especially in these younger classes, jump over the top of other kids. It's hard for we look at those tabletops on big bikes and go, oh yeah, third gear, half throttle. These kids on 50, 65s, it's a feat in itself to jump those tabletops. But then to jump over the top of another rider, taking your life, literally your life into your own hands. And
They've only got school to go to on Monday. It's not the same risk versus reward situation as us seniors.
No mortgage. Yeah. But he lets that one rider just go through in front of him, letting that last lapper just get one more lap of a race. And
dominating performance.
Maybe just didn't want to risk it trying to pass him, but stops to shake hands. Great to see that sportsmanship. You don't see it as much as the riders go to seniors, but in the juniors, you see them stop and shake hands, congratulate each other. It's great to see. I really love to see that. And some of your junior riders don't do that. They just kind of just ride straight into the pits. But
Stella's joining him there for second and Mason in third.
So those are the 3 that we expected to see up the front, and I'm sure that they will be battling. Hopefully, for Harrison Rex's point of view, he's not going to want to battle. He's going to want to pull that hole shot and look, he got a equally good start on the 85, you could say. So he's clearly got the starts worked out, and you combine a really good pace or the fastest rider in the group with a whole shot. I mean, I think that's, we're speaking about overseas riders and spoke about Jet Lawrence earlier, and that's one of Jet's things, biggest attributes. He's not only arguably the best in the world, he's one of the best starters in the world. If he doesn't whole shot, he's first or second. So and that spells danger for your opposition.
It does. And look, if you're Harrison Rex at this point, you want to put that moto on repeat for the rest of the day. So look, we're going to head to a break here between motos. We'll be back shortly with more coverage from the New South Wales Motocross titles.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giornamento de cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
We're back, and this is we're into our second round already. And this is our 12 to 14, 85, the MXGP class, and again, what that means is that these riders will have the opportunity to qualify from New South Wales State Championships to go and race the MXGP, which is the World Championship round in Australia this year in Darwin. We've got a 15-second board up now.
We'll be looking for that Seth Thomas trying to come through on a better start this time around.
Well, he'll be hoping for a better start. I don't think he wants to work that hard for a win. Blake Bohannon, he got out front early, checked out.
That is Seth, isn't it, out front?
Seth has actually done the reversal this time and gone, no, I'm not doing that again. And he is into this New South Wales mining corner with a whole shot. Kennard's right-hander, and Bohannon's up there in third place. We've got 23 in second. That's Darcy Houston. So I didn't see much of Darcy in the last one. He's also one of the top contenders in this class, so obviously didn't get the start. And with such a big grid, if you don't get the start, you just get swallowed up so early. But Bohannon's going to want to make quick work of Houston here. These two have battled against each other many times in the past. Bohannon staying a little bit lower on the GYTI Yamaha and gets the inside line and goes right across to close off the line, and is going to run down that inside again just to protect, just to secure that pass. It's one thing making a pass, it's another thing, you've got to consolidate the pass. And Houston was looking at trying to strike back and get back in that second place, and Bohannon at this point was just worried about getting into second, not chasing after Seth. Now he's secured that position, and can he run the pace of Seth Thomas out front?
Well, we're on for a good race now, aren't we? We've got the two guys that sort of had different motos, but very interesting motos in the first round here, with Blake, who led out most of it and then got caught up with that lap rider that went down and then had some other issues after getting back to the lead again, whereas Seth came through from the depths of the pack to get the moto win in the end. So they're both out front, clear track ahead. What's going to happen in this motor, we'll have to wait and see if Blake can pull up onto Seth and make this an interesting tussle.
Well, this is where it's clicking off laps. It's being smooth, hitting your marks, and that's what they both have to do. Any mistake from Seth is going to allow Bohannon to catch up. Any mistake from Bohannon is going to allow Seth to get away. So it's not so much about the pressure of your opposition. It's more so the pressure on yourself to be perfect.
Yeah, maintain that consistent pace.
You know, it's being the fastest rider is one thing. Limiting your mistakes is just as important, because every mistake will cost you time. A bad mistake, you're on the ground for 6 to 8 seconds or 10 seconds. A little mistake could be half a second, could be a second, could be 2 seconds. So trying to make up that time that you lose is harder than actually being one of the faster riders.
But our two lead riders, Seth and Blake have gapped the field a little bit for our third place position. And our first moto third place position, our 312, he's actually in fourth at the minute, I believe, trying to make a move.
Jake Rabendi didn't get the start that he got in the first race, and same with Liam Millard. At the end of the first lap, Millard was in about sixth, so Bahanich just come through for second, and these two riders are clearly the standouts in this class. There's the 23 of Houston.
There's Jake in, I think that's sixth place there.
Yeah, there was a KTM. I think it was Max Anderson on the 411, and he was in about fourth or fifth place. So Anderson, he's from sort of the north end of New South Wales, and he does a lot of Queensland racing as well, but does do the New South Wales State Trials, and he would be doing it for that MSGP qualifying. Oh, that's Brax Pollard up there in fourth place. Brax Pollard from the Wagga region. So great start for Brax. I know, so there must have been a timing thing. Yep. It was Max Anderson, Jake Rabendi, Levi Ellis, Liam Millard, Ollie Chandler, Oliver Rex. That's Harrison Rex's brother. So we did have it right. It was the timing just made me second guess myself.
Popped up in the 20s when we thought it was the first one.
That's right. Yeah, that's what it was. But look,
Seth is looking good out front here at the moment.
Brax Pollard won't mind the mention anyway.
Probably not. No.
Always good to get your 15 seconds of fame, I'd call it. But Thomas is look, he dominated that first race. He come from behind. He got the race win. As much as Blake had that one, look, it's still second, and it's a long way to go in this championship. And that's how important, again, their whole approach to the race, their start, the race to the first corner, the race to the end of the first lap, and then from there maintaining to the last lap of the race, and then the checkered flag. So there's 3 or 4 parts to a race.
Well, isn't it interesting, but if we look at the way the results are at the moment, with Seth out front and Blake in second, how things have changed and how this could have been different, because if Blake hadn't have had that incident with that lap rider in that first race when he was clearly out front, he'd be looking at a 1-2 at the moment, whereas he's now looking at a 2-2.
Well, it's a 6-point swing.
It is.
They could be tied, but they're not. It's and in a championship like this where you've got two guys that arguably, if they both get good starts every single race, they're going to be first or second. It's very hard to make up points on someone when you're first and second every single race.
Exactly, and that's why that ride from Seth in that first motor to come from the mid-pack to get the win is so important.
It is. And he's already, third lap of the race. And we've seen this, I think, with all the classes. There's a lot of, you probably get a lot of local riders coming in and racing, and it's their local round. Oh, yeah, I'll have a go at the state tiles. And I think that's great, because I was talking to some of the parents last night, just where I camped here at the track, and some of the riders, the dad's name was Whitey. That's all I remember. and he was his,
shout out to Whitey.
Yeah. His first year racing, or first or second year racing, hasn't been doing it very long, and having to go at state titles. But
that's what it's about, joining in.
You can't, I said to him, you can't get faster just racing club days. You've got to do the bigger races. You've got to race better competition. And yeah, it can be demoralising. Getting lapped once or even twice in a 5-lap race, but it's an experience.
But how often do you hear, you hear all these interviews with the pro riders over the time, and when they say about where they started out, in a lot of cases they were that kid that was getting lapped when they first started out, because they had to learn these things too. So it's a point that everybody sort of goes through in their experiences, and they might then turn into one of those top-level pro riders in 5-10 years' time.
Well, especially in a class like as a massive
nice,
Thomas. He basically brushed the teeth of that other rider with his back tire.
Didn't he?
As we have a medical
we've got one rider off the side there, have we?
Okay, just in an awkward spot. That's a really weird weird place for a.
I bet the exit of
break,
the exit of that rut and probably high-sided down the hill there.
Thomas goes up the inside of Carter Beach. One of the lap riders, that is. And he's, again, just got to be smart and carefully make his way through traffic. As I said, lap riders, you can't give them enough space. You know, especially even in a heated battle, just give them a bit more space. Don't risk that you just they could go in any direction at any time. And again, a lot of the times the lap riders, they're trying to get out of the way. And when you're coming behind as a faster rider, you've got a 50-50 of making the right decision. So overhead shot there. There's Millard. He's just gone past us. He's just in front of Bibendi, then Ellis. And that looked like the 28 or 29 of Oliver Rex behind him. So not the start. Millard's normally a really good starter. I'm surprised to see where he is in the pack right now. But you know, you mentioned before about Seth Thomas getting that not so great start in the first race and realising that, man, I've got to get a whole shot. I cannot afford to put myself in that position again. And sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need to realise that hey, I'm not just going to dominate. I need to get this whole shot. I need to pull a gap, and he's done that. He's managed to edge away a little bit there from second place.
It's not an easy ride for him because second place is still quite close to him, but it's a much different ride from the opening moto where he had to push like a crazy person for the whole time.
Yeah, well, Houston has established himself in that third position in front of Anderson and Millard and then Bibendi, and they were some of the riders in our top 5 of our previous race. So, and it just goes to show again the track position that those riders lost by getting that poor start early in the race. Again, you look at Bibendi, he's almost a third of a lap behind the leaders. Last race he was leading the race after that mistake.
The fact that the two fastest guys got out front and clear track early in this moto makes a big difference to how, because we had battles all the way through.
Well, we've just seen Max Anderson and Liam Millard go through, and our race leader is already going through the rollers into the whole shot graphics corner.
Yeah, it's a massive change on what we had first moto.
That is essentially a half a lap lead for riders that could potentially win this class if they got a great start. But it just, again, goes to show the pace that Seth Thomas has. I mean, again, he moved up to the 85 class a year early. He dominated last year in almost anything 85 at state level, national level, Supercross.
Yeah.
And he was in Supercross. It was a 12 to 16 age group, and he was beating kids three years older than him. You know what you said about it not being an easy ride. It isn't, because although he has pulled that gap, I think that a lot of that gap not just came from his pace, but Bohannon had to get to second, and by the time he got to second, Thomas had enough of a lead that it was more about managing that gap than trying to pull away. I think Blake has done a great job of keeping that gap relatively the same.
Yeah.
And he needs to do that for his own confidence, and also to let Seth know that, hey, I can match you for pace.
Yeah, exactly. You know? He's capable still.
He's capable.
Well, it also means too that if next moto, if Blake gets the start and not over Seth, well, then there's the potential that Blake knows that he can hold that same pace that Seth had throughout the thing and keep him at bay. So,
well, look at that, and that's just awesome racecraft. You know, two lap riders into that left-hander. He didn't hesitate. He went straight to the middle. The middle's not a line. There's no line there. He's just gone to the middle and just gone in between the two lap riders. Made a quick pass. Didn't even drop any time. But he's done that. Now, had he hesitated, he would have lost 2 seconds there. Possibly got caught up in the next turn because there was a tight part of the track. Blake got through the lappers cleanly as well. We can say that for the first time today. Sorry, Blake. It's
you make one mistake in life, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, too soon. But here again, couple lap riders, and Thomas has to be careful through there. He does. Takes the outside, and he can afford to do it. But as also we're getting towards the end of this moto, last lap board coming out, shorter race this time.
Yeah, we're only in a 12-minute moto for this class, so we're getting through it fairly quickly. But yeah, 1 lap to go for Seth Thomas to make sure he can hold on to this moto win. Looking at those drone shots, a bit of a rough run through that whoop section then, I think, for Seth. Might have caught one. Or maybe it was the lap rider.
Yeah, hard to see with a drone as I'm trying to sort of go back to see third, fourth, fifth, whether Houston has been able to hang on to that third place.
Seth and Blake are definitely making a lot of passes through the lap riders of the field in this moto. They've definitely gone into the back markers a long way.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how far up the field they actually end up lapping. As there's Millard that's come through in front of Max Anderson and Ellis. There's Bubendi. So not sure what happened to Houston, or if Houston's already gone through. I might have missed him.
Yeah,
he may have gone through already.
No, there he is.
Yep.
He's lost a few positions.
So Houston must have I think he's dropped it for a few, just a small little maybe tip over in a corner or something, because he hasn't lost a heap of time, but he's lost
lost 4 positions or something there.
Seth just sort of running out the rest of this race. You can see he's gone back into cruise mode. Bohannon has closed up the gap, but that's just Seth managing the race. As Seth Rowe, as his nickname is coming towards the checkered flag to get the race win there, and checkered flag out, and clicks off another win. Bohannon, look, second is again in the championship is still good. It's good points, but he's got to try and pull one back in that third race. Otherwise, he's going to leave here with a 9-point deficit at the end of round 1.
And a bit of a gap here. We're looking for our third place rider now, but you can see that the distance that Seth and Blake put onto the field here at this point. Keep an eye out for our third position. I think they're still making their way up to the top section of the track there, aren't they?
Well, they were about half a lap behind, and I'm pretty sure it was Millard that was holding down that third position, which is great because he got a third in race 1. So, and he'll be really happy with that. I know he wants to win, but again, Liam's moved up to this 12 to 14 year age group a year early. So to finish on the podium.
There he comes through, 6:01.
Just in front of Ollie Chandler. Ollie Chandler's one that we missed.
So we're going to take a quick break here on the coverage. We'll be back for our next motos in just a sec.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna? Giornamento de che?
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
And we're back on for the New South Wales Motorcycle Motocross titles here at Lake Macquarie. We have our next class on the grid here. It's the 15 to 17 years 125cc class. Reasonable gate size here for this one. Our previous class winner for the race before was to 27 of Richie Lawler, but the whole shot last time came from a bit of an unknown there in Soren Stordinger in 6:08. So let's see if he can do it again. We're away and racing.
Yeah, and look, it is a big class for that new age group because as we see a Husqvarna with a hole shot and then heading into the outside, which I think is a great move, getting the hole shot and carrying so much speed swinging into that outside line, and that looks like
it's the 252.
252. I was going to say Jones, but Jones is in second place.
It's Brody Collins.
So Collins, who we didn't see up the front at all in that first race, so didn't get the start, but he's got it this time. And much better start, though, for Jones, who ended up third in that first race, which I did expect him to be out the front. And he's trying to make that happen now, though, right on the back end of Collins.
And I was just having a look through because our original leader of the first moto went out with a mechanical in Riley Burgess, and I just wanted to see if he was in the field. He is, but I think he's in about 6th or 7th.
Yeah, so uncharacteristic bad start for him. Jones has made a quick pass. He went up the inside there of Collins in that motorcycle New South Wales turn. He opted for the deeper, more difficult rut and just, inside rut, got on the inside and took it away. So Collins just can go quick enough through that middle line. So Collins putting himself in good position anyway. 3 Husqvarnas in third and then 1 in 5th as well. So not sure where Richie Lawler has ended up, but he didn't get the start he wanted. He's got some work to do as looks like Burgess has moved into that 4th place. So we've got Husqvarna's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Clearly good on the starts anyway.
Brian Jones making his way up the hill for the first time there.
Yeah, heading into the New South Wales mining corner and then the Kennards Hire right-hander.
The ruts in that Kennards Hire one, you're looking at it from here, they're really starting to get deep on that inside.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of hook in the end there as Burgess trying to get around for third place.
Making his way up.
Yep. Gets the pass. He just went around the outside there. And he got around Jake Taplin. So Taplin was one of the riders that was up near the front of the field in this class. And another good start for him.
Now, hopefully whatever happened to Riley Burgess in that first moto has been solved in this little break between Moto 1 and Moto 2 because he's making his way to the front. We wouldn't want anything to happen again.
Well, Jake Taplin, he's just been passed and gone back to 4th place, but he finished 2nd in the first race. So he's looking at an overall podium today, regardless of where Burgess finishes, because Burgess dropped the whole moto.
Exactly. So as much as Burgess might take a good position here, it's not really going to count for the overall, but he's got to make up some points for the championship as a whole now, given that big hole that he's put himself in the first moto.
Well, it's only onwards and upwards from here for Burgess. Like you said, there's nothing he can do about that first race, but what he can do is try and win every race after that and make up those points the hard way, basically. Still want to try and get an idea of where Richie Lawler is, our winner from race 1, because he did not get a good start. There's a 23. Oh no, that's not Corey Argel. Corey's not here today. Must be another number 23.
Cooper Reid on 23 today.
Yep, Cooper Reid.
Riley Burgess taking an outside line there, trying to stay out of that deep rut probably.
Yeah,
in the Kennards Hire corner there.
Sort of,
but he's made it work.
Down. He has, yep. No, he got a. It was the little error from Collins in the corner. He lost his drive into those rollers, And I think he just felt the presence of Burgess coming up the inside and just decided to... I honestly thought Collins could have started to move over and close that door, but, you know, sometimes the revving throttle behind you just makes it a bit scary. And you again, no rearview mirrors. You don't know how close the rider is. You hear a loud rev. It's a common
warning sign, isn't it?
Well, it's actually a common tact that the riders use to scare the riders in front.
Yes.
They pull the clutch in, give it a big rev before a corner and scares the rider in front of them thinking they're going to get hit. But Ryan Jones, he is getting it done.
As much as we were talking about Riley Burgess maybe trying to win a lot of these motos here, he's got a bit of work to do to catch up to Ryan Jones.
Oh, look, I think that if he can catch up to Ryan and pass him, he's doing well. You know, Ryan is very quick on this track. As you see, Taplin now, he's trying to improve on that position. Collins, our whole shot from first race, and Tapo with just a little bit more pace right now. And if he can get into that third position to go along with his second place from race one, you know, depending on where Richie Lawler is.
I still haven't picked him up.
No,
I tried to look for him just then, but I missed him as I looked back to the monitor. But there's something amiss here.
Yeah, well, look, as we sort of scan back through the field, I'm sure he'll be there.
Oh, there he is. I think I've picked him up as I look across the field. Somewhere around there, yeah.
5th or 6th place.
So he's obviously he's probably had a very bad start. He's trying to work his way through the field, but how far can he get? It's going to be important for his overall chances for the day.
Yeah, that's right. Burgess heading up the hill into the Motorcycling New South Wales corner. Still opting for that.
They're gone very inside on that one.
Yep.
I think he's almost inside there on the track markers.
And Ryan Jones,
he's got a massive lead.
He does. He's done the job early. That for now, it's just maintain. It's just try and keep that gap the same. I mean, he's over jumping a lot of his jumps. I don't know if it's about maintaining yet for Ryan, but that's realistically, from a smart point of view, all he needs to do. Burgess in second, and look at the roost that comes off the back there. Collins and Taplin. So that's where the battle is right now.
Yeah, on my dodgy count, Ryan Jones has got a 10-second lead here, over Burgess. So a bit to make up for Burgess at this point with that 10-second gap or thereabouts.
Jonesy into the Kennard's right-hander through the rollers, and he hasn't put a foot wrong all race. There's our second place. Third, looks like Tapo has made the pass. We missed that pass, unfortunately. Tapo's now up into third position. And then in the New South Wales mining corner, great battle there for 4th, 5th and 6th place. If we could scan back to that would be great. We could see that battle as Jonesy got all his own way out front right now.
Well, if we went back to that position, we might find the 27 of Richie Lawler there. So.
Yeah, yep.
But with these positions at the moment, it puts an interesting overall perspective in the happen, because Ryan Jones and Jake Taplin have sort of gone 2-3 and then 1-3. So interesting, because Riley Burgess is out of this at this point with this first Moto DNF. So
looks like Lawler's heading into that bottom corner before the last uphill. That's where the 27 and the 777 are. And there's about 4 of them.
There's a pack of
their
them.
pack of bikes. They're at the top of the section now before they're going to come down to the finish line.
Some moves going on and a mistake as well.
Yeah, that's right. They're heading towards the finish line jump now. Over the finish line jump, that's a 65. There goes Lawler up the inside.
Didn't quite make the move at the end there. He got shut off at the last minute. As they head down into that bottom section of the track that you Mikkel, were talking about as the passing zone, maybe Lawler can make that move that he tried to do just past the finish line. We're seeing Burgess on screen, heading into that Kennard's higher corner there. He's actually got a nice little line going. He's gone just outside into the middle section of the track.
About third or fourth line out. And just avoiding those rough lines. But
They're in the Kennard's high corner looking over there. There was a bunch of riders going through, and that's where Richie Lawler's trying to battle through.
Yeah, into the whole shots graphics corner. There's about 5 bikes in that turn. Now heading towards the New South Wales
from our
Mining.
Leader?
Oh, sorry, NMA. That's the Motorcycle Alliance. But here comes the battle. They're coming towards us on this great drone shot. You can see there's about 4 bikes. Just behind, there's Lawler. He's our race 1 winner. And like I said, terrible start. He's got Jed Gray.
We've had to write it down.
That's
that's
Taplin. Yes, that's unfortunate.
So we've lost
for
our
him.
3rd position.
Sordinger there, Soren Sordinger, just kind of doing his own thing. And Lawler has picked up a couple positions.
That's going to change his overall sort of thing.
Yes, it is.
Very big.
It's going to help him a lot, especially with Taplin, because Taplin was in great position. 2nd in the first race, running 3rd in this one. And that has put Lawler up to 3rd. And with a race win in the first race, and now sitting 3rd, he's essentially going to be tied on points with Jones heading into the final moto.
So it'll be a winner-take-all situation in the last moto.
That's right. So there's Jones.
Still well out in front.
Yep.
Making his way through Kennard's higher corner there.
Through
up
the rollers.
He's got a decent gap on Riley Burgess. I think Riley's might have just buttoned off a bit here because he's probably got nothing in front to chase and nothing really behind to push from. So.
Well, that's what was so crucial about Jones getting that lead, because once he had that lead, it's almost, you feel like there's no point. There's no point pushing, trying to catch him. He's too far away. We're going about the same pace. Look at this battle here, though. This is where I'd like to stay if we can. Sordinger. We've got Jed Gray on the 777. There's Taplin on the 26. We've got another 3 bikes there. I think that was Reed and Deacon Do as well, the 232, 234. But this is, we're about just over halfway through this race. And there is still a lot of racing left, a lot of excitement as Sordinger tries to hang on to this position from...
Jed Gray's gone inside.
Yeah, he just left the door wide open. And Taplin has the opportunity as well of trying to claw some of these positions back.
Well, and we as much as Lawler's been moving up, and we thought we got him into 3rd place there, I think we've forgotten about the 252 of Brody Collins.
Well,
I think he's still in 3rd.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Brody. And he got our whole shot. And again,
and there he is.
What a fantastic ride from getting that stop. But Lawler is now hot on his heels.
Yeah, he might not be in 3rd for too much longer.
Look at this Deacon dude. He's in about 7th, but there's 3 or 4 people in front of him that he can possibly make the pass on. There's Jed Gray heading to the rollers. Sordinger hasn't let go of him yet. Taplin's closing up. So we've got a 3-way battle there. That's for like 4th or 5th place. And that's what I love about motocross racing. There's not just the race for the lead. And these guys, again, give these guys a whole shot. Look at Brody Collins.
Exactly.
I didn't see him in the first race, and he's running 3rd.
Yeah, a start makes a difference in a pack like this. So they're also tight on speed. As much as Ryan Jones is out front killing it.
Yep, Jones is. And as you mentioned, Jones, Tapo just made the pass up the inside of Sordinger, so he's moved up another spot. There's
Jed Gray,
if we can go a bit further back than Jed on camera, we might be able to see there's Taplin now trying to make a run at him. But there's, like, any mistake from any one of these riders and you're going to lose 6-7 positions.
It
is so close.
Whole group of them there.
Yep, so Kobe Reed makes the pass on Sordinger as well.
He was our 4th place from our first moto. He's probably back in 10th place.
Little mistake there from Taplin again. He gives up another position.
So Kobe Reed's made
all
through.
Sort of unravelling for Tapo in this one. One mistake's turned into 5. And one of the riders who I expected to see on the podium was Deacon Do, and he's just not getting the starts. We look at this group, and we talked about already how close these guys are in speed. And unfortunately, if you're not going to on percentage-wise get good starts, you're not going to have a chance at a podium.
No, nowhere near it at that point. So yeah, you're going to have to get your start game on point to make sure you're in the battle.
Like you look at Ryan Jones as there's Deacon Do on the 234, and looks like he's just made a pass to move another position up. Jake Taplin's the next next rider on his list. And another 4 bikes behind him. So Dude's been able to make his way through those guys. But
it's taken the best part of 3/4 of the moto sort of thing. So.
Yeah, we're coming to the pointy end of this race. And even Ryan Jones, one of the fastest riders in the class, only managed a 3rd in the first race because of his start. And he didn't have a bad start. He was about 4th or 5th. So, and, you know, Lawler, he's well, I'm not sure if he's actually managed to get on the pass on Collins, but he was certainly challenging him as Jones goes over the finish line. So we will see when they come towards the finish line their positions as they jump past us. I'm glad we've got this Perspex screen in front of us, because last year we were getting roost actually hitting us. There's Burgess looking down at his motorcycle.
Has he got another issue?
Well, I don't know, and I hope not, as Lawler is up into 3rd, and he has put a bit of a gap on Collins, who's, I'm sure he's really happy with the top 5 right now, sitting in 4th place. But then we've got a long way to go back to Jed Gray, and the 2:32 there of Kobe Reed is on the charge. As this race is winding down, Reed is almost close enough to make a pass.
We've got a 21 on screen at the moment of Bailey Harris, a bit further back in the field.
That's
there.
right. I seen the Husqvarna. I'm like, tell me that's not Riley Burgess, you know, because he was obviously up the front. I just was hoping he wasn't having another problem, but obviously not. There's Jonesy coming down the hill, that very bumpy braking bumps. And this is again where the close battles are through the rollers in the mid-pack, through the whole shot graphics corner. That's a 2:32 Kobe Reed, so if we could stay there, that would be great. Not sure if that's, I was going to say, is that Cameron Shaw, or is that a lap rider?
It might be a lap rider. I think it's the 100 of Lachlan Neville, but I'm not sure.
No, on the 685, yeah, Lockie Neville would be a lap down.
Yeah, he's the one there in 100 going down the hill. We got on 685.
I think that's
Cameron Shaw.
Yeah, I think Cameron Shaw may also be a lap down. I didn't see him up the front earlier, so. And again, you look at the pace of some of the lap riders.
There's nothing slouchy about this, is it?
It's taking time for the leaders to pass the lap riders.
And we're back to our leader now in the 299.
And we are, and it's the last lap of the race. And as he is in the New South Wales mining corner, and that's how far ahead he is of these guys that are running close to the same pace.
Riley Burgess still seems to be in that 2nd place, so whatever issue he might have going on, it's not hurting him too much at this point in the radar. So
it's always hard as a rider, though. You know, it's like when you have had a problem, it's almost like a phantom problem moving forward, where you worry about it. You know, it's in your head, and it's actually not a great. Like, he's just doing what he can. You know, he may only have the one bike here today that he's got to race, maybe not a spare bike. And look at this, maybe a pass for position. Is that Collins and Taplin?
No, I think that's Taplin's just caught up to the back of our 100
Neville, there. The lap rider, yeah. So a bit of a letdown race. He's still going to finish good, Tapo, but, you know, just those couple mistakes have cost him dearly, and he'll be hoping that he'll still be able to secure an overall as Jones gets a checkered flag.
A comfortable moto win for Jones in that one for Moto 2, so well done to him.
And that's how he'll hopefully want to get it done moving.
Well, it's put him in a good position for the overall come Moto 3, hasn't it? So he just needs another good start like that, and it'll be him. Burgess does make it across the finish line in 2nd, but he is looking down. Somewhere maybe the gear shift or something. Maybe he's got a bent one. But Richie Lawler's caught right up the back of him.
He got back up to 3rd in front of Brody Collins.
For 4th.
And we'll see who finally gets there. And it was Kobe Reed. So Reed made the pass on Jed Gray, and he secured that 5th place. But no, look, battles all around, and great to see Richie Lawler after a bad start work his way through into 3rd, and Jake Taplin as well, also fixing up those mistakes by gaining positions at the end. Well, that's we're almost halfway through our start of the second session. And next up we'll have the 9 to 12.85s. We'll cut to some ads soon and then be back with racing at round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna? Gentleman to the K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, we're about to get underway. This is our 9 to 12.85 class, one of our bigger grids, and into turn 1. Now Archie Black got the whole shot last time, pinned his ears back and checked out, and looks like he might have another one. Oh, didn't get a good run out of that turn, and Biddick looked like on the 26th. Oh, massive first turn pile up, and we'll see if any of our contenders are in that one as Duke Sharabam got sideways through the rollers. Archie Black, he's just having a fantastic day on this 9 to 12.85 class. Better than the 65. But leading the way, where are the other contenders? Duke Sharabam, I mentioned, was there. He made that little mistake in the rollers. Biddick with a great start. There's Maxie Harris again. Blade Regan on the 203. We're looking for...
There's a fair few riders down in that first corner as well.
There was.
And actually over the berm into the back section there.
Yeah.
So
well, that's what you're going to have with a full grid heading into turn 1 where nobody wants to give an inch.
There's only so much space on the track, isn't there?
Yeah, you run out of real estate and then you forget that you're brakes. But Archie Black, well, he has put the day together because and he has to start a championship off on the right foot. It just catapults you into such a good position mentally as well. Like, you know, it's always hard, even in a series where you got 3 rounds or 5 rounds or 7 rounds where you know, okay, I can make up the points if I have a bad round, but you know, you start your first round on a downer, it messes with your head. So for Archie, we almost seen a crossover pass there. Obviously the rider's slowing down for the yellow flags and rider rejoining the track there.
That's from our start accident
yes,
there.
Yeah, it was. But it looks like they've got it cleared up. So Black, and again, the water on the track, and it's the same for everybody. You've got to just manage that. Duke Sharabam, one of our contenders, he's up into second place now. So we'll see, they're normally running the same pace. Archie Black, Duke Sharabam, Kai Sproul. Not sure where Kai is. Obviously didn't get the side in this one, or he may have got caught up in that first turn tangle, but, inside line for Archie in that New South Wales. Again, that sneaky line down. Sharabam tucking the front, going into that inside rut. And that's, Archie is... he had that happen in the first race where he got out front and everybody made mistakes behind him, and it made it so easy for him, and like, it doesn't mean that he won because they crashed. Archie won because he got the whole shot. He got in front, clear track, stayed out of trouble. Like, you think about those riders that got caught up in that first turn crash. Yeah, it's bad luck, but you make your own luck. If you're going to get a bad start and you get caught up in a first turn crash, well, that's on you. You can fix that by getting a better start next time.
But look what that crash for that second place rider there has done to the lead, because Archie's now massively gapped out the front there for the gap between first and second. So he's just got to stay consistent on his laps and keep avoiding the pitfalls that his competitors seem to keep falling into. So
yeah, well, look, I mean, if he can come away with a win in the second moto, it's not going to matter where he finishes in the third race. He's going to wrap this up this first round. And I mean, look, nothing better than getting 3 wins, especially when your opposition, like you look at the finishes and where the guys are, they're all over the place. So, yeah, we see Maxie Harris up the front there as well. So he's been somewhat consistent, as is Blade Regan. But, you know, when riders are finishing second, third, fourth, and you're winning all 3 of your races, you end up with a 20-point lead by the end of the first round of the titles, and that then also, that's where the self-belief comes in that, hey, I can do this. I can win this championship. So, and you know, the lead that Archie Black's been able to pull out on these guys, you know, the guys in second, they're not going slow, and as you can see, they're pretty spread out too, so it's not like they're holding anybody up either. I still haven't seen the 280 Yamaha machine of Kai Sproul, so I wonder if he was caught up in that first turn accident. That's our leader, Archie Black, who's come over the finish jump. Blade Regan, Maxie Harris, there's Sprowley. So he, I think he may have avoided that first turn, but
still not a great start.
But
yeah.
no, but look, hey, up into fourth, and you know, got some work to do. Oh, as a Husky rider went down, that might have been Maxie Harris. Just got towards the end of that rut and just didn't have enough acceleration, I believe, out of the turn to keep the front wheel up, and he's just lost, just the front wheel just washed out towards the end of that rut. If you can roll through a rut cleanly and accelerate hard mid-rut and get out, because the only thing holding you up is your rolling speed. So if you lose too much rolling speed mid-corner, you will tuck the front on the way out of the turn.
And that's where you end up dabbing your foot a lot, isn't it? As your momentum sort of dies off, you start dabbing the foot, trying to keep the bike upright.
Yeah.
And if you don't get it out in front of you, you can quickly and easily tuck that leg behind you, and then you just end up on the ground, face first.
And Archie Black just picking his way through lap traffic here. Might go a bit further back and see there's the 280 Kai Sproul. He's got Ryder Birchall behind him on the 22, but nobody close to him in front. So with that crash, I think it was Maxie Harris that went down. We'll see when they come over the finish to give you an idea of the order. So Archie Black, our race leader. And then we have a lap rider on 75, the Yamaha. There's Blade Regan. So Blade Regan, a solid second right now. And that is just 2 good starts. I think he ended up 4th in the first race.
Yeah, we've lost Maxie.
Yeah, we have. And
here he comes through, but he's probably in about 6th or so now.
So Kai Sproul's moved up in the 3rd, but he has got Ryder Birchall all over him right now. Ryder Birchall is firing towards the end of this last race, so we'll try and stay on this battle. In this bottom section of the track, the spectators can't see, but we can because of the great coverage that we have.
Archie Black just making a move on a lap rider there, getting his way through the field at the back end of this moto. Our Yamaha guys here, but they are definitely going at it, coming into the Kennards higher corner here.
Yep, and
a bit of a bad line there for Birchall.
He just got a little bit off balance coming out of that turn. There's Harrison Rex. He finished 2nd in Moto 1. The young, I would like to say he's 9 years old, you know, and he's riding against kids that are 11. Some of them already turned 12. So he didn't get as good a start this time.
But if you remember, he was running third in that first moto, or second, then got past, and then ended up back into second. So he had a good late race charge there. So maybe he's going to make a move here, catch up to these two Yamaha riders and surprise them here.
Well, you know, the riders, I think, were making mistakes around him. And but great for him to be competing with these kids that, as Sproul looks over his shoulder at Birchall, Birchall is clearly in his head right now. You know, he's making mistakes too, Sprouley. So I don't know what's going on with him, why he's not racing forward, but Birchall is he can see that position right in front of him, and then, like you said, you got Harrison Rex right there.
He's closing in on him. But there's Maxie Harris looking aggressive, trying to make up for that little lost time that he had with that tip over.
He was just behind Peters.
Another lap rider in the middle there of our Yamaha boys. He just made a way out to the outside, which was a good idea.
Yep, and Harris trying to close that gap. Oh, sorry, not Harris. That's Harrison. Harrison, and then Harris after Peters. And this is the tough part of the race where you got like a dozen riders. It's almost like the start of the race where you see how that lap rider just clipped the back wheel of Birchall.
And then almost ended up right in the way for Harrison as well. So
yes,
lots of things to contend with on the track when there's a full grid.
Well, as I said, this is almost like the start of the race where everybody's bunched up, and on a tight part of the track like that, very difficult for these riders to, you know, be able to avoid the lap riders without losing too much time. As we go back to our race leader, and look at that, taking the outside lines because he can, and why not? He's earned those outside lines, or the ability to be able to take the wider lines, not having any pressure. And again, confidence-wise for Archie, you know, not just on the 85. Like, he didn't have a great race, his first race on the 65, but, you know, he is going to come out for his next 65 race moto with a lot of confidence. He's going to come out on the 85 going for not just the overall, he's going to go for the win and try and get a perfect scorecard going into round 2 of the state titles, which heads to Dubbo.
Archie heading up to that New South Wales mining corner. Ooh, took a little bump there in the inside rut as he approached that corner. Cross-rutting on the exit there. Down rider on the outside there as well that he's avoided. But he's still, as much as those couple little mistakes, he's looking very good. We're looking back into the field a little bit here. We're picking up our two Yamaha combatants and the Husky there of Harrison in the background.
Well, that is still very close, and a bad line there from Sproul on the outside.
Or lap riders
and he had to do it because of the lap rider. He was forced into that line, and that has just allowed Birchall to try and sweep around the outside of him. Birchall's going to get more run from the outside, but Sproul had the inside, which was a shorter line around the turn. So he hangs on to the position, but he's got to be careful here because we're coming towards the end of this race. It actually feels longer than...
the lap belt's not out. Last lap belt's not out yet, but keep an eye on Harrison here. He's sneaking up on the back of these two, and he almost got sort of inside of one of them as they were trying to battle themselves. So he's a chance here.
I like what he did there. He didn't follow them in the rut. He went to the outside. He lost no time.
He's right with them.
He squared up that line, and that's a good option because what it allowed him to do was to head down the hill on the right-hand side of missing the bumps. Look at him going to the outside here. He's going to get the momentum. He's going to try and jump to the outside. That was
going around the outside.
That was a ballsy move because if Birchall had gone across, they both
run out of line.
They would have both gone down high.
But now he's looking ahead too, Bart.
Well, he's got Sproul, potentially one of the championship contenders in front of him. Now Rex needs to be careful here because he's trying to make a pass on Sproul. He could quite easily give the position back, straight back to Birchall, and he done that by...
Well, has he managed to...
Well, nearly lost it, sorry. Sorry, Harrison. Nearly lost it. You've got to be careful, and I think he has now. I think Birchall has got it back.
We've got a drag race up the hill, Bart.
If we can stay on these three guys, that would be awesome, camera-wise. But, now Birchall, is he going to go the outside? No, he goes to the inside to follow. He doesn't want to give away that inside, but
We've got some
let's see what Rex
zigzagging going on.
does. Yeah, we've got three-way battles through the corner. And I like what Birchall did there. He ran wide, but look at the sneaky line up the inside. He ran on the markers.
There was no room for that.
There was no room.
He made it happen, but...
He did. There was less than half a metre there. And you know with your handlebars, you only need probably about 30 centimetres. So very close. But last lap board is out. We didn't see it the lap before, but it is the last lap. So Archie's got it in the bag. He just needs to bring it home. But this battle for
we back to third, fourth, fifth?
Second, third, and fourth it was. And they're heading up the hill now as Archie Black is going to get the checker flag. Looks like Sprowley is going to secure that second place. Something has happened to Birchall because he's disappeared. I think he's dropped it in that corner before the uphill because I can't see him over the jump here. And, that was third, fourth, and fifth because Blade Regan has come through for second in front of Kai Sproul. But what an impressive ride there from Harrison Rex. Second in the first race, fourth in the second race. And there's Duke Sharabam just in front of the 22 of Ryder Birchall. So Birchall definitely made a mistake on that last lap, which has cost him dearly. So what exciting racing. We'll be back soon. We're going to cut to an ad and we'll be back for the next race in a little bit.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Gate drop down. This is our 50s. Pretty sure it's our 50cc. Couple, about 3 or 4 coppers with a whole shot there, and Archie Blanchett is the one that won the first race. But Zio Kirchen, another whole shot, and he has got the style. Got Diga Mumby there in second place. All our top runners up the front. That's great for the racing side of things anyway, to see them there. We've got Merchant, Blanchett, Mumby, and then our leader Kirchen. And they were our top 4 finish in the last race as well.
Picking up some spectator noise there, I think, in terms of our fans in the crowd watching on.
Great. Where they're standing, I don't know. It felt like it was right behind me. But, so when you look at choosing lines on the track, the 50cc class, they've actually got to be the best at choosing lines because they're on the smallest machines, the smallest suspension, the least amount of power. You know, they've got to find the highway on the track. So their lines will be completely different to, say, the 15 to 17 125 class. Yeah, they've got to avoid the main lines. They've got to avoid the main ruts. Try and stick to the flat stuff. As Kirchen with that whole shot. I mean, when you look at Blanchett and how he dominated that first race. Oh! Massive
That's Kirchen.
Crash. Yeah, sorry.
Kirchen's gone down.
He's obviously gotten sideways. It's handed the lead to...
Bumby's out front now.
Bumby. There is... I was wondering what happened to Blanchett. He's only in about 5th at the moment. Okay, sorry about that, folks. We're back with Mumby. There you go, Mumby, and look at that outside elbow up super high in the turn. He's got that attack position in the sitting position in the corners, and great to see such style with these young kids. I mean, we're talking 7, 8 years of age.
But they get such good access to coaching and stuff these days, so they get that drill, they get that technique put into them very early on, and it just helps them. Well, a bit of a loose moment there for, I think that was Blanchard coming into the corner, losing the rear. But yeah, their technique is getting worked on from such an early age that they can look really much the part at this time already at this young age.
Yeah, well, Mumby's about to know he's alive, and look how he's avoiding that deep rut, and even second place chose not to go in that deep rut, which is a wise choice. And that's Blanchett. Now, he won the first race by a mile. And clearly the fastest rider on track at the moment. There's Merchant on the 24. He's just made a pass on the number 18, I think it is, of Hudson Keegan. But Mumby, this is a great opportunity for Mumby to see if he can keep Blanchett behind him as long as possible. And as I say that, Blanchett makes the pass. So now... it's important for Mumby to stay with him, not just let him go, and learn that speed. Like, where is Archie making up this time?
If he can hang with him for half a lap, he'll learn a lot from him, but he's got to be able to hang on to him for half a lap yet. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, that's right. Through the rollers. I mean, he's already... Look, he caught Mumby pretty quick, and he's gapping him just as quick. But even if Deegan doesn't have his pace, just follow his lines. Just copy him. Like, if somebody passes you, they're obviously going faster than you. So don't stick to your lines. Just follow their lines. Try and see what they're doing. And if you copy their lines exactly and they still pull away from you, well, then it's acceleration and braking.
He's doing all right so far. Like, he's still there. He's still within sight of it, and a little mistake there from Archie that's allowed him to come back. Deegan to come back to him. So he's going to... Oh, but did he lose the front?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he's put it down. Did Kirchen get back up in 3rd place? I don't know, because he went down on the landing of the tabletop, and there's a Husky in 3rd place. So you can just see as they come over that middle tabletop, see Archie flying over that tabletop on the 50. I've never seen a 50 jump that jump.
It's so impressive, isn't it?
There's Mumby. No, it's not. I don't think it's Kirchen. There's Merchant on the 24. It looked like Sonny Bonds on the 12. So we'll have to have a scan through the field when they come over the finish jump to get an idea of where Kirchen ended up after that crash. But also good to see who that 3rd place rider was, although it was Merchant that had made the pass, so Merchant would have moved into 3rd position.
Got scoring up on the screen. Maybe we'll be able to see him here.
I nearly started calling names. I think it was our leaders, but there's Kirchen, and he's come off the track. So that crash was too much for him, and which is really sad because again he's one of our top 5, top 3 even in this class. And there's Merchant coming through on the 24. And it was the 12 of Sonny Bonds behind him on the Husqvarna. Blanchett now all by himself again, just like he was in race 1, although he had to work for it. But again, it took his time. He didn't panic. No big mistakes. We saw Mumby tuck the front. Hopefully he got up. I think he got up and running again. I'd like to. There he is. Yep, he's heading up the back there now into the New South Wales mining corner.
So did he lose a couple of places there? I can't quite see
time,
if he's
just position.
Yeah, and see that's what we're talking about with the fact of trying to stay on top of Archie to sort of learn from him. He's lost that opportunity by going down there, which is a shame.
But then again, that crash, that could have been him riding outside of his comfort zone, which is not a bad thing, you know, riding out of his comfort zone to learn. It would have been a bad thing had he not been able to restart the bike or get going, but he did. I'm sure he picked it up quickly while it was still running, because he hasn't actually lost a heap of time, and he didn't lose any position. So, awesome overhead there. And like
it's a great shot of the track there, isn't it?
Well, the venue itself. I mean, you're talking about the green grass. I mean, I don't know what it is about seeing green grass around the track. It's like an oasis, you know. It just makes it more picturesque. Otherwise, as much as I love a motocross track, if it's just brown, it's just like it looks like a desert, you know.
Well, it shows too that the area is going pretty well with the rainfall to have green grass growing on the side of the track, because usually there's plenty of equipment going around as well, moving things around. So, that's
right.
But no, look, picturesque there. The dam in the background as well. Not the waterways we're talking about earlier with Lake Macquarie City Council, but
that's not the waterway I want to be swimming in. Although I swim in my dam at home. So there goes Mumby. He's second place. He's just come over the finish jump. And Merchant, now he's coming towards the finish on the 24. Still got the Sonny Bonds on 12 behind him. And they're on their last lap now. And I think it's great that the kids have done the full track today. You know, it's like more of an opportunity for them at this level. You know, if they were just doing a short track, it feels like a sprint race, and it's those more difficult parts of the track that the good riders, where they have to go up the hill and down the hill through the bumps and pick better lines and the deeper ruts, they miss out on that when they've got to do a half track. But I do understand that you've got to cater for everybody in the group. And, you know, if the track's really difficult, which it's not at the moment, I do like the fact that we're starting to see some corners with 3 or 4 ruts in them. And you'll definitely see that tomorrow with the bigger bikes.
Yeah, the more horsepower is going to eat into that track a bit more, so it'll rip up a bit.
450s are going to dig some holes.
But no, it is great that the kids are on the full-size track, because they're getting to see... You know, we're getting to see the launch, the step up the hill and stuff on these tiny little bikes. So they're learning things, you know, as much as Archie's probably got a fair few things up his sleeve already. He's learning new skills by going all the way up these top of the track here and working through the field and such as well, because it's spreading it out a bit more.
That's right. And there's the checkered flag for Archie. And if you only put it on the live stream now to watch, you'd think that Archie led the race from start to finish, but he hasn't. He had to work for it, got in the lead, and then pulled a massive gap.
Just watching a few of our back markers come across the field, the finish line here. As we close out this moto here for the 7 and 950cc competitors. Just looking for our second place rider here. As you said, a big gap there from Archie, but the 24 has come across the line in second there, and that is Jackson Merchant. The 22 just coming across the line there as well. That was Cade Manvell. The 232 coming across the line on the Cobra. The 259 coming across as well. That's Bear Blanchett. So another awesome moto for these young guys and girls on these little bikes on the full-size track. Just watching a few more of them come through the finish ends of this moto.
So we're about to get underway. Problem on the start gate, so we're going to... and that may just be a rider that's... oh, no, sorry. We're waiting for our last rider to come through the finish, so that's what that was.
Just enjoying the great drone shots here of the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club's facilities here. You can hear the revs up. This race is about to get underway. We believe it's the 14 to 16 85cc, but we'll tell you that in a sec once we get some close-up shots here.
Yeah, Jake Doyle with another great hole shot on the 155. He is nailing the starts.
Let's see how long he can hold this one out before... Well, we've got a move already for the lead here.
Oh, he might be able to hang on. He's right on that edge. That was Buddy Brown that just shut the door hard on him. And then round the outside, that was a great move while they were battling for the inside. That looked like McCloskey on 59. McCloskey going for broke here. He's gone up the inside, nearly rough plastic going into that right-hand turn, the NMA National Motorcycle Alliance corner. They head up to the Motorcycling New South Wales right-hander.
There's our first moto winner, the 169, running the outside line there on the KDM.
Yeah, and that was a great move too. Like, you would think it's a slower line, but when all the riders are bunched up following through the inside, it actually worked out for him. So Sproul, he was in the inside rut there, and he ended up second in that first moto. So he can't let Williams get away, and he can't afford to let Williams to continually finish in front of him. He's got to fight for position. As do these two riders here in first and second place, Buddy Brown and Josh McCloskey. And McCloskey is very racy at the moment. Just he's definitely running a faster pace. It could also be that Brown is, because these guys were all going about the same speed. As Sprowley makes a move. Sprowley looked like he jumped through those rollers and got, or no, sorry, not Sprowley, Tyson Williams, I'm sorry. Tyson Williams.
Oh, we got close there.
Very close inside.
Oh, that could have been nasty.
And Williams has moved up into third. So Williams on the charge. Still a good start. I mean, fortunately, such a small group. You know, it's very hard to get better.
We're down. He tried to take the inside of inside.
Well, those ruts are so close together that when, and that's just Tyson Williams has just got a 2-for-1 sale and taking the lead as Buddy Brown tries to come back at him, but Tyson Williams has got it.
Have to see if Buddy can stick with him and make a race of this, because Tyson did check out a fair bit in that first moto.
He did, yes. And this is where Buddy can't afford to let him go. As with Sproul, he's moved up into third with that crash from it was McCloskey that went down.
Yeah.
And they just ran out of room. Like, those two ruts are so close to each other that they both checked up in the corner to stop hitting each other. And McCloskey just lost his balance and tipped over, which is weird because these guys are so tall for these bikes. It's kind of hard to lose your balance. You know,
oh, look! Once that leg goes behind you, that's the end of you.
Yeah, that's it. It's it pulls your whole body when you dab the ground, pulls your whole body backwards and drags you off the back of the bike. So Williams, even though he's only led for half a lap, he's put a
He's murking his way further forward, isn't he?
And there's Gromble.
Yeah, I was going to say.
350 machine. Now, he was up the front in the last race, and he made an error or crash late in the moto, and it cost him. He was running in the top 3, and so you cannot afford to make those mistakes. And Williams is just putting his best foot forward, and again, railing these outside lines. He is not worried about the inside. He doesn't need to be. He's got enough of a lead to do that. You see Buddy Brown going to the outside in that second corner. It is a faster line.
Tyson just taking a look back, coming out of that corner, just to see where the competitors are. But he's definitely starting to make a bit of a gap out to the front. But second and third there, they're very tight together. And I think that's Gromble. Yeah,
Gromble's made the pass on Brown. We missed that one, so unfortunately. As they come up the hill. Still pretty tight there between second, third, fourth and fifth place as Sproul just behind Doyle. Now Doyle, he was our early, he got our whole shot, I think. He was the early race leader. Very briefly, he got swallowed up pretty quick at the start of the race. And I was wondering how Tyson was going to go this year on the 85. He's quite a tall kid, like he's almost my height, and he still rides the 85 really well, as well as obviously the bigger bike. He's on the 125 as well. Buddy Brown the same. I don't know, it must be something in the food, because I was about a head shorter than all these kids when I was that age. Because I think it's the steroids in the chicken.
I was just going to say exactly that. They seem to have adapted them over the years and making these kids turn into monsters very early on.
Yeah, literally and figuratively. No, I don't mean that. So, heading into down the end of the start straight, should I say, far out. New South Wales mining corner, very close here. Battle for position as Gromble has gotten away from Brown. So Brown under fire here. Doyle looking to making a move through the rollers, and Sprouley very cleverly goes to the outside. That's going to give him a good run, and Brown just lost 2 positions in 2 corners, so he won't be happy with that. And Sproul, he has the opportunity to strike here on Gromble and get that position, and he needs to, because he's got to try and catch the next rider in front of him. Sprouley got second in the first race. He needs to try and get second again if he can, and not lose too many points on Williams. If Williams is going to win,
good move there.
Yeah, it was. Well, he just kind of braked enough to stop Sprouley
cutting back underneath him.
Up. Yeah. It looked like Sproul was going to rail around the outside of him. Gromble could see him there. And he didn't brake check him, but he just managed him to stop him going past.
As we say, just parked his bike in the right position and took the line away. So nice move there.
Well, that was Doyle, sorry, not Gromble. Gromble's in second. So
as we look down at the bottom part of our track here at Lake Macquarie, getting those drone shots, watching the riders come out of the bottom of the track section.
So that's the 155 of Doyle and the 208 of Cooper Sproul, as Gromble is checked out on both of them and is going after the leader. I'd actually, looking at his pace, I'd actually like to see Gromble with a whole shot and see what he does with it.
I think he might have something for Tyson there.
Well, he was in front of Tyson at the beginning of the race, but Tyson just made some quick moves. He didn't wait around. And I think Gromble just took a little bit of time to settle into the race. And unfortunately, when you do that, you lose track position. Where realistically it's... look at this square down, cut down move. Sproul went into the corner a little bit wider, but just didn't get the drive I thought he was going to get to make that pass. And Doyle is moving around the track too. He's moving to just put a little bit of doubt in Sproul's mind. You see Sproul coming down this outside again. This is where Doyle ran him wide last one, but this time Sproul cuts to the inside. Very smart move, but will he get the drive up the hill?
Struggled coming out of that rut by the look of it, didn't he?
Again, the weight of these kids, they momentum is their friend, you know.
Yeah.
And even there, like, it just didn't have enough room to secure that pass. It would have ended badly if he had forced the issue there.
Just doesn't, the bike and the rider's size just doesn't have the horsepower to sort of just make that little extra effort to get that tiny wheel in front that he needed there. But
look, clearly he's got a little bit more pace than Jake Doyle at the moment, and there's a couple spots where he's working, like on the track, where he's like, okay, I'll come close there, and I think one of those spots is where he's going to try and make his move. As we go back to Tyson Williams, our leader, still go to the outside, even with the lapper there, but he can do that. Again, he's got the time to just run wide, and we've seen a few people tuck the front on that inside left turn there, just with a rut. I don't know if it's slippery on the way in or just an edge that could just grab your front wheel. So here goes Sproul now through the rollers. What's he going to do? Follows him in that inside. He wasn't quite close enough to go to the outside there and make anything work. He is going slightly wider in this turn, but whatever he's doing, it's not working. He's either not getting close enough, or or he's not getting enough drive out of that turn. So maybe it'll be the corner that Tyson's just come out of, that left-hander. He's working that inside line. If he can get that inside line and get a good drive up that hill, there's Gromble in second. And Doyle's actually closing up on the back of Gromble. So
might have a bit of a battle here to close out this moto.
Yeah,
then,
and he's actually, it's almost like he's woken up a bit, because he has put some distance on Sproul for third place. Like, half a lap ago, we were talking about Sprowley making a move. Now
it's definitely changed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The momentum has swung. And maybe it's because he can see Grumble now in a corner or something, and it's just sort of spurred him to move forward.
What's also happened is that's taken the wind out of the sails of Cooper Sproul. Cooper slowed down, and Josh McCloskey, who went down earlier, has been on the charge since then, and he is almost on the back wheel of the 208. So it'd be interesting to see the finish. I think that's going to be a close finish at the end as we get to the business end of this moto. There's Williams going through the rollers now. And we'll go back to Gromble on the gas machine in second place. There's third, Doyle going through the rollers, and Sproul followed by McCloskey. Now Sproul, I think, has seen him coming, and he's thought, okay, hang on, right now I've got a bit of a gap. I can afford to, take the lines I want to take. You don't want to be in a position at the end of the race where you're trying to ride defensive and protect the line, or make a little mistake. You want just that little bit of breathing space for that. But I could only honestly see maybe a couple more laps in this one, and we'll see a last lap board coming out.
As you speak, I think they're actually going for that last lap board. So we're in the last stages of this moto, but Tyson Williams does have that massive lead at the front.
He does, and
he's quite comfortable,
and he's earned it too. Again, good start, just methodical, but again that urgency at the start of the race, which Gromble didn't have. Getting that good start, but then pushing to the front, and then when he got to the front, put in a couple good laps, and then just maintained that lead. Now here is the battle, that we're watching with Sproul on the 208 and McCloskey. Sproul is buttoned right off, and McCloskey
is going the other direction.
Going for it. Looks like the two lines come together there, and as they go through the rollers, I think Sproul will still have it at the moment, because McCloskey was forced to the outside. But if we just scan to the left there, heading into the New South Wales mining corner, we'll get a shot there of Sproul and McCloskey. That's where we're at. And they're going into that left-hand turn. Now, Sproul running wide, and at this point in the race, that's a dangerous move if you don't get enough drive and leave the door open.
We're side by side.
Yeah, look, I think this is the position I was saying that he doesn't want to find himself in. And McCloskey's going to run wide here. He's got to grease this inside. He does. So McCloskey now, the pressure's back on him. The pressure was on Sprouley the first part of the lap. But now it's on McCloskey where he has to...
well, he's running out of time, isn't he? He's going to feel that because he's running out of places that the move couldn't happen.
He's only got maybe 2 more opportunities. There is a lap rider here. Spraley's got to get this inside, and I thought maybe he's going to try and sneak it, but the lap riders is an opportunity. McCloskey's going to try and go inside, but then it's inside hasn't really
we're drag
worked
racing. They're looking at each other. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They looked over.
Yeah,
spotting each other up the hill there.
I think he's going to hang on to it, and he runs wide. Like, that surprised me. If McCloskey was closer, he would have lost that position. So Tyson Williams gets the checkered flag and the race wins. Gromble in second, Doyle third, and then we've got Sproul and McCloskey.
Another exciting motor there to close out the 14 to 16 year 85cc. So we will be back here shortly. We'll take another quick break before our next moto here at the New South Wales Motocross Titles.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giornamento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
"12 to 16 girls out there, and Eliza Dennis dominated the first race with Ada Harris in second. We'll see who managed to pull off that whole shot.
I think it's Lila White there on the 608, isn't it?
Yeah. Awesome start for her. And is that's Mia Cameron, and she won Stowe titles last year. She takes the early lead away. So Mia Cameron, this is where she feels she should be in the race. And Dennis got shut down going into that turn. Run out of space real quick. With the heads up riding though, because she jumped on the brakes. She could have very easily caught the back wheel of that rider and gone down. And that was Ada Harris, who just changed.
Oh, we almost had three-way sandwich there.
How did they? It's those bubbles I was talking about earlier. Everyone's got a bubble on at the moment.
That was very tight racing there. That couldn't have got much closer without it going wrong. So,
and Mia Cameron, as much as I was saying that's where she likes to be, she's
under
very
fire.
quickly found herself in third place. And Ada Harris has taken the lead. And these were our two first and second place getters from the first race, except it was the other way around with Eliza Dennis leading the race, and Mia Cameron has very quickly been past Jayla Parker there in fourth place.
Just keeping an eye on those front two. Eliza Dennis is looking to try and make a move there on Ada Harris in the bottom section of our track here at Lake Macquarie. Eliza's gone to the outside. Maybe she's going to look for a bit of a run up the hill here.
Yeah, look, just sizing her up right now. I think Ada is doing an awesome job of protecting the position. Like she's And she's switching up her lines too. Like Eliza thought that Ada was going to go inside there, and then Ada switched to the outside. So it's almost like she's
here we go,
with eyes on the back of her head. But you can only do that for so long. If somebody is going quicker than you, they will pass you. And Eliza just used those 180 corners to go wide around the turn, and she had the pass made before the next corner anyway, but just by taking a different line. So the bottom section and those 180s, again, keep talking about, passing opportunities on the track. You have to find those, and you're lucky to find 2 or 3 spots on any track where you can go, okay, this is where I can pass someone. And I'm not talking about passing a lap rider or somebody much slower. I'm talking about passing somebody of
same level.
Relatively same level or equal speed. You need to find those spots in the track, and then you've got to get, like you said, you've got to get level with that rider, get close enough that you can actually make it happen. Clearly Eliza has a bit more pace than Ada, so Ada, again, opportunity. Can she stick with her for as long as possible, learn that pace? The other girls are a bit further back. Mia Cameron, as I said,
still holding third place.
State champion last year, finds herself in third place. Jayla Parker. Then we've got Sienna Cyprian.
It's a little bit of a change up in our running order from our first moto there, with like Jayla being a bit higher up and Mia being a bit higher up as well. Have to see if they stay that way across the duration of this, but our front 2 leaders, they definitely have gapped the field a little bit already. But Mia is doing a good job to try and stay with Eliza as we head up towards that New South Wales mining corner. We take a look back down to the lower section as they're coming out of that area there of the track. Trying to pick up who it was that was coming up from that section there. That's our 58 of Jayla Parker. Taking that inside rut, feet off the pegs there. The rut's getting rather deep and nasty for him.
Yeah, look, the track is just going to deteriorate as the day goes on. And again, this is the day when the juniors are riding. Imagine what it's going to look like tomorrow. I'm glad I'm not riding tomorrow, to be honest. I know there's a vets class, but it's an over 30.
Over 30s,
like I'm 47 this year. I'm like, I don't want to. I'm 48 actually. I'm 48 in July.
Well, I think looking ahead to it,
that's just my excuse.
Nathan Brocktrop's entered in that class, and I think he's over 45s now, I believe.
Yeah, we used to race together in Nationals. He's a year younger than me.
Okay.
I like to say that so that I go, yep, he should beat me because he's a year younger. But Nathan's one of those riders, and we'll talk more about him tomorrow. But he is a machine, an absolute machine to still ride at the pace that he does, at the level that he does.
Yeah, he's still very good. Our girls are coming down the hill here towards the finish line. There's Jayla Parker in that pink gear on the 58. Still riding, what's she in, about 4th position here.
And, I don't know if you've noticed, but this sort of top section of the track here that's baked in the sun, it's what you would say when the track's been lost, and we can't really put any water down now.
No, we've definitely dried out in that top section. 1, we're getting dust, but 2, you can also see the jump faces where you would potentially need some water, but there's no way you put it on it.
It would just be deadly.
Yep.
And even in the rollers, they've stopped water in the rollers, and I think they kind of have to get to that point where they just leave them. But the bottom part of the track and the shade and stuff, fortunately, that's still retaining a lot of moisture and stuff. If you're going to go to any motocross track and there's a little bit of dust, if you're going to complain about that, you're in the wrong sport.
Agreed.
You know what it is? It's the same for everybody. So riders that get down on the track or down on the track, they go, oh, it's too dusty, it's too muddy, too wet, too dry, too bumpy, not bumpy enough. At the end of the day, it's the same for everybody. And if you just approach with a positive mindset, regardless of the conditions, then you're going to ride better.
And when those drone shots have been popping up, you can definitely see the different colours of the dirt across the different sections of the track where we're saying that it has definitely dried out, because you can see the darkness to the soil that's still good, and that'll have plenty of traction in it. But where we get up to those lighter sections, it's going to be a bit more skatey. You can also see there's some acceleration bumps in some of them as they're going up to like the step up there at the back that they're just gone past those riders. And around the top, look at the top of the track. It's extremely dry up there.
Yeah, well, just seeing Eliza come through, Eliza Dennis, and then Ada Harris, and the big lead that Eliza's been able to open up on her. There's our third place rider, and that's where our battle is at the moment. Actually, if we could stay on the 288 and in that third position, and Sienna Cyprian, the Queensland rider,
trying to make a move on the outside, is she?
Moves.
Well, I think
Mia
just made it very difficult on her by taking that line away, running her right to the outside of the corner there.
Yeah, that's it.
There's our leader, Eliza Dennis.
Whole shot graphics corner, yep. And there's our battle. So Jayla Parker, actually, sorry, it was Jayla Parker, not
we're at fourth and fifth here, are we?
Yeah, Sienna's there, but it was Jayla Parker that was looking at making the move. Sienna's there as well.
Oh, we've got a three-way battle here.
Yep. And
we're about to be three wide in this section of the rollers
let's hope
here.
they don't get as close as they did last time, because that wasn't. That was too exciting.
Jayla just cut to the inside too. There, nice move.
Great move on Cameron, and here comes Cyprian. Now Cyprian got a third in that first race. She's going the long way round, but a much better entry.
Made that happen.
But it was a quite a gutsy move, because if she didn't get there in time, she was going through those NMA banners. And
more than likely.
And we don't want to be having to put those back up again.
It's a fair drop-off on the backside of that berm as well, so you want to stay on the track at that point.
Well, it's like a catching net. The banners will slow you down, but it means we've got to put them back up again. We don't want to do that. So.
Oh, a little mistake there. It's loudly... just trying to pick up the rider on the inside there. Is that still...
Well, Sienna Cyprian, yeah. Sienna's trying to get that move on Mia.
Well, didn't she make that move into that corner, but so she's lost the spot.
Sorry,
now
yeah, so Cameron Mia got her back. So good battle there with Cameron and Cyprian as they head over the finish jump now, and Jayla, it's given Jayla the opportunity, while those two girls are battling, it's given her an opportunity to get away.
She's got some breathing room now.
A quick shot of Eliza Dennis coming into the Kennard's right-hander. But there's our battle right there. So Cyprian and Cameron. Cyprian getting a much better run through the rollers there, just a different technique, and I think it actually wasn't. It was more of a jumping through, but I think Mia just didn't get a good run out of the corner. Not enough momentum. But look how quickly Sienna
right on the back, hasn't she, of Jayla?
Has made the pass on Mia, and then there's like almost a whole straightaway that she's made up on her. And like you said, right on the back of Jayla. So Jayla can't afford to slow down or take a breather. As where you said legs off, she did it again. I think it's her way of surviving that deep inside rut. I'm just going to take my feet off at the very end, just in case. Nothing wrong with being overly cautious sometimes, especially when she's not trying to catch anybody. She's just trying to protect the position.
Well, she's going to have to definitely do that. Were we on the last lap here, I think?
Yeah,
we've got the board coming out here.
Yeah, but I see a checkered flag in the hand too. So, but it is last lap. So, Eliza Dennis, one more to go, and just got to keep it together. And it looks like Sienna's actually lost a bit of ground there to Jayla. So Jayla has maybe had a look over her shoulder, seeing Sienna's there and gone, I better turn it up a bit here with one lap to go, otherwise I'm going to lose a position. And third place in this race will set her up well for a possible podium finish. As you see some water go back out onto the track. I personally wouldn't want to be the man with a hose in my hand, even though we're trying to do the right thing. Riders can be very unforgiving. I was one of those unforgiving riders at one point where I crashed due to track watering, but we won't go there. We'll leave that story alone.
I think we've all had a crash in a over-watered section of track at some point, because it's unfortunately it's part of what's got to happen to keep the track in check.
Yes or no. Look, if you crash in a corner or straight because of a slippery track or water, well, that's on you. If you crash on a jump,
that's a different story.
Or a roller section, and yeah, that's why I said I'm going to stop talking about it.
We're moving on, Mikel. Let's go.
Moving on,
Back to the battle here, because we are having a potential pass here.
Absolutely.
Sienna's gone to the outside.
See the legs again, I told you.
I think she needs to change that line, maybe, because she's not comfortable in that inside line, is Jayla Parker?
Well, it's actually... Oh, wow, she put
no, we've had Sienna go down, trying to make a move.
Jayla's like, no, you are not going to pass me, and she didn't take the wheel out of Sienna. She just moved across to take the line, and I think Sienna thought that Jayla was just going to move out the way and let her have the position. So there was actually no contact there. I think Sienna just grabbed a handful of front brakes, and you can see how slippery the track is. I think it's just washed out on it.
Well, we've had our winner already come across the line too. Eliza Dennis got the moto win there, the 265 on the Yamaha. So we're looking for our second place now, where Ada Harris will be coming through shortly. She's just coming down from the top part of the track.
And then we should have Jayla Parker.
So long as there's... Yeah, and she is. She's up. She's coming across the top section as well. Here comes Ada.
I wonder
Good second moto.
If Mia Cameron was able to... If she was close enough to actually make that pass after...
Sienna went down.
I think she did. Yeah, she did. So Mia picks up a position. Unfortunately for Sienna, it's going to cost her the 5th place. So we're going to go to an ad break again, and we'll be back soon with round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giordamento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Uh, 65s to the 12.
Our next moto's underway. Who's going to get the whole shot here?
We're getting right to the end of our second round of racing already. So sort of aiming for a 4 o'clock finish. And a much better start there from Ryder Matafiglio on the 23.
I think he got the whole shot there.
Ollie Kale on the 282. He's out front, and that's the kind of start that Ollie needed. Saw Kai Sproul up there as well on the 280, and he quickly takes the lead. So didn't get the whole shot, but just that urgency again at the start of the race. So didn't wait around, made some quick passes. Ryder Matafiglio's right there in second place. Ollie Kale has shuffled back to 4th already, and Blade Regan quickly into 3rd. Where is Archie Black? Now, Archie obviously has been winning on the 85, but didn't get the same result here on the 65.
Well, I saw our first moto hole shotter and surprise 3rd place, 177 Liam Freeth in about 6th or so. So not the same sort of start for him in this second moto here.
Yeah.
We're just trying to pick up where everybody is at this point.
Yeah, well, there's Maxie Harris, and there's Freeth. Even Archie Black, I'll shuffle back a couple of positions as well. So, got a bit of work to do. Seen the 277 jump past Carter Fergus, give a mention to some of the other kids as well. And then much further back is Callan Morris on the 38 and Jaden Herwood. out there as well. So, again, not the start they wanted in the race, but Kai Sproul, well, he's had a tough day. He's got Matafiglio in second place. Heading into the roller section. We talk about monoing through rollers, and we're doing this on 65s, you know.
They're just copying the big guys,
mate. Back in our day, we'd maybe try and double through something like that, or just single. You know, there was no monoing.
The technique has definitely advanced, and like I said about the coaching from such a young age, they get that input and they just soak it up like a sponge.
Yeah, and it's a different type of coaching. You know, coaching when we were kids was the coach took you to the track and said, follow me, and he took you on a ride somewhere. He just rode with you. There wasn't even any feedback or sit here or stand there. It was just, let's go for a ride, I'll meet you at the track, and then your parents would fork out some cash, and that was the end of it, you know. Now it's just tap and go, and
tap and go.
And a lot of, but it's a lot more involved, like, the way it's sort of broken down and analysed. And, you know, it's not a one-size-fits-all sport either. You know, that's why I believe no one's ever written a textbook on how to ride a motorbike. If there is one, I'd like to read it, but because I think that no matter what your viewpoint is with coaching, other coaches will disagree with you or ridicule what you will say. Yeah. You know, you're all trying to actually achieve the same thing and say the same thing, but it's the way that you say it. And some riders, they can hear the same technique spoken to them by two different coaches, and they won't understand it from one, but will get it from another.
Yeah, but that's a lot of life in terms of just the teaching methods that some people apply, and you got to be ready to hear some of that stuff too to actually understand it. Like you get with the kids these days, you know, Dad can tell them the thing 1,000 times, but they're not going to listen to Dad.
Yeah.
You know, the coach who comes along, who they've seen riding pretty quick on the track, he says it to them. All of a sudden, they pick it up and away they go.
No, that's it. So Sprowley on the 280, the Yamaha GYTR. This is where he feels he should be, leading the race. Unfortunately, it's not where he has been so far today, and he'll be enjoying this lead. He needs this. Still taking that horrible inside rut, but he absolutely
made it work.
Like it didn't even slow him down. So he's been practicing his ruts at home. Right him out of Figlio, having a great race. And then Blade Regan, he's just that top 5 guy. You know, we've seen him get a second, a third. You know, he's sitting in third right now. And I'm not just talking about the 65, the 85 as well. He's got a second and a fourth place right now in that 85 class at 9 and 12. So he's potentially, well, he's definitely looking at a podium position, but potentially even a second place on the 85. Anyway, we'll see if Blade can hang on to the position here, because he's got the Husky rider right behind him. I think that's Maxie Harris. And Archie Black behind him. So Archie struggling on the 65, you know, dominating on the 85.
Interesting, isn't it? That he's not doing the similar, the confidence from one's not coming over to the other.
I think that it's also a big transition. You know, back in our day, we didn't ride 2 classes. You know, I didn't anyway. I
didn't do it in terms of when I was crossing over from 60 to 80 and stuff. I really didn't do that at all. It's only when you got to the 80s and the 125s that you started to maybe have them at the track at the same time. But even at a big event like this, for me personally, it was more like a financial thing. You picked the class that you thought you were going to do the best in, and that's the one you entered, because you didn't have the funding and the support, you know, to go for two classes.
Well, looking at our MyLaps, Archie Black is dropping down in the order, and just before we lost the screen there, he's sitting in 21st place. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a timing thing, or if it's because that looks like Archie there, or is that Biddick?
It's a bit hard to tell on some of those longer shots, isn't it, of the number specifics, but
Sproul got it all his own way, and
Ryder's still there in the background. He's not letting him get away.
He's not letting him go. Yeah, he's not letting him go. Ryder's having a great race so far. And there's Freeth.
There's Freeth, yeah. He's our first moto third place and whole shot.
Yeah. Well, that lap rider just got he just got the business.
So close there, wasn't it?
As they go down the main straight, crossing the main straight now. And going back to our leader, Guy Sproul heading into turn 2. That's the New South Wales mining corner, carving his way through traffic. Gets the leg up early. Unfortunately, that rut's getting quite deep, and it caught his leg halfway around the turn and ended up dragging it behind him. It wasn't that he paddled the leg, it's just it got caught on that rut. It's Freeth under pressure now. Is that Archie? I think that might be Archie Black on the 86. Or was that the 26? Is
that the 282 of Ollie Cale?
It might be Ollie Cale. Actually, you're right. It is. As
we've had a crash.
He made a pass and then crashed. Coming out of that turn, just slid out. But Ollie Cale, yep, he's still up there. And Ollie is one of those riders. He's just moved into this class too. So he's a year or so younger than these guys. Possibly even 2 years. So
he's on the learning path at this point.
Absolutely. So if he can be beating any of these guys, he's doing well, let alone actually competing with them. As Sproul, because they're on their last lap, he's just very carefully making his way through.
He had a little bit of a moment there with the leg off at the top of the hill.
He did, but checkered flag will come out and he gets it done. And needed that boost of confidence. Well, that's 2 wins for Kai. He won the first race, so having a good day on the 65, just the 85. Not so much. Almost polar opposites to Archie Black. It's like they're the nemesis, you know, where it's you do good, they do bad, you do bad, they do good. And every rider has a nemesis in motocross growing up throughout your whole career. You know?
Maybe they'll figure it out for the round 3 motos here coming up.
Well, yeah, and switch it around.
Yeah.
Hopefully not for both of their sake, because they're both looking at an overall win in their classes at the moment, so they don't want to have that bad race. But I don't know what happened to Archie in that one. I can only imagine that he had a bike issue.
Just in the background of that shot, if you're seeing up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, there's a rider just gone down on that last lap, just picking himself or herself up. Can't tell from this distance as to who that is. But you can see the track crew on here just trying to get some more water into the track between the motos.
Yeah.
It might be a losing battle at this point.
Well, not only that, look out first lap of the race when you land this tabletop. Don't go too hot into that left-hander.
Well, we can't get a message down to the start line. It's too late for that.
It's too late. Yeah, they're on their own. Jaden Hurwood just crossed the line on 48.
So that wraps up that 10 to 12 65cc moto. Yep. We've got one more moto, I believe, for this round of the second round of racing, and that'll be our 7 to 10 65s here in just a second.
Yeah, well, just that rider you were talking about down in that corner, they've got to...
just struggling to get going
They've got to get themselves going first, and before we'll be able to start anything. So
we might have a little bit of time before the next moto.
We'll definitely have some time. So while we wait for this rider just to finish the race, and then we'll get started with our 7 to 10 65 moto.
This is exactly what you're talking about, Mikkel, where the bike's a bit hot and they've still got to kickstart it, and he's just struggling. He's got going now, but it's taken him a few goes at getting it happening.
Yeah, he had some help from the marshal
Side of the hill too probably didn't help.
I was just about to say that you beat me by like 1 second. Just having to stand, that off balance, the leverage, and also depending on which way the bike is facing, because if you're kick-starting, you need to have your left leg on the high side. So if the bike's facing the other way, you've almost got to turn it 180 degrees so that you can get on it to be able to kickstart it.
Well, even some of these kids that are shorter, even if they're in the right position, if their weight goes overwards as they're kicking it down, they can sometimes tip over, so they don't put all the effort into the kick. So the bike doesn't always fire straight away when they're in these situations.
No.
But we're getting some shots now of our next moto on the gate. They're all getting ready to go here for that 7 to 10 65cc race.
Yeah, and our race winner from race 1, Harrison Rex, who was impressive on the 85 as well, and he's having a fantastic day, so he'll hope to...
Well, he pulled that massive hole shot, didn't he? So let's see if he can do that again.
3 bike lengths ahead of everybody, and Stella Hiding, Mason Ryan, they were the 2nd and 3rd, and they all are 3, I believe, main contenders in this class, and they're the ones that are going to need to get in front of Harrison and make him work for it, or force him into a mistake. But the way Harrison's been riding today, he must be just bursting with confidence. So kids are revving, and we're about to see that gate drop. We haven't seen a side shot of the start yet. This is
Harrison just inside the box here, so keep an eye on him for his start, and look at him go. He's pulling through.
He didn't actually have the greatest jump.
The jump wasn't there, was it?
In the middle of the straight, he just went from like 10th to 1st. Certainly wasn't the 3 bike length hole shot that he got in the first race, but man, he must have just been gear changing at just the right times. Then maybe the other kids were holding the gears longer or gearing up too early.
He definitely drove that middle part of the start right through and just took it away from him.
If you paused the gate drop 1 or 2 seconds after the gate and said, who do you think's going to get the whole shot?
It's not him.
I would have lost my money.
Yeah. But we've got Stella in 2nd as well, so she's up there. Good start for her.
Well, yeah, again, she needed to be, because Harrison is setting the pace. I don't think Mason Ryan, I don't think he got into 3rd. I think he's 4th at the moment, so 4th or 5th.
We're just seeing now mid-pack riders here coming through. There's Stella in 2nd place on that Yamaha, chasing down Harrison Rex, who's gone out front already.
Thing is, Harrison, he didn't get that great jump, but from about 2 meters out the gate, he wanted the whole shot. And by the time they come to the first corner, he had the whole shot. And even going into the 2nd corner, he run Stella wide into that 2nd turn. Like Stella was going to try and rail around the outside.
It's the 29 in 3rd position.
There's
and
Mason
I'll just
Ryan in 4th.
And Sam, I'm not going to attempt that one. Do you want to attempt that one, Mikkel? Because I'm going to butcher that.
I'm going to go Kiriakano.
Well done. That's as close as I would have got. Yep. We'll have to get a pronunciation on that one. But Sam on the 29 is in 3rd at present.
We'll go with Sam. Kiriakano. Unfortunately for our viewers, they can't actually see the names we're trying to pronounce, so we just sound weird.
This is where we need the truck to throw up the timing screen again and save us. But that's not happening right now.
Save us the embarrassment.
Harrison Rex on camera and moving his way through that Kennard's higher corner there. Up the rollers. Look at that technique from a short guy in the rollers. He's getting his weight back and still trying to mono that thing.
Well, he's standing up and his bum's only about an inch off the seat. And every roller that he's hitting into, the seat's hitting him, the bum's and his feet's coming off the peg about an inch as well. So, but I think it's the technique of squeezing with the legs that is helping him there, because if he wasn't holding on with his legs, he would have got pogo sticked off that bike going through those rollers.
Very true.
So that's something that the kids don't do from a young age. Yeah, he snuck. There's like a sneaky
They're going inside, aren't they?
Inside of the inside, and it's still within the boundaries of the track. It's not a cut line or anything. But that I always find that on any track, wherever the inside line is, there's always about a half a metre where you can make a new inside line. And at the start of the day, it's slower because you can go a lot faster just hitting the main line, the main rut. or the second rut. But when the track gets to the state it is now, which is really bumpy and choppy, it might be slower at the beginning of the day to create that new rut, but even if it's not any faster to do it now, it's smoother.
And our 29 rider, Sam, who was in third, has been passed by our 242 of Mason Ryan, who was our third place Moto 1 winner. I shouldn't say winner, third place in Moto 1.
Getter,
so we had a little change up there in the third. So we got the same three at the front that we did in Moto 1 are now in the same three positions in Moto 2.
Well, I just seen a pass back going into that corner before the rollers. I'm not sure if that was Mason or that was somebody else, but there was a Yamaha involved in that. And before I could get a look at it, we sort of cut away from it. There's Stella hiding in second. And look, Stella might be the first girl in the race, but I can promise you now,
that's not what she's after.
She is burning, sitting in second place, finishing second, and everyone would be like, oh, well done, Stella. You've done so well to come second with the boys. She's not happy coming second with the boys. She wants to win. And Harrison is taking her lollies away at the moment. So, but that's just going to drive her to work harder. See how last lap Harrison went on the inside? He's sort of gone, you know what, I don't know, that line's a bit, maybe a bit risky, and he's gone for maybe a safer option in the middle, which, again, he can at this point in the race.
Maybe he felt he had to slow down too much to get to that inside of the corner there, but was that Stella just making a little bobble on the exit? Yeah,
and Mason, he sort of closed up on Stella last race and then lost a bit and gained a bit, and he's in that. It's almost like a mirror image of the first race with Harrison getting out front, Stella in second, and as you see Harrison coming down crossing the start straight there down the Lake Macquarie straight. But yeah, mirror image of the first race, where Mason is starting to close the gap. Will we see a battle for second place? Is Stella just managing that second, or is she trying to keep pace with the leader?
And I think you'll find that pass that you're talking about before that you might have been our 29 Sam going another place back, because it seems like there's a Yamaha in between now and Sam's down to fifth place. So I didn't quite pick up who the Yamaha was, but we've definitely had another shuffle in the order, just that few places back from the podium finishes.
Maybe we should get approach Specsavers for a sponsor.
Look, I've got contacts in right now and I still can't pick it up, so it ain't going to help me if they come on board.
Okay. What's the name of that binoculars company?
We'll go even bigger.
We'll go on safari. Okay. So Harrison, and again, one of the only kids clearing that centre tabletop. It's a big jump for a 65. It is a lot safer than it used to be. That centre jump used to have a down ramp that was so steep, and that if you got it wrong,
it's definitely been mellowed out from my time here racing it. So it's changed a lot.
Yeah. And back then, even 85s weren't jumping it. A couple really top kids, but even most of your 85s are like, no. And on a big bike, you had to get the outside almost perfect to make it. So it has been shortened, and the landing's definitely been eased off a bit.
Harrison Rex just coming past us here in the commentary box over the finish line and taking the last lap board as well. So he's on his way to another moto win. He's just got the lap to complete. Stella's in second. Mason's still third.
Yeah, the gap hasn't really closed. And Mason's just, unfortunately, just not close enough. Failing a mistake from, or barring a mistake, should I say.
And that's Archie Blanchette in second on the number 2.
Okay.
So we found him. He's the one that took over for fourth place.
Yeah, he's in fourth. So.
And I think here comes Sam. He's dropped back a little bit on the number 29 KTM.
You know what's crazy is you look at the riders in this class and you go, okay, Harrison Rex, he's winning on the 65. He's coming top 3 overall on the 85. And then in fourth place, you got Archie Blanchette, who's winning on the 50, and then coming top 5 on the 65. So that's the range, that you've got of kids riding 50, 65, and then other kids riding 65, 85, plus throw into it a 3 to 4 year age gap. The reason I say 3 to 4 year age gap is because if you're 9 on the 1st of January and you turn 10 on the 2nd of January, you could still ride this class. And then you could have a rider that's just turned, say, 7 or on the 29th of December. That's why I say it's potentially almost a 4-year age gap.
Yeah, the range is in junior sports. That age range can be much bigger than the number on the scorecard actually says for the class. So just where all the birth dates end up falling, but you end up with that, like you said, you pointed out that they're in the 50s and the 65s, and then there's 65s and 85s in the same class in the 65s. You end up with that crossover where they're meeting, but they're not really meeting at the same level of physical development and preparation on that bike. So it's not until they hit the seniors much later on that you can really tell who's the faster of the two.
Mason Ryan got the pass done on Stella.
He did, didn't he? We just saw that.
Because we had the flag out and we didn't actually see that happen, but I just see him come through. So Mason Ryan just stealing second place there from Stella right at the last. I'm not sure what happened, whether it was a lapper or a mistake or if Mason just hammered that last lap, but he snuck through, and that's going to at least give him the opportunity of not just good points, because again anything can happen, but he's going to be a tie on points with Stella going into the final moto.
Well, at least it makes it a little bit interesting here for the overalls, for those second positions. Still, it also keeps him in touch if something happens to Harrison in that last moto. He's a chance more so than Stella now, so or at least a level chance.
Well, it could be the start, and I think, unfortunately for these kids, I think that they're getting to a point. If Harrison keeps doing what he's doing, the other riders are just going to feel like they've got no chance. If he keeps handing the beatings that he's doing now to them, they're just not going to feel like they can beat him. So and that's why I say, got to get the start, got to get in front of him. And
well, even when he didn't get the jump, he still got the start. So he's obviously got a decent technique to make himself all-round good starter. So we'll have to see what he can pull off here in the third moto in an hour or so.
Well, we're talking about the third motos. We're coming into the third motos now. We've got the 12 to 14, their final race of the day. And, if you only just tuned in with us, Seth Thomas, 2 wins so far, Blake Bohannon 2 second places, and Liam Millard 2 third places. But
that's not been the story of the day,
but no.
There's been a lot that's happened in this class over the 2 races so far, particularly that opening moto, with Blake Bohannon having a comfortable lead, and then
Seth coming through.
But the Blake's day has been particularly in that first moto, was very up and down, having a little run in with a lapper, throwing away the lead. It all happened for him, but he definitely held it together well to get that second place in the second moto. But we're here for the third now. What are we going to see?
Well, the mental approach as well, like how it can change your day. Had Blake gone out, stayed in front, dominated that moto, gone into Moto 2 with a win, could have changed his whole mindset to the day.
Yep.
But, it might have planted just one little seed of negativity, and the same for Seth. For Seth to have that bad start to the first moto and then still get that win and then go out and dominate the second moto anyway,
he's got to be feeling good right now.
He's got to be feeling good. So, but Blake Bohannon is a very strong rider mentally, so expect him to bounce back and not let it get to him.
Let's see this start here as they get away.
Now Seth got the whole shot in that second moto. There's a gas out front again. I'd like to say,
I don't think that's Seth.
No, I don't recognise the white helmet, unless he's got multiple helmets.
What's the number there? Can we see that one? Just struggling to pick up who our leaders are at this point of the moto.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I definitely don't see Yamaha up there anyway. Oh, there he is. There's Bohannon. So Bohannon's sitting about 5th place. trying to go around the outside. He put a lot of trust in that rider. He went around the outside of.
Was that the... No, I'm just going to say...
Bahannon's in a... Well, that's a 29. 29's in the lead.
Oliver Rex.
Yeah, Oliver Rex. He's like, stop talking about my brother all the time. Talk about me. So Oliver Rex has taken a page out of his younger brother's book and pulled a whole shot out of nowhere and is leading comfortably. He's got Ollie Chandler there in second place. So Ollie's one of those kids that are in the top 5 all the time. He's a rider out of Dubbo. And the West, there's a lot of fast riders that come out of the West. As Bohannon trying to make it quick. There's Thomas in about 6th place. I've seen the 4-1-1 of Max Anderson as well. He was up there. So Seth not with the start that he needed. And this is Blake's opportunity. Right now he's sitting 6 points behind. I know it's the first round of the series, but if Blake can get a win, even if Seth gets to second, it's only a 3-point deficit. You know, that's a good outcome for Blake.
Yeah, helps in the overall championship picture. And
you'd have to say that Oliver, who's having an awesome race at the moment, you have to say sooner or later Blake was going to do that and move up ahead of him. But look at Seth Thomas. Yes, Seth. He was 6th when he came over the finish line jump. He is now second with that move on Oliver Rex.
Just closed over on him there, didn't he, into that corner to make that second move into second.
It's the second lap of the race, and we've got our 2 main contenders, first and second again. So these guys, they're not concerned with anybody else. They're just concerned with beating each other. That's it.
Well, we've at least got the reversal too, where Blake is in front of Seth for this moto compared to what happened in Moto 2 when Seth was out front and sort of had that gap that he held the whole moto. So let's see what they do here.
Yeah, it's a really tough position for Blake to be sitting in because he's got to ride defensive. Well, he doesn't have to ride defensive, but he also can't leave the door open. And he come down that really bumpy hill in the roughest line to protect that inside, and it just allowed Seth to cruise through the middle as they come over the finish jump down the main straight. And where is... Oh, there's Max Anderson on the 411. I think Millard, there's Bubendi on the 312. I think Millard's already come through. There's Liam Millard. He's in front of Darcy Houston. And this is also a great position for Thomas to be in because he knows he has the pace to run with Blake. And yes, it's not a very long moto, but it's long enough that he can just keep applying this pressure and maybe not even try and make a pass, but force a mistake. As we see, Millard's moved up into 4th place behind Oliver Rex there. And then we've got Houston on the 23. And Liam with 2 third places. So he'll be looking for an overall third if he can stay where he is. Now, it'd be a different story if we were 2 laps to go. Then the pressure's back on Thomas again. But at the moment, it's all on Bohannon. And Bohannon, I said before, I think mentally he's one of the strongest riders at this age group. I think Seth is going to have to win this one. I don't actually think he can wait for a mistake because I don't like whether it happens or not. I just don't think you can rely on that because you could just find yourself finishing 2nd place. And again, that's a 6-point swing. What could be a 9-point lead going into the second round of state titles will only be 3 if he does not make that pass on Blake.
Yeah, it's whether he's looking at big picture or whether he's looking at today's overall as well. So there's plenty at play here, not just today's outright and moto win.
Look, to me, if the winner's there, you go for it. Like, yeah, I wouldn't just go for the overall. If Blake had a 20-second lead, different story. Let him go. No point risking crashing and not finishing. But, just if the win is there, if the rider is right in front of you, you have to go for it. Even if you finish second, just don't leave anything on the table. Because I know it's only the start of the series, but like I said, 9 points going into round 2 versus 3 points. And when you got, like I said, 2 riders that are so close.
Yeah, they're going to be the front of the battle for the rest of it.
You're going to be first or second.
Yeah.
It's very hard to make up those points that you lose. See Bohannon there, taking that inside. Oh, yeah, he goes wide. Ooh. Seth just not close enough. I thought he was going to try and dive up the inside, but not close enough. They're heading towards the finish jump. Bohannon, Thomas. And then a bit of a gap back to third place. Coming down the hill towards us now. Up and over the finish jump. And that's still the 29 of Oliver Rex. Something's happened to Millard. There's Houston, there's Millard. So he must have made a mistake somewhere because he was in front of Houston earlier. Then we got Max Anderson and Buvendi on the 312. Ellis on the 191. And what's amazing to me is the difference in level in this class. Like first and second, and the gap back to third.
Yeah, they're cut above, aren't they, at this point?
It is, it's not even a contest. It's a contest between those guys out front, but I'm just saying, as Houston makes the pass on Oliver Rex, moves up into third place. And the other thing with Blake is because he's so strong mentally, the longer the race goes on, the more confidence he gets. Because if Seth has been there the whole race and he hasn't been able to make a dent, I'm not saying a dent on the lead because he's right there. I'm saying he's not showing him a wheel or anything.
Oh, we've got a down rider.
Yeah, we have it. Oh, that's a awkward spot to be on that downhill. Maybe got a bit trigger happy on the accelerator coming out of that turn, but Bohannon and Thomas lost a little bit of ground on him.
Yeah, I was going to say he sort of had a bit more of a gap on Seth there, did Blake, as they head down into that bottom section of the track.
Yeah, I don't know if he lost that time sort of going past the down rider or if Blake had just pulled out a little bit on him. But Millard has moved right up onto the back wheel now of Oliver Rex. But this is where our race is. And Bohannon again, he's hitting his marks, he's clicking off the lines. Where, if you remember, now it's getting close, and Seth has a great line up that inside, and he's squaring him up, and this is going to happen side by side.
Here.
They're coming to turn. Seth with a wider line. It's not going to help him. We saw Sproul try and do that.
Oh, he's got him.
He did. He squared him up and he got on the gas. I was going to say it didn't work when Sproul was trying to get Cooper Sproul, that is, not the younger brother. And Seth he must have got on the power before Blake, and it looked like Blake come up short on the tail stop. So maybe Blake also messed up the outside. And again, that comes down to pressure, Comes down to pressure. Like Seth was so close, and now Seth runs wide, leaves the door open, almost up the inside goes Bohannon. And if Seth can get this win in this one, I mean, I reckon we've only got 2 laps to go.
Well, now's the time for Blake to make a push back to that lead position, because if he doesn't, I think Seth's going to just wrap this one up.
He is, and look, it's such a tough one. You look at the conditions of the track now. The track for today's riders it's not quite at its worst, but it's getting there. Luckily for these guys, their races early in the program.
Very
I feel
true.
Sorry for the 7 to 10 65, the last one. But these kids are the first race in the program. The track's in the best condition for them. But what Blake does need to do is stay close, keep the pressure on, maybe force Seth into a mistake. Now, what was interesting there, is Seth has actually changed his lines.
Yeah, from the one that he made the move with.
That's right. He's now that he's made the pass on Blake, he's actually changed his lines to Blake's lines so that Blake doesn't know where Seth was making the time on him. And he can't actually learn anything from him. But also Seth has managed to, I think, put enough of a gap that he can actually relax a tiny bit.
Well, he doesn't have to run all the insides, the block and protect.
Look how wide he's going into that turn.
Yeah.
Now, when he was behind Blake was going on the complete opposite side, down the left through the bumps, because he was worried about protecting that inside. And Seth was just taking that smoother line down the right. As Seth looks over his shoulder, or was that that was a lap rider, my mistake. So these gases are all looking the same to me. Still must be maybe 2 laps to go next time.
Yes, our last lap man has just got up out of his seat as they've gone past. So I dare say he's getting ready for them the next time by. Give it to them.
Right.
So we're probably 2 laps to go here in this 12 to 14 85cc Moto 3. And we still have...
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for third place to come over the finish jump as we watch Thomas go through the bottom section. The front two are pretty much half a lap ahead of third place. That's Houston in third. Now, there's the bell for third, I would say, with Houston and Millard. So Houston on the 23, Millard on the 601. They're in the bottom section of the track right now, headed into the bottom section. If we can get a camera on them, that would be great. Because Seth is looking very comfortable out in front now. And although there's not a big gap, I feel he's just managing it. But here's that third place battle. And Millard is charging hard. He's probably got third overall already wrapped up with his first 2 finishes.
He's making the move.
But he wants 3 thirds. And he's not...
gamesmanship
yeah,
there.
It is. Yeah, well... You know,
just to be positioned himself right. He saw him coming on the outside.
Did exactly what he needed to do there. Liam is not that type of rider. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying that I think Liam didn't expect that, and that's why I caught him off guard. As Thomas gets the last lap board, we'll go back to the riders going through the Motorcycling New South Wales corner now, that right-hander, and it's Houston from Millard. And I think that flustered Liam a little bit.
It's given him a gap, hasn't it?
It has. As I said, I think he caught him off guard. I don't think he expected that, like you said, gamesmanship. But you know what? When you're racing for position, that's what you're doing. You're racing for position. You're not just going to give a position. You're not going to just let a rider go around the outside of you.
No.
What I would have done in that case is if he had known he was going to do it, because, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but if he'd known he was going to do it, you would get on the brakes and cut underneath rather than try and go around the outside.
It's probably pretty hard in that corner too, that Kennard's high corner that the move was going on in. There's some pretty deep ruts on the inside, so to just prop where he was and cut back across might not have been the option there as either. It's possible, but...
Or jump on the brakes and jump into a more inside rut than try and go around the outside. But again, so hard. As I said, we don't have a crystal ball, and we're trying to work out. These riders are trying to work out the pass, or not, or protecting the line within a split second. You know, you don't have time to think about it. And although it might unfold in slow motion, it happens very quickly. Yeah. As Thomas is heading towards the final straight for the final time. And what a day he has had on the 125. I can't wait to watch him race on the 125, actually. But Blake Bohannon as well is going to come through for second place. I mean, you know, 3 second places going into round 2. You know, what does he have to do round 2? Well, he's got to get 3 wins. He gets 3 wins at round 2. They're all square again for the final round in Maitland later this year.
Now, where's our battle for third coming down the hill here? Who's going to...
I think Darcy Houston managed to...
Is he going to hold this out?
Hold on to that. But as I said, they're about half a lap behind, so we've still got to wait a bit for them to come through.
There's Darcy over the line now in third.
And then Liam. But
Millard.
it should be enough for Liam with that fourth place to get a third overall. Then Oliver Rex after a hole shot. Look what a hole shot can do for you. He comes through in fifth, but I'm sure he'd be really happy with that result. Ollie Chandler, that's sixth or seventh in that one. Yeah, not where he wants to be. And we've got the 34 of Nate Hargreave. There's Eliza Dennis coming through on the Yamaha GYTR machine, 265. So it looks like a top 10 finish for her, which is great in this class. Although she'd probably argue with me and go, no, I'm not happy with that. And nothing wrong with not happy with something. Only way you're going to get better is to just want more.
Got to keep having something to shoot for, don't you?
And I think that's what makes it hard being the best rider in the class. Like, you look at what happened there with Seth. He had to step up to win that race. You're the best in the class. Well, you got to own it, and he did. He did own it. We've got 15 to 17 years, 125, and this one's been a bit all over the place. We got a win and a third from Richie Lawler, a win and a third, or a third and a win from Ryan Jones, and Burgess has been up there in second in the second race, but let's see if he can come out with a hole shot in this one. Looks like a Yamaha. Is that Kobe Reed with a hole shot?
I think it might be.
And Husky slipping into second place there.
It definitely is.
Yep, so Reed getting it done, and a great start for Jonesy into second place. Brody Collins got a good start, but he just gave away a couple positions there heading into the rollers. Let's see what Reed can do with this lead.
He hasn't had a good start so far through the first two motos. He's been buried in the pack, so will this give him what he needed to be running up the front where we probably thought he might have been at some point?
That's right, yeah. And look, again, this is one of those longer races, so Jones has put himself in the best position to not only potentially win this race, but the overall. Another great start from Tapo on the 26. Oh, no, sorry.
That's Riley Burgess on the 275.
Another good start from him.
But I think just behind him was Richie Lawler, one of our moto winners.
He's too... Well, I wouldn't say he's too nice. A lot of respect there, we'll call it that. A lot of respect from Burgess. He could have put Jones into the cheap seats, but I just don't think there was enough. And these riders are a bit older, a bit wiser, and I think they know when there is a pass there and when there isn't. And there just wasn't enough room there for Riley to get up the inside of Jones, but it was very close. So Reed, as they already cleared that bottom section, heading into the New South Wales Mining corner, and Reed having to ride defensive. They all ride defensive. They all go to that inside rut. It was very surprising. I thought where here they all take different lines. So, I mean, I actually don't think that was a bad move by Jones, because had he run wide, there was a possibility that Burgess was going to sneak up the inside. So he's in a bit of a sandwich at the moment, and he has to be careful.
Just had to cover that one, probably. That's why they all ended up in the same spot.
Yeah, I actually think if he had gone... He was that close to Reed that I think if he had gone outside, I don't think that Burgess would have got him. But he's got him now anyway. So a bit of patience paid off. And Jones sweeps into that right-hand turn in New South Wales corner from a wider line. Burgess going to the inside, and he might have Reed coming up this hill if he can get the momentum. He does. So Reed's... Burgess into second. Reed now, he's lost a couple positions in a couple corners.
Just keeping an eye on Richie Lawler in fourth there. One, because he's in fourth, but two, I did catch him sort of looking back at the back tyre over one of the jumps in the centre of the track here.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the back tyre, because he just threw
it in our face basically over the finish line here, didn't he?
No, I don't have a flat back tyre. Brody Collins Jacob Pollard and Deacon Do side by side over the finished jump. But back to our leaders anyway, because that's where the fight is.
Oh, and that's
Burgess
a move.
Carves him up. It was a clean move. But
gives him the look back too, just for added spice.
That's right. And very clean, very well executed. Cut up the inside, took the line away, and Jones had no choice but to try and cut down from the outside and come back at him. And Lawler needs to get up there. He needs to get up there because the overall is between Jones and Lawler. Burgess, he is already down a moto. Burgess needs this win, though. Someone's gone through the NMA banners. We were talking about that earlier. I said that, it's a good spot to push somebody over, if you will. But
I think Lawler's getting a little bit impatient behind Kobe Reed here, who's sitting in third at present. There's a few nasty whips coming out from Richie, trying to get down low and get back to the ground to get the power down, because he can see that overall slipping away, I think.
Well, Kobe just looked over his shoulder to see who's coming next, and that's never a good sign.
Throwing out the anchor already, you think?
Well, look, it unravelled really quickly for Kobe. He had the race lead. He led for a lap, almost 2 laps. And then, a lap later, he finds himself in third place. And these guys are hooking around this track. Like it is, as I said, the conditions are drying out, and they are racing as if it's the first race of the day when the track is in good condition. Like, it doesn't look like they're being conservative at all, throwing the bike out sideways. Burgess, I haven't seen many people do what he just did there. He is launching that single, trying to jump as far as possible, where most riders will slow down and
try to scrub off their speed.
Yeah, take off some speed. And he's actually landing it with the power on, sticking to the left of the straight. I don't know if it's any faster, but it's different. I haven't seen somebody do that.
Did you see that little block move there from Kobe Reed?
It put him down too.
Yep, got him.
When I say put him down,
probably just stopped his momentum.
That was no different from the Darcy Houston Liam Millard, where Darcy just stopped his bike in the way, and he was unable to make the pass.
Richie Lawler just trying to make up some time here. Just had a big moment around the NMA, National Motorcycle Alliance corner.
Yeah,
just
the watering is what I was talking about, and he nearly washed out. And that's what I'm saying. These guys are not riding according to the track conditions. No,
they're on send mode at this point.
But then again, they are. That's right. But they are 15. 15, 16. 17. It's what we were talking about earlier with they've just got school the next day or TAFE.
Yep.
Maybe not for Jonesy. He's I'm not sure if he's doing his TAFE yet or what he's doing or working already, but he might still be in school. Just depends on the age group, because it is a 15 to 17 year group.
Well, Richie Lawler's still got that fourth position, but he is sort of just back in front of the 252 of Brodie Collins in fifth there, so he has lost a fair bit of time and touch with that lead 3.
Well, unfortunately for him, coming into this race tie on points with Jones means that Jones, and look, I actually think that Ryan Jones knows. He knows that Burgess DNF'd that first race. He's thinking not just overall, not just this race, he's thinking championship as well, that, okay, the track's starting to deteriorate. Riley's running a good pace. Do I need to risk battling for him for the win? I've got the overall win in the bag, and I'm beating everybody else that's closest to me in points. So in a championship, you don't need to beat, you only need to beat the person that's coming second. If you keep doing that, you're going to extend your points lead, and I think that's, even though they're not even halfway through this race, I reckon that's why he has, I wouldn't say let Riley go. I think they're running about the same pace. I just think that he's decided I'm going to let Riley I'm not going to challenge Riley for the win more, is probably a better way to say it.
Yeah, it's a smart move, isn't it? Overall, big picture, it's a smart move. And if he sits close enough, maybe applies a little bit of pressure, maybe he makes a mistake and he can capitalise on it, but he doesn't have to.
I also like what Riley did. We'll see if he does the same thing coming into the finish turn next lap around. But when he come into the finish turn, he's gone wider than, there's like a middle rut through that last turn there. And instead of taking the middle rut, he's gone wider than the middle rut. And he's actually power slid on the throttle across the middle rut and squared up the main straight to stay on the left of the acceleration bump down the next straight. So he's got his eyes on, and again, you look at the difference in lines now to this morning. These guys are third, fourth rut out in that Kennard's corner as they go around the whole shot graphics corner, down the centre, heading towards the tabletop. And Jones may have had a look over his shoulder and seen that Richie is gone, which is just going to help him with his position. Kobe Reed has lost any opposition that he did have, because he was going back, lost a few positions going backwards there, but he's looks comfortable now and consolidated that third place.
Again, amazing what the start does for you. When you're up front, you see the pace, and you get that few second gap on the guys you were racing in the middle of the field. They can't catch up to you.
Well, there's Richie Lawler, and just trying to make up for lost time. You know, he's not giving up. He hasn't settled. There's Burgess. Now watch. Oh, we're going to miss that one. We missed him going through that corner. But I just wanted to watch. Well, we might see him next time he comes through. As Kobe Reed comes past us for third, and there's Lawler. Now, Lawler may not be able to catch up to Jones, but he might be able to catch Kobe Reed before this race is done. And if he can do that, he's not going to get the overall, but he's only going to be 2 points behind heading into round 2 in Dubbo. So, I don't know if you've seen Riley launch that single onto that straight. It's like he's trying to land over one of the acceleration bumps and create a double jump. As I said, I've never seen anybody do that. Most riders will, like I said, scrub or lose some speed off that single.
But if you don't have to slow down, it's obviously a much faster way too. And if there is something that you can catch as a little down ramp that you can use as a pocket, it just helps your momentum flow through that area of the track, and you won't slow down so much. So he's definitely carving this track up differently for this moto, just with the lines and like the way it's developed. He's working it to his advantage.
Yeah, and it would imagine the story had Riley not had that mechanical in the first race.
Well, I'd be curious to find out what it was that threw him out here. But
well, he comes second in the second race, and he's leading the third race. So without that first race result, where I think he was coming second or third at the time, without that, or was he leading?
He was leading.
He was leading. So without that result, he'd be looking at an overall win today in the championship lead. I mean, Jones, again, as I said, I don't think Jones is letting go. He just decided to settle for that second place. And I haven't seen Richie Lawler come through. As here comes Burgess through the New South Wales Mining left-hander, into the Kennard right-hander, through the rollers. Got some lap riders to deal with, but a comfortable lead, looking smooth. And as difficult as this track is right now, just very slippery, he is in full control. Almost like, I wouldn't say cruise mode. He's actually going really tight into that right-hand turn and still making the inside line. And that is because the acceleration bumps up that hill are so bumpy. He's riding on the fresh dirt just to the right-hand side of that, but earlier in the day, going up the middle of the straight up that hill. And we're about 3/4 of the way to this moto. Ryan Jones definitely, if he stays where he is in second, should pick up the overall win in this race with a first, and it would be a second in this race and a third. So really good points haul for Jonesy heading into round 2. There's Kobe Reed. He sits in third place right now. And like I said, not sure what's happened to Richie Lawler. And Brody Collins on the 252. Deacon Do on the 234 machine. There's Lawler. So must have had a crash somewhere because he's dropped 3 or 4 spots at least, as we see Jones. And that's just going to help Ryan Jones in this overall. What would have been possibly only a 2-point lead is potentially going to be maybe 6 to 8 points by the end of it. And that's not even with winning all the races, just one of them. You see Burgess line up the hill there, right into the right hand of all the acceleration bumps. Coming down the hill, out wide, missing, look how rutted it is, those straight line ruts, and also the braking bumps coming down. Be a lot smoother on that very right hand side. Choosing the outside, taking the safe option. About to get the last lap board. See if we get a shot of him coming out of this finish, what he's doing in this corner after the finish. See how he's jumping wider, and then he's cutting inside. Nobody is landing that wide. Well, as I said, that Ryan Jones does. But Burgess is just cutting in a little bit more down that main straight, as I said, just to stay to the left of those acceleration bumps and then braking bumps. Look how rough it is. It's normally rougher in the middle, but because the outside, left and right have gotten rough as well, the riders are going back to the middle again. Normally by the third race of the day, you're looking for the edges. And that's exactly what Burgess is doing into that left-hand turn. Here comes Jones in second place. Not even half a lap to go now for Burgess. And he has got 2 more rounds of this series to try and make up that deficit. With a second place and a first place in this race, it's really going to help his cause. Kobe Reed, after a whole shot, putting himself in good position. Hopefully for himself, it's given him some confidence and shown him what he is capable of. To lead these guys around for a lap or 2 even, before he got past and still finish in third position is a great result. They come across the finish line now. We've got Riley Burgess with a win. And Ryan Jones done exactly what he needed to do, getting second in that one, but more importantly, the overall lead and the championship lead. Kobe Reed will cross the line in third, the Yamaha rider, 232.
Yeah, I saw him the first one and he got a DNF, so that's not that good. But then, so I didn't really have to push for that because I knew I had the overall if I stayed second. Yeah, I'll be there.
All right. We'll head back to you, Mikel.
So we just caught the end of that interview with Ryan Jones, our overall winner in the 15 to 17 125 class, and really happy for him, and hope he can put that together again next round. But as we head into our next race, which is our 9 to 12 85s, and Archie Black has been on fire today. He looks over his shoulder. Archie, don't need to do that. You haven't done that your first 2 races. You don't need to do it again. And this is just an amazing ride from this kid who, like I said, has had races in the past, but and has some race wins, should I say, second places, third places, but and won some overalls. But to do it, winning all 3 motos in a row, well, that is something that he may have done it. I haven't seen him do it, and he's put himself in the best position again. Looking over his shoulder again. Archie, stop that. You're making me nervous. You need to keep your eyes forward and focus on what's in front of you. So, about to click off another lap, and Archie Black, I don't know if there's any records for this, but he has led every single lap of this 85. And Maxie Harris, another good starter in whether it's 65 or 85. He is always up there in the top 3, top 5, and he sits in second place right now. There's a few other riders in this class that will be hoping to get better starts next time. And that is just allowing Archie Black to just pull away in this race. Maxie Harris is not too far behind him as they're ready into lap traffic on their second race of the day. Second lap of this race. And these kids have clearly been watching some of the other races here. They're using that right-hand downhill line. Look how choppy it is, and the ruts monoing all the way up the hill.
He's comfortable today.
Yeah, he's having fun out there. Is that, that bike's got some horsepower, you know. You get that front wheel up. Me getting the front wheel up, it's just my low center of gravity. But he's doing it just by twisting the throttle. So there's Sproul on the 280, and he has struggled on the 85 today. And he's got the 22 of Ryder Birchall. I think Sproul is going to be having nightmares of Birchall tonight, because Birchall has just been a pain in his backside, just a thorn in his side.
They've been all over each other, these motos, haven't they?
He has, and just not letting him go. But Archie just he is feeling it. He is feeling it on this 85, and I expect these older kids to do better on the 85 anyway, because they are bigger. Remember, these are the kids that are riding 10 to 12 65s as well. So you expect them not to do as well on the 65s because they're bigger.
We got a crash there.
Yeah, it was Birchall, I think. It looked like he...
Did he get in the back of...
It looked like it, yeah. I didn't think he was that close, but I know he was right there. When I say that close, I mean close enough to actually tag the back wheel. But if we got a replay of that crash, we'll be able to sort of break it down. And Archie's picked up on that line that Burgess was taking up that hill there. He's going just on that fresh dirt, that right-hand side. Very tight entry to that turn, but you're missing all those acceleration bumps heading up that hill.
That line he just took through the Cannons higher corner in the middle of the track there, in the middle of the corner as well. Missed all the ruts. It was a very smooth line there. Obviously set up from running wide down the hill.
We just saw Jaden Hurwood there on the 48. He's a lap down. there's our leader, Archie Black. And very, very, when I say very close, Maxie Harris has not let him go. And Harrison Rex is in third place, I believe. Another great start for him. Blade Regan fourth, always in the top 5, Blade Regan, followed by Peters. Then it looked like Ollie Cale.
Just noticing we've got a rider down in the track here in the middle of the circuit in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner that might sort of slow things down a little bit here for the guys as they approach that area of the track.
I just seen Birchall come through as well, so after that little tip over.
He's up and going again, obviously.
He got up pretty quick, but he obviously dropped some spots because it is early in this race. So, and Archie, he's done all the hard work now as we see a yellow flag, and he's just being a little bit careful through there. But what I wanted to say was, he's done all the hard work where now he doesn't need to push hard. He's just got to keep that gap the same between himself and Maxie Harris in second place. And Harris is almost like his buffer. It's like his in American football, his line blocker, where he's whoever's going to come up to second has to battle Maxie Harris first before they can even think about trying to catch Archie Black for lead. And I think Archie is either the fastest rider in the class today, or at the very least is on par with whoever the fastest rider is, because nobody has been able to catch him.
And even if Maxie Harris does catch Archie, he's not in it for the overall at that point with if he dropped a second. So it's a good spot to be in for Archie at this time of the moto.
Yeah, well, there's Maxie. He's just gone through, and that gap's staying about the same. And Harrison Rex, what a ride. Third place. Can he keep? I really want to see him finish third. There's Kai Sproul. So Sproul, he's going to want to spoil Harrison Rex's day, because for Harrison to get a third overall in his first year, moving up to this class, that is huge, absolutely huge. And to beat one of the title contenders in doing that, like Kai Sproul sitting behind him, so it'll be interesting to see if Kai can close him down. I think Kai does have the pace. It's whether or not he can limit the mistakes, and whether or not Harrison can keep it smooth and limit the mistakes.
You would think too, with Harrison being new to this class, another month or so until our next round, you think he's only going to get better on this bigger bike as well. So that's right. That's going to serve him well later into this series.
Yeah. Maxie Harris made a mistake going up that hill there, nearly threw it away. That's a lap rider. And then behind that lap rider, coming up the hill now in the corner, there is Harrison Rex on the 284. There's not much happening between Maxie and Archie for the lead. So I want to see whether or not Harrison is going to be able to hang on to this third place, or can Kai Sproul, who looked like he was close last lap around, can catch him. I don't know.
Is that him in the background of that shot, or is it another lap rider still?
Well, I think that there was another lap rider behind him, but I thought he was close to last lap around, unless he's made a mistake and lost some ground. But there's Rex now. And there's Sproul. So Sproul's still in front of Regan. And then we got Peters and Duke Sharaban. And Duke has had a very up and down day today. Behind Duke, we've got Birchall. A lot of riders had up and down days. There's very few, like even Archie Black, he's had a great day on the 85, but the 65 is, not probably a sore point for him. Especially when you have a great day on the one bike, you're like, you want a great day on both bikes, like Harrison Rex or Archie Blanchette.
You're still going home a winner, but
yeah, it's
not bad.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. No, at least, and that's the beauty of racing two classes.
Spun out there.
Yeah.
Was that our lap? That was a lap rider, wasn't it?
No, it was a lapper. We're still that looks like Sproul on the 280, and I'm not sure if he's managed to close up that gap on Harrison Rex, the rider in front of him. That's the one we're looking for. So Regan's just behind him. Regan's not quite close enough to Sproul to challenge him, but the 284 just in front of Kai Sproul, that's where we'd like to just see that gap. And that looked like Peters coming up the hill. Zach Peters, our leader, just jumped over the finish jump. Archie Black in full control now. Maxie Harris second.
Some fairly comfortable gaps here between the riders at the moment, so not expecting too much change in position.
No, and there's Rex, and Rex is just putting down solid laps. Like, looking at it, Kai is not making up ground on him.
No, if anything, he's dropped off.
He has, and he's got to be careful because Regan is right there. Like, he's not close enough to strike, but he's close enough to pull his pants down at the end of the race. What I mean by that is sneaker past, okay? No one's pulling anybody's pants down.
It's all PG rated.
It is. Yeah, that's right. Archie, I would dare say he's going to get the last lap board next time he comes around. And I can't wait to see this kid on the podium, because if you've ever seen him smile, well, he's got the biggest pearly whites that you've ever seen. So he's going to be smiling today.
So he brushes his teeth well.
He does. His mom makes him brush his teeth every morning, every night. Oh, I'm sure she does.
Good to see he's looking after himself.
And then his
off
dad
track.
gives him chocolates and lollies. Okay, well, last lap board. I don't know if he does that. I'm just playing around. Last lap board coming out now for Archie Black. And he's just got to keep it together now. And this is the most dangerous part of the day. For someone that has won 2 motos, I mean, you're having the best ride of your life. Or one of the best rides. I don't know, maybe he's had a better ride than this one. But you still cannot lose focus of that finish line until you get there. You know, one little mistake.
It's a long last lap with plenty of holes to find.
That's right. Yep.
You've got to concentrate every second.
Concentrate, hit your marks. And again, the track's deteriorated. There's some water going down on the track. There's some slick spots that maybe weren't there the lap before. When you come around, we saw that happen with Lawler. He come over that jump and was abusing the marshal with a hose. Not verbally, maybe he was. I don't know. I couldn't hear under the helmet, but I definitely saw the hand gestures towards him. There
was some body language that was questionable.
That's right. They weren't kind body gestures. And you can see, like, again, you know, there is a bit of water on those rollers. And Archie was very carefully making his way through there. So he's just trying to get this one home, get this win home. And it could be Maxi Harris. Looking at all the points being all over the place in that one.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giordamento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we're back with a 50cc, their third and final race of the day, and it's been the Archie Blanchette show so far.
Now we might have a different hole shot winner for this this round, because I don't think Zio Kirchen's going to be.
No. Well, Zio got 2 hole shots. It looks like Mumby might have actually
lost
come up
somebody
with
in the background there too in the slick
with the hole shot. Then there's another great start there from Blanchette. Now these kids have to be careful in those rollers, because there is some water on them, and this is their first time coming around. They would have figured that out already. We've already talked about how the track is deteriorated, and it's for any kids in their final moto, toughest part of the day. I tell you what, I'd be scared to ride a 450 around this track, or a 252 stroke actually would be even more deadly. But
very much throttle control city at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and that's important. Like, as a rider, you got to be able to adapt to the conditions of the track, and as the track gets tough or changes, you got to adapt from just grabbing a handful of nuts when you come out of the turn and accelerating to maybe being a bit more gentle on the throttle and nurturing the bike around the track almost.
You've got to be capable of going fast in more than one way, and that's what later in the day you've got to be able to do. So you can't just continuously smash the throttle at this point. And we've had another rider at the top of the hill here in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner go down, but they're up and going, so good on that side of things.
Yeah,
we're getting our leader coming across, Blanchard way out in front.
Yeah, he's...
Blanchette, sorry.
Yeah, he is. And look, Deegan Mumby, he's had a solid ride, mostly round, been in that second position. Jackson Merchant hasn't been getting the starts today, but he's up there. You know, he's been in the top 5, sitting in third at the moment. Not sure where Kirchen is. All these Cobras are looking the same to me.
Well, I'm wondering if that crash that he had in second moto
maybe,
there, whether
possibly,
has he lined up again or not.
He
we'll have to see.
He
if
may not be out there, although there is a...
Or is that him in there?
There is a crash in the first corner, but hard to tell. So,
well, we've had
there's another one. That's
not our... No, it wasn't.
No,
it must have been a lap rider.
Leader. Yeah, Blanchette is well in control. Look how wide he went around that corner before the rollers.
Well, you want to be catching any sort of grip you can out there, and that's probably where you're going to get the most of it at this point.
Yeah, and look at the lead that he's got on the second lap. Like, you know, it's like one arm tied behind his back at the moment. And But that's he works hard. He trains during the week. I know his dad puts a lot of money and effort into giving Archie the best opportunity possible to do what he's doing right now. And that time, that effort, that money.
Well, you're seeing that right now.
That's
aren't
right.
You? That's what's coming
This is
out.
the result, and this is not riding twice a week. This is riding 4 times a week at least.
Oh wow!
Plus the best machinery, and they could have been racing in Queensland this weekend. They're racing in New South Wales. They live in Coffs Harbour. I saw them last weekend in Oakdale, where I live. If you don't know where Oakdale is, it's a little bush town.
Southwest Sydney?
Southwest Sydney, yep. So just for a club day, they've driven down from Coffs just to race a club day at Oakdale. That is the commitment. Me, I only drive about an hour to race club day. That's my limit. I'm not going more than an hour.
But that's the difference, isn't it, right? Like, you can do as much as we want during the week on a private track, whether you've got your own or you've got somebody nearby with a friend. But it's that racing aspect that can really pick up the skills, because especially for these little kids, like we were saying earlier, the track gets pretty beat up and there's some deep ruts, and they've got to learn how to get through those things on these small wheel bikes. At a club day, they're going to be on the track, with 450s and everything from MX1 through the vets and stuff, so they're going to learn some skills, and clearly they're showing through right now with the
I think
gap.
it's also the adaptation to tracks. So the more tracks at a young age that you put a kid on, the more they adapt their style to different styles of tracks. Whereas if you're a one-track wonder, you only ride 1 or 2 tracks, and you get good at those 2 tracks, you go somewhere else, you get smoked because
Well, it's a lot of familiarity, isn't it? You know how to go fast into a certain corner because you've done it 1,000 times.
That's right. And when I say different tracks, I also mean different track surfaces. They're on a hard pack track today, and there's a lot of hard pack tracks on the East Coast, on the Sydney tracks. There's a couple sort of, you would say sandier tracks. I wouldn't say sandy tracks. Like Port Macquarie's got a little bit of sand to it. We were down at Bega for first round of East Coast. That was sandy, loamy. And I've seen kids do really well on hard pack tracks, go to a sand track and just come 10th, 15th, because they're crashing every corner. They're tucking the front in the sand because they don't know how to ride the sand. You've got to learn to ride all conditions, or muddy conditions. It's raining.
Yeah.
Most riders avoid the rain all the time, and sometimes it's going to rain when you're racing, and you got to ride in it. And it also comes down to that it's the same for everybody. So if you can get comfortable riding in all conditions, there's Sam. I'm going to give it another go. Sam Kitiakano. Sam Kitiakano. On the 29, he's in front of us. We're going to give him a shout out. And he's, as we go back to our leader, Blanchett. Oh, is that? It is? Archie?
It is. Now, when Archie came past before, I think the fuel line off the fuel cap is dangling down the side of the bike. Something's dangling there.
Okay.
So
well, hopefully it's the fuel line.
Not all smooth sailing. It's just the breather line, not the fuel line.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not something else. Anyway. He's just got to be careful through these rollers. Like I said, just put a little bit of water down there just to maintain keep the dust down. But the acceleration that these little bikes have, as you saw him come out that corner there, because he tried to get the speed for that double jump. He still made it, even with sliding out in the corner. That's what you got to watch out for, because you can quite easily do a 180 at this point in the day where the track is the way it is. As riders are dropping here, there, and everywhere. I think we've been blessed with a little bit of a breeze today because it's been really hot for everybody else. Not for us. We're in the shady booth all day. It's great.
It's actually worked out pretty nicely here from a viewpoint, but also temperature point.
Yeah, it has, and the wind's sort of blowing through. So I'd hate to be all geared up, fully clothed at the moment, as we saw Deegan Mumby. And he's come second today, but he has had a great day on the 50. I didn't see him on the 65. I'm not sure if he was riding the 65 as well. But I think it's good for these kids if they're riding the 50 to ride the 65 as well. Gives them that experience, gives them extra track time, extra ride time, and you just never know what can happen. As I said, I'll bring up Harrison Rex again. Wins on the 65, podium on the 85. Great day. Is that Zio Kirchen?
No, that's a 3, isn't it? At the start of that one, 3-1-6. Hunter Higgins, maybe.
Sorry.
Still haven't seen Zio, so I'm assuming he's not out
looking
here.
for a 3-digit number.
Yeah.
But no, Zio, I don't think he's DNS this one. So we've got Blanchett from Mumby, Merchant, Akitikano, Manville, Pascal, Frank. And that's about as far as I could get through the list. But you can all read, so you can see for yourselves.
Hopefully that accident that Zio did have in that second motor, hopefully it hasn't hurt him, and that's why he's DNS'd. Hopefully it's just maybe a bit bumped up.
That's right. And hopefully we see him come to round 2. I was speaking to a few parents yesterday about that, and some parents and riders have the mindset that I had a bad first round, so I'm not going to come to round 2 or round 3 or round 4 or round 5, depending on how many rounds of the series. And then other riders and parents have the mindset of, well, it is a championship, and if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. We keep trying, and at the end of the day, we see where we end up at the end of the series, and then we try again next year. I'm sort of in the camp of keep going until you finish a series. I mean, I personally don't see the point of doing one round and then you have a bad round and then just give up and try again next year. I think in a championship, everybody has a bad race or a bad day. As we see, Blanchett has a great day as he gets a checkered flag, comes through for the win. But everybody, I think, has a bad day at some point. And when you do, your opposition, they get to make up points on you. And when they have a bad race or a bad day, well, you make up points on them. There are exclusions to that. Obviously, some people just, particular years, they just have a great year and have good rounds all the way through, but that very seldom happens. And we are tracking along very well time-wise for today. That's the end of the 50s. We've only got 3 to go, 3 more races to go, and then we will be done with the round 1 of the New South Wales State Titles, day 1. That's not all of our classes, obviously. We've got some junior classes tomorrow with our Junior Lights 125, 13 to 15 years group, and our Junior Lights 250 age group, and then all our senior classes.
But we're all big bikes tomorrow.
Yeah, and you regardless of how the track is prepped, I think we're going to see a different track tomorrow to what we see today.
100%. You're going to have to try and get a bit of water in this thing tonight.
Well, yeah, it's amazing how powerful the machines are. Like, you look at the dirt and you go, that's concrete. Like, how is something able, like, you take your nails and you try and scratch that surface, you're going to grind your nails down or snap your nails off. Like, it's just amazing how they're able to rip it up. But we're going to go to an ad break quickly and come back shortly with our next race. 14 to 16, 85's about to get going. Tyson Williams, 2 race wins so far today. And hasn't pulled a single hole shot, but has got to the front early, been very intense at the start of the race. And that has been the difference, I believe, today for him. We've had some other riders like Dylan Gromble, Cooper Spurrell, who have been up there and challenged, but haven't I call it the Ryan Dungey approach to a race of just settling in and then clicking off the laps and trying to move forward. I think you need to have that explosiveness at the start of the race after you get a start to secure your position and your track position, not just your rider position. But as they come into turn 1, and
well, it's not our whole shot man from the first 2 races, Jake Doyle.
No, Doyle didn't get this time. But I don't know about you, I couldn't see the shadow. So if you think how bad it is for us not being able to see the shadow on the screen, think about these guys going into that turn at whatever speed they're going in there.
From the bright sunlight
call
into
it 80,
the darkness.
80, 100
350
kilometres an hour, but it is Gromble. Gromble finally gets his nose out front. I said earlier.
Now you wanted this.
I wanted this. I wanted to see the pace that he had in second place behind Williams. I wanted to see what he could do with a hole shot. So you can thank me for that one, Dylan. I spoke it and it happened. You got the hole shot, and let's see what you can do with it.
See if you can stay out in front and hold on to it. Tyson's got to be coming through the field shortly. Is he? Have we seen him up the front? No, he's about 4th or 5th there, isn't he?
Sproul's up into second place, so much better start for Sproul. And what Cooper Sproul needs to do is put the hammer down and try and get past the lead, and then just keep his eyes forward so that whatever battle is happening behind him. But he can't do that right now because he's got McCloskey and Buddy Brown, Williams, Doyle, and I'm pretty sure it was the 36 of Jaden Mafati. So there's a lot happening behind him, and there's 3 riders almost going side by side into that whoop section there. Sproul has closed up onto the back of him. So Gromble is trying to ride defense at the moment. He hasn't pulled away, and Sproul has closed up right on the back wheel of him. And Gromble really, what he needs to try and do is just eyes forward and try and gap the field, create a just a little bit of a cushion on him. As they jump over the centre tabletop. And Gromble doing a great job, just not making any mistakes as we see a pass for 3rd place.
I think that's Tyson Williams making that move, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, if it is him, he needs to try and get up there quickly. So Gromble from Sproul.
That is Tyson.
And it is. Williams has moved in.
All right, we're just working our way through these issues here. We're back online here, still going through for the 12 to 16 girls 85cc race. Eliza Dennis is out front here, leading the way, as she has done pretty much all day, apart from a couple of, I think last race was that she didn't quite get the whole shot here, but as she goes through that whole shot graphics section of the track, making her way down into the Canards higher corner. This corner has turned into quite the deep rutted section, as much as we were talking about earlier in the day where the track looked like it was going to hold up in terms of being a bit smoother. It definitely hasn't in that particular corner of the track. We're just taking a look back through. I think that's Sienna Cyprian there, probably in about third or fourth position. We're not sure of where she's up to at this point in time. But she is following along behind. I believe that's Mia Cameron in front of her. Might not be, actually. Eliza Dennis is up the top of the circuit there, coming her way down. Probably approaching around halfway in this moto already. And look at that shot there as you see them coming down the hill and the ruts on the way through there. Quite a difficult track in places at this point in the day.
Yeah, just watched Eliza land this finish jump, and she's going on the very left into that turn, as did the next rider as well, Ada Harris. And you can see how hard pack it is on that left, but then how loose the dirt is on the right. But at least that very left-hand side, it's not as bumpy heading into that corner. It's quite risky, I think, even though there's a bit more traction in that loose dirt. All those different edges, easy to get sideways and high side in that awkward spot.
I think the battle we should probably focus on here for the end of the race. Obviously, Sienna's got... Oh, sorry. Eliza, I just did your trick, Michael. Eliza has got the overall with the 2 moto wins, and she's leading comfortably at the moment. Ada Harris also 2 second places in second at the moment. Third, fourth, and fifth on track is Mia Cameron in third. Then Sienna Cyprian in fourth, and Jayla Parker in fifth. And they've sort of split third, fourth, fifth throughout these whole first 2 motos. So be interesting to see who gets the upper hand here in the last parts of this third and final moto for this class.
Yeah, well, we'll leave that to the score tower to come up with that answer. It's too late in the day to be doing math. You know, it's easy to work out.
Got to take your shoes and socks off.
Yeah, definitely got to do that. It's easy to do.
Oh, I think we've just had Ada Harris has just had a moment in the National Motorcyclist Alliance corner here in front of the tabletop. She's up and going, heading up the hill, but she's lost a lot of time. She's just in front of Sienna, who's now in third place. She's actually made a move there. So,
Sienna got around Cameron. And
Jayla's still right behind there
Jayla
too.
Parker's right there. So, just about as we get close, we've probably got a couple laps to go as Ada goes up the hill. And you know what it's like when you fall, heart's pumping, and she just needs to relax and settle down. She's got the speed to just hang on to second. She doesn't need to try and pull away. Again, we spoke about before how one mistake can turn into 2, then 5. 5 or 6 mistakes if you just... Well, she's looking down, and I see a few riders do that, but I can promise you it's the skatey conditions. It's not a flat tyre. I'll see if Jayla can close up the gap on Mia Cameron and see possibly if she can make a pass towards the end of this race.
Sienna's definitely made a bit of a gap onto Mia, but she's also creeping up onto the Ada who went down there. But Jayla's probably the one that's going to move forward here at this point in the moto.
There's Eliza Dennis heading over the centre jump for, I would dare say, the second last time. I'm gonna put money on it. The last lap board's coming out. I don't know. As a rider, especially when you have the lead, you just hope for that. You just want that last lap board to come out. It could be a second lap of the race, and please put the last lap board out. And it's not even a fitness thing. I mean, at our age it is. It's like you just want it, but it's just like you've got it now. You're in control now. Please end it now, so that. And Ada has done a really good job to consolidate that second place after the mistake.
Jayla's making a move.
She went up the inside.
Actually, no. That was a lap rider. She's already made the move on Mia Cameron.
Sorry. Sorry, Jayla, didn't see that one. Yeah, well, does Jayla have enough time to catch Cyprian then?
We can see Sienna going down the hill there. There is, I think, that is Jayla coming up in behind her there. So she's not too far behind here, and we've probably got at least...
Yeah, well, look...
can I take that money now,
can,
Mikel?
Yeah. You can take that 50 cents.
The lap board's last lap board's not coming out.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on, he stood up. Or is he just getting ready to put it out for the following lap? Because
I think so.
Eliza's already gone through. So.
That's right. So double or nothing. He's putting out the last lap board next lap. And I think Sienna has done just enough because she hasn't backed off the pace. She is still charging after Ada Harris at second place. And as we see Dennis going through, just come out of that whole shot graphics corner and heading towards the centre tabletop again. I would say the second last time. Again.
But she's got a massive lead here, so she's comfortable at this point, and you would hope that she's aware of that and situationally aware to just bring this home.
Well, what we were speaking about earlier, look at how she's dominating this class. And I'm pretty sure she come top 10 in the 12 to 14 with all the boys and stuff as well. So for her, the goal is sure to come here and win 3 races in the girls class, but I think more important than that for her is, can she get to a top 5 in that 12 to 15 year age group? Like Stella Hiding in the younger age group on the 65, there's no girls class for them, but she got second today. Well, we still got one more race, so we'll find out. But so far, she has been second, third. Yeah. She's been in that podium position, and I think, and that's why I think it's actually. As important as it is for the girls to have their own class, it's even more important for them to continue to ride with the boys. And I'm only talking about the ones that want to race at that very high level. Like a lot of the girls, and there is a handful of girls in the class, let's call it 50-50, that, they just enjoy racing the other girls. They're not interested in coming top 10 or top 5 of the boys. They'd just rather not, and that's okay as well. So yeah, like I said, I called it last lap board.
There we go. Yep. And I think you're right too. Sienna does have a reasonable gap still. It hasn't really changed now over Jayla.
No, I think she knew that Jayla was there, and so she kept the pedal down, maintain, and it's just maintained. She knows she's probably not going to catch Ada unless there's another mistake, and Ada just needs to keep it together for just this last lap. Mia Cameron, not the
sort
day.
Of cruising a little bit here now, late in the moto.
Yeah, I think that she probably, just with herself, she knows that she can get a better result, and I think we might see that as we head into rounds 2 and 3. That's always good about the first round. You use it to gauge where you're at. If you're dominating, well, great. You're obviously doing what you need to do, but if you're not, you know what you need to work on. Mm-hmm. Whether it be your starts, your fitness, your speed. Speed training is some passing lap riders.
The ongoing moment from the very first moto of the day.
Yeah. Sorry, Blake. But checker flag coming out soon now for Eliza. Yeah, already coming out. Sorry, Eliza's crossed the line already, and
waiting on our second
Ada
place
Harris
here.
Is about to come through for second. Eliza was too fast for us to go out there to grab an interview, but we will go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back soon.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
10 to 12, 65's on the line. Gates down. They're away. Who's going to get our whole shot for this one? I think there's a 23 out front.
Yeah, Ryder Metafiglio. And he has been up in the top 3, top 5 all day. Great to see him get a whole shot. Let's see what he can do with it, though. That's the other thing. Archie Black struggled on the 65 today.
Is that him moving?
Kai Sproul. Oh, legs off sideways. And that was Ollie Cale, I think, on the 280G. He controls it. Or was that Archie Black?
I think that was Archie, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. I think it was Archie. It was a KDM anyway.
It definitely was. Now we're coming around.
Archie's like, I'm tired of finishing.
He heard you earlier.
Yeah. He's watching. He's on the YouTube in between races.
We've got Kyle Sproul in third on the 280 on the Yamaha.
This will be a very interesting race because...
Is that Maxi Harris trying to go up the inside of him there in fourth?
Yeah. Well, because Archie has dominated... Because Archie has dominated on the 85, we'll see how that confidence transitions to the 65 here.
Oh, we've got a three-way drag race up the hill.
Yeah.
Archie's on the inside, so he's got a prime position.
He does, yeah. Ryder Metafiglio, don't look behind you, buddy. It's not good. Just focus forward and go for it. And Archie Black. Now, what will Kai Sproul do here? Okay, I would like to see him. He's won 2 races. I would like to see him move forward.
Well, the guys that are in front of him at the moment aren't really in the overall either, so it's not necessary that he does, but you would think that he would go past them because they haven't finished that well for the rest of the motos today.
I've seen riders lose championships by 1 or 2 points when they're in this position. We talked about the Ryan Jones earlier where he was in that position, but I think he made the right decision because Riley Burgess had a DNF. Here, I think you have to maximise the points. And it was the same with Seth Thomas on the 85.
True.
I think he had to maximise the points. And I think that Kai Sproul has to do the same thing. Yes, he can afford to finish where he is and just get the overall. But
well, we do have a new leader too. Archie Thomas has gone to the front.
Yeah, Archie Black.
Sorry.
Yeah. He's not related to Seth, although he did stand on the podium and take a prize for him the other day at Appen. So his parents will remember that one, and Archie will too if he watches this again. So we'll keep calling him Archie Black, though. Oh, something's happened to Archie. He's pulled off the track.
Has that?
And
That's
he
mechanical.
landed. Yeah, he landed that jump, and something happened. He looked over straight away. He's clicking down on the gear lever. Obviously, we can't hear any sort of motor noise from where we are other than the buzzing bees that are racing around the track, but like everybody else can hear. But that gives Ryder Metafiglio the lead back and pretty much makes this a lot easier for Kai Sproul to then challenge for the lead and maybe win this one. Maybe his mindset was, I'm happy where I am, but Archie having a problem,
we can change things quickly, can't it?
You know?
But Ryder's holding his own out in front here still.
He is, and he's ridden great all day. So let's see if he can hang on to this lead. They have put a bit of a gap on everywhere else.
Yeah, fourth place Blade Reagan is a bit further back now from Maxi Harris. So
yeah, Maxi's another great start from Maxi Harris. Just but settled into that third place, and he hasn't been able to keep the toe with these two guys out front. So Ryder Matafiglio, now he hasn't put a foot wrong all race. He's been racing forward, looking forward. They're coming up on a lap rider already. And what's Sproul going to do? Goes to the middle. Ryder got through that deep inside rut very clean. So he's not going to hand this lead over, David. I think Kai's going to have to work for it. And you see Blade Regan there on the 203. Currently sitting in 4th place as he gets past the lapper into the whole shot graphics corner. Oh! Just before we went to Ryder Matafiglio, Blade Regan had a massive moment. I don't know if he stayed on, but he pretty much did an uncontrolled, unintended knack over that double jump. The viewers at home probably don't know what a knack is. It's that old of a freestyle trick where you just step off the bike, but that's what he did. And as we see Sprowley jump up the inside, I think he's going to have it. And he does. I thought maybe Matafiglio was going to try and jump back past, but there's probably not a lot of room there.
He's covered enough of that inside that he couldn't do it, didn't he there, Kyle?
Yeah. Kai Sproul. So, but Ryder hasn't let him go. Kai almost settled a bit, and Ryder's nearly got him back.
He's going for the inside too,
He's going
Ryder.
to the inside. But a much better sweep line there from Sproul. I think they're both going for that inside, but he'd be able to let the brakes go a lot earlier and just flow into that turn. And that's the thing, when you get in the lead like this, you can't settle straight away. You got to put in a hot lap, or so, and try and gap. And even if you're about the same speed, you still got to try and do that, because you don't want to give your opposition the opportunity to come back at you later on in the race. You often see that in MotoGP, the road racing. They leave their passes to the last lap of the race, and then that's like the best time to watch it, for the last lap, where they're cutting in and sweeping inside, outside to try and pass each other. Where the whole race they'll just follow each other until that point.
Yeah.
But, I wish I knew what was going on with Archie. He'd be. I wouldn't say he's going to be completely devastated, because he does have 3 wins. You said earlier, hey, I still
going home a winner.
Still going home a winner.
Just not completely the way he wanted it to be. So and he has pushed it off the track earlier, so he's headed back to the pits. So.
That's right. Yeah, maybe he needs to sack the mechanic on that one. But
sorry, Dad.
Yeah, that's the mechanic. But Kai, trying to bring this one home, and Ryder Matafiglio is right there with him still.
We're getting the last lap, board.
I think we're actually. Yeah, it is his last lap. He keeps going.
He's changing it up on you.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to trick me. He's flashing the checkered flag. And I mean, jokes aside, when you hold the flag down like that and move it slightly,
it can be enough to trigger that you think that was the end.
For a rider to come in. I'm not dissing the flag marshal, who's doing a great job standing in the sun all day. But riders, what it is, it's a lesson that you need to race to the checkered flag, and you need to turn around. Like, I can honestly say I've come in early in 2 races in my life, where one was when I was 6 years old, and the other one was when I was, about 14, and had the race win by half a lap, and come in on the last lap board, waited at the finish line to shake hands, and my opposition just kept going. I'm like, no.
Lesson learned quickly, but
it took 2 races to learn it, but at 6 years old, you don't learn anything at 6 years old. Look back when you cross that finish line. Look back, look behind you, make sure that it's waving. So anyway, I think he heard us, and Kai's got a couple more corners to go. Ryder Matafiglio has done not just a great job about leading this race, but has stuck with Kai. As Kai looks over his shoulder and just trying to see how close Matafiglio is. Harris in 3rd, Regan, Peters, Medhurst 3rd, Bennett, Cale, Riley, Glover, Burgess, Hicks, Medinas, and Bittick are followed by White, Horwood, White, Soper, Morris, Butler, Irving, Gomez, Coombs, Briggs, Job, Thomas, Ray, Black, and Henry. Oh, sorry, Henry and Black are DNSs as well as the rest. So, but checkered flag out for Kai Sproul. Well done, 3 out of 3 for the Yamaha GYTR team. And he'll also go home a winner, but probably also disappointed with that 85 result. And Blade Regan, just another solid finish from him. He's always up there, getting the good starts and relatively consistent races. We see a rider just toppled over in the Kennard's corner there. He's gone into the rut and just completely folded it over. But it was just one of our lap riders, I think.
So we're down to our last race of the day.
We are. It's time flies when you're having fun. Maybe that's why this day's taking so long. No, I'm joking. I'm enjoying it. I hope you're all enjoying it at home. And you have to forgive my sarcasm from time to time. It gets the better of me. So, but, what I also think is good, looking at the grids today, is often on race days you'll see a big drop off in grids. So you'll start off with a full grid, and then by the last race you've got 25 on the line. You know, I have seen a few DNSs, like even in this last one. And that's normal. You know, riders get hurt, bikes break. But most riders have stuck with it today in tough conditions and the heat. We're going to grab a quick ad, and then we're going to get the final race of the day.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we just got some track, just a track delay at the moment. It's nothing to do with any riders or anything. So the riders on the start gate are just hanging around trying to grab some shade. As you can see, all the umbrellas up. unfortunately, we're running well on time, so we do have time to do this. Nothing worse than having to cut races short because you can't keep up, but I think the officials have done a great day running the day so far. And the track's held up good. Obviously, it's dried out, but it's called summertime, so sun comes out. And
I think it's autumn, but anyway.
Autumn? Ah, well, feels like summer.
It is pretty warm.
It is pretty warm. Look, even in the wintertime, you come... That's what's actually really nice about visiting Lake Macquarie. You can actually come here all time of the year and still enjoy it. Like, it'll be 20, 25 degrees in the winter. Where you come where I live in the wintertime, and it's like 10, 15 degrees and freezing cold wind. So you can at least swim in the Lake Macquarie area all year round if you wanted to. Just got to watch out for the sharks.
It's mostly lake area. There's no sharks in the lakes,
Isn't there?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know. I'm not going to find out, hopefully.
I watched too many Jaws movies when I was a kid. I used to struggle to swim in the swimming pool, never mind it. With that. And you'd hear the creepy crawly. Anyway, sorry. Getting back to it, the Lake Macquarie region, great place to visit. You've probably seen from the ad so far, they've screenshotted quite a few areas that you could go and see and explore the region. So, and it's, with that, great to have the Lake Macquarie Council supporting this event, as well as Dantia and all our partners. So what you can see now is Greg Timmins, or as he's more fondly known as Timmo. He's the guy that does the track prep, and he was given the opportunity to hop on a bike. More so, he wasn't given the opportunity. He was told, you need to get on a bike and do a lap, and that's what he's done. And this is an overhead of him just doing a sight lap of the track, showing us around.
This is what the track looked like this morning when they were fresh, but as you'll see in a minute here when we go to our last moto, it definitely doesn't look like this anymore.
No, this is when I want to ride it, and that's it, and I'm done for the day. And
in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner there, you can see all the smoothing out from the excavators, the Bobcats. It's a primo conditions at the moment here, but
look how dry it was before they got water in it, and how well the club has done to keep the water in it for the day. I know you look at the track now and but it's dusty, but we're at our last race of the day, and they just kept watering. You also got to take into account the moisture in the ground from all the rain that they've had, but this is always great to ride a fresh track, and Timo has shown us around the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club and how it's done for a vets rider. Anyway, all you vets riders that are racing tomorrow, look at the lines that he's taking and see if you're able to match him for pace.
Through your Lake Macquarie City Council straight there?
Yes.
Mikel, into our bottom section of the track and some of the rollers here. This corner here where he is now, it's gotten pretty deep and pretty rough for these last few motos here of the day.
And what makes this track quite challenging is the shadows. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. There's the sunny bits and the shadows move. So especially when you get the tricky ruddy sections, you can't actually see the lines as well. Some riders opt for... there's a magic shot there from the top. Looks like a golf course, really.
It almost does with the greenery at this point.
Yep. Except with the golf, you're trying to play on the green stuff, not the brown, not the brown stuff.
Hitting the rough.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're hitting the rough today. That's for sure. There's some rough lines out there. And the 7-10 65 final motor of the day will be underway shortly.
So what's your performance of the day so far, Mikel? Do you think there's one that stood out for you across the day in terms of, maybe come from behind rides or dominant performances? Because we've had a fair range of rides today. Not everybody's just, finished in the same positions across the three motos.
Yeah, look, I just think, Archie Black, he's in a very competitive class. Like, there's 5 guys that can win. and he just, let's say pulled the trigger, and he just done 3. Whether he whole shot, I think he pulled 3 whole shots.
I think he did.
And,
I'll check for you.
And he just checked out. Like, against some of the kids that he's racing against, to do that, I mean, if he could replicate, obviously that's everybody's dream, is to replicate that every time. Archie.
He did 3 whole shots, 3 moto wins, dominant performance.
And then Harrison Rex, really impressed with his 85 ride. The 65, sure. Great 3 wins.
Mm-hmm.
But to achieve a podium in your first year racing an 85,
pretty fair effort.
It is. Or as I said, last year he was on a 50 and a 65. So, and he's not a tall stature. He stands up.
No, you're joking at one point about him having the seat hit him in the butt through the whoops because he's only really an inch off the seat when he's standing. So
that's right.
That's pretty impressive. I think that ride from Harrison, in the 85 class is probably good standout for me, especially that opening moto where he was right up in the battle and got back to second, I think it was in the end. But he's the one that's going to be should be dominating this final moto here as well. So good time to be calling out his name at the beginning of this.
Look, it's I said it before, that last moto of the day, most dangerous, and not just your last moto. This is the last moto, so the track is its absolute worst for these kids. Plus the little break that we're having, it's if it hadn't dried out before, it will be dry in spots. And
there's nothing worse than sitting here on the heat, in your gear, on the line as well. As much as they got the umbrellas up, it doesn't really do all that much for you at that point. You're already hot and sweaty. And you're just basically getting hotter and sweatier at this point while you're waiting for it to go, because you're not getting any, there is a breeze, but you're not getting that cool air that's flowing past you when you're out riding to try and dry the sweat out as you go. So, they're going to have a little bit of a challenge here when they do get going, because they're all going to be pretty warm.
Yeah, and looking at the line, not everybody's got umbrellas. There's some kids there just sitting by themselves. So just recapping some of the other classes, like you asked me, who I was sort of most impressed with. If we sort of go class by class, and that 12 to 14 year age group, the Blake Bohannon, the Seth Thomas battle, and what the outcome of that was at the start of the day. It would be a guess who you thought was going to win. Seth, he got it done.
The interesting part of that too, in that first moto for me, obviously I'm still getting a little bit familiar with all the riders in all the classes. And I knew of Seth to go as a name that I'd marked off to go for it. But in the first sort of 5 laps of that moto, we didn't mention his name. We were saying we were looking for him because we thought he should be up there, but he wasn't there. Then he came through in that last 3/4 of the moto. Yes, Blake had some issues there, but he managed to ride through and take that opening moto, which then set him up superbly for the rest of the day. I think that confidence in his riding and his ability to cut through the field just helped him out as much. He might not have needed it, but it definitely, I feel like it set him up well for the rest of the day, and then obviously to lead on and win the remaining 2 motos as well.
Yeah, and then a quiet 3rd place overall. Liam Millard, mentioned it before. First year in that class, year up, stepping up a year early. If you were to go, and because most riders don't ride 85 till they're 16. Most riders will ride 85s, and if they're tall stature, at 14 will go 125, 250, and then at 14, 15 ride that. And so it depends on where Blake and Seth are at that time, but being that Seth has always stepped up early every single year, I would imagine that after this year, he's going to go 125, 250. Not because he's too big for the 85. I reckon Seth could ride the 85 for another 2 years. He could ride the 85 for another 2 years, but competition-wise, he's going to be preparing for MX3 Racing Seniors hopefully going overseas to race.
Yeah.
I would love to see Seth go overseas at 15, 16 years of age, because you can always come back to Australia.
Of course,
you know.
yeah. It's
And
harder to go when you get older.
That's it. Well, opportunities, You go when you're young, you may not have a good run at 14 years or 15 years of age, but you stick it out. You go there when you're 18, 19 and it doesn't work, you pretty much come home and it's done. So,
and you're in a good development point there too, like to learn all those tracks at that younger age, so you start getting those extra skills earlier on. So, yeah, I feel like it's a good move to go sooner rather than later, but got to have the opportunities as well.
And same with Blake. I mean, Blake's a pretty tall rider. I couldn't see Blake riding the 85 until he's, I reckon, just at a guess, he will be 125, 250 when he's 14 years of age. But
we're about to go racing.
We are about to go racing. They've sorted out the track, and 7 to 10.65 final moto of the day and final moto for them.
Let's see if Harrison can get another start. We're just going past him there next to the box. Will he get another good jump?
Well, there's Logan Benadio. He's centre field. He got a great shot of him coming in the first corner. Didn't get a bad start, but just backed off a little bit early coming into turn 1. And as they come out of turn 2, it is definitely Harrison Rex with the early hole shot. So can he keep it together? There's Stella Harding. He's got, I see in the 271, a Mason Harvey up there as well. He's normally around about that top 5 position, but it is the 284 of Rex, and this is what he needed to do with the track the way it is. And he's just sending it over that tabletop and the next one. Like I said, not all these kids are jumping all the jumps on the track, and that's not the big difference. I think he's just faster everywhere, but like I said, it's bonus time. And where's Stella hiding? There she is there, trying to get around the 3.
The 272, I think that's Hudson Gould. Had a good start there for this moto.
Yeah. So they come up the hill, and look at you can't see it on the screen, but the dust blowing up the hill.
Track's definitely dried out by now.
Well, that's what's nice about being out front. The screen doesn't do it justice. Great for us, though. No dust here. But Rex over the finish, and already a bit of a lead over Harding, who's up into second place. There's Blanchett. About 7th place for Mason Ryan. So Mason's got a lot of work to do. Not so much about trying to catch the leader. I don't know if anybody's going to catch Harrison Rex today, but more so Stella Harding, who they were tying points coming into this final race. So Stella, she's, as I said to you before, she might be the first girl, but she wants to be the first person standing on top of the podium. And even though Harrison has won 2 races so far, I expect Stella not to give up and still try and keep after him. And for a couple of reasons. One, if you let the rider go, then there's no pressure on them. And 2, if something happens, even just a small fall in the corner, if you're close enough, you can capitalise. But if you're not, if you've let them go, they have time to get up and get going. Remember Ada Harris, she dropped it on the 85, and I'm not saying the other girls had slowed down, but she was able to pick it up and get it going. And maybe if they were going a little bit faster, they might have been able to pass her before she got back up and running again. So Harrison, again, he's just got to keep it together. He's got the pace where he can afford to maybe back it off to 90 or 80% even, just to bring it home. You don't need to win by half a lap, and you don't need to risk yourself. Archie Blanchett having a solid ride.
Trying to make a move here over the finish line on the outside.
Right, exactly. And he'll be really happy with his finish today, besides winning on the 50.
No, we're not going down into the bottom section of the track for this last moto.
No, I haven't seen any footage of that yet. But so yeah, they've just a bit of a problem with the bottom half of the track there. So the 65s are just missing that bottom section. It's still, their race is just as long as what it would normally be. It's just that they're cutting out that section and going to the left as if they're going over the first corner.
Getting a good flyover footage here again with our drone here at the state titles. You can see all those ruts coming up the hill there as we get to this Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
So you see a lot of straight line ruts, and straight line ruts are deadly.
Yeah.
You think about how tough corner ruts are, especially when they start to get deep and hooks in them and acceleration bumps, braking bumps, but straight line ruts, especially when you land a jump and there's like 6 ruts in front of you, you know.
Got to line yourself up and go for it.
That's exactly right. And I think a lot of riders struggle with straight line ruts because when they slow down in the rut rather than slow down before. I find it easier to approach a straight line rut, to accelerate up to it, turn the throttle off just before it, and then power just before it starts or as your front wheel enters it, so that you drive through it and just the back wheel of the bike pushes the front wheel straight through.
You got to let that thing settle so that you can line it up as well. Like that little back off, just let you settle and get through.
And it's slower is faster, right? Like if you don't do that, sure, you could probably just pin it and make it every single lap, but there's a chance that it's going to bite you. And if you don't be a little bit cautious when the track gets difficult, you could find yourself getting cross-rutted and high-siding. So very close battle here with Archie Blanchette, and is that Mason Ryan who's finally caught up, and Mason's got the inside heading up the hill here. He's going to have the game line going in that turn, and he does. He comes right up into the middle to take the line away from Blanchette. So,
and Hudson Gould still hanging on there in the back there of that little group.
Yeah, and taking the roughest line he could possibly find coming down the hill there. I think even the middle's not as rough as that left anymore. So, and also I suppose defensively he doesn't have somebody right behind him. But yeah, I'd like to see him go that wider line down. It's not as bumpy and it's a better entry. So Stella Harding, what can she do? Does she have anything for Harrison Rex today? Or can Mason Ryan close that gap on second place and make a race for the podium?
Harrison Rex still comfortably leading this one out front there, going through the whole shot graphics corner, making his way up. They're getting lap traffic earlier, obviously being the shorter track. They're catching up to these guys pretty quickly here. But still, battle going on. Is that... No, it's a lap rider, sorry, that Hudson Gould was taking there. I thought he was going to be making a move back on one of the guys that we just said were moving forward in terms of Mason Ryan there. Now Harrison's coming down the hill. He's making his way down. He's not quite over on that smoothest outside line, but he's trying to make it work there.
Yeah, look, he is dissecting the track really well. And you can tell he just looks smooth. He's not making mistakes, and he's in control. He's not looking over his shoulder. And it's already last lap too. He's going to get the last lap board when he comes by. So we're going to try and grab an interview with Harrison when he comes through the finish, and get an interview with him as the final race of the day. If hopefully he can bring it home, obviously that's the goal. And if he doesn't, well, it will be Stella Harding that will, or Mason Ryan, depending on how it ends up, because those have been our top 3 in every race today. But Harrison, 2 wins already. He's just got to ride out the rest of this lap and be smart. Give the lappers a little bit extra room. There's one rider down, just went down right in front of him there. He managed to avoid that, very lucky. Got his eyes forward though. A lot of kids ride with their eyes down, and rider falls in front. They don't see it in time and they run into the back, but Harrison's seen it. He avoided it. And he's done well to not only get the whole shot but pull away from second place. Take nothing away from Stella Harding. She has been a competitor today in the 65 class, and if she can keep it together, should nail down second place as well. But 3 race wins, you can't ask for more than that. Plus his finish on the 85, which we've already spoken about. And Harrison Rex is going to get the checkered flag on his Husqvarna. Very happy with that. David Hogan's going to give an interview with him and ask him how his day and his race has gone. We'll leave it up to David.
All right, we've got our overall winner here, Harrison Rex. On the 65 for you today, mate. Was the track out there for this last motor? Was it pretty beat? Pretty good job moving around on the track and making the most of the lines as much as you could, but it's pretty hard going out there. All right, thanks, Harrison. Good luck for the next round. Well done on the overall today.
Well, sorry about that, folks. Unfortunately, we are having a couple issues there with the microphone with Harrison. We didn't get to hear much about what he said, but he rode great, and 3 wins, overall win on the 65. Stella Harding second place. Mason Ryan managing to salvage that 3rd overall and only 2 points off second place. Thank you very much for your time today, for watching. Really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this event. I'd like to thank our partners, New South Wales Mining, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, for their support, as well as our other partners, National Motorcycle Alliance, Sideline Sport, that has brought you this awesome coverage, and Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, Dantia, the Lake Macquarie Council, and the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club as well. So we're also looking forward to our round 2, which will be in Dubbo, and and the Dubbo Council has also come on with a lot of support there, the regional council. So we still have lots of action tomorrow with the rest of the junior classes and all senior classes. So again, thanks a lot to my colleague David Hogan. We've really enjoyed the day together, and we hope you have too.
Thanks for having us, Mikel. And yeah, look, hope to see or hear all of you guys' feedback on this one, and have you back for tomorrow's racing with the senior classes.
make my own rules. Make my own rules.
my thing.